Straight. Yeah, yeah. What's good, man? What's good, y'all? What's cracking, man? Hope everybody doing good tonight. What's good, Levance? I see you, brother. What's good, Jeffy? I see you. Yeah. Unfortunately, Coach can't make it tonight. Um. Not gonna disclose anything because that's that brother's business. But he'll be back, you know. But it's just gonna be me tonight. And I'm gonna drop the link here in a little bit. So anybody want to come on, you know, um, kind of want to format the show a little bit. So I'm gonna throw a kind of a topic up on the screen because I know people chime in and want to talk about different things at different times. So um, I'm gonna put a topic on the screen and try to do something a little different here um, as I try to improve the show. And I'm always welcome to suggestions and things like that. Let's see. We're gonna start. Let's see. Um, what the hell? Let's start with football. All right. Giants Jets. There's the link. If anybody wants to come up, talk about the Giants Jets. Let's get it in, man. We're going around the city. We're going around the city, starting with the Giants, Jets, the teams over in East Rutherford. Um, so let's kick it off with the Jets, man. Because we talk Giants a lot, so this heart of the city, man. I want to show all the teams some love. So let's kick it off with the Jets. Now, the Jets had an amazing comeback. Man, what a performance by Joe Flacco. I mean, they came all the way back um, down the fourth quarter. I think it was 30 to 14, 30, 17, something like that. But they came all the way back. Joe Flacco led them all the way back to the game winning touchdown after getting an onside kick recovery. So, Garrett Wilson, I will say this, man. I wish the Giants had somebody like Garrett Wilson. This dude is a player, man. Garrett Wilson, man, 2 touchdowns, over 100 yards. Garrett Wilson looked really good. What's good, Jeffy?
What's going on, bro? How you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm good. How you?
Doing good, bro. Doing good. Still riding high after that victory on Sunday.
Right, 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 man. Me too, man. You know what I'm saying? But talk Jets here for a quick second before we get into the Giants. Um, so the Jets obviously had that comeback victory, and Joe Flacco threw for 307 yards and 4 touchdowns um, against the Browns defense. So what I'm wondering is, how the hell did the Browns give up that game? Because there's no way the Jets should have won that game. I mean, it was like 2 minutes left, or like something like that, and they were down 2 scores. So the Browns coaching staff, ugh. But shout out to the Jets though. They did win the game. I thought, like I said, Garrett Wilson looked good. 8 receptions, 102 yards, 2 touchdowns. You know, I wish the Giants had somebody like Garrett Wilson because the Giants wide receivers are absolutely, yeah, trash.
Mm,
I'm gonna say it.
That's the damn truth.
They're trash. You know, shout out to Sterling Shepard. No disrespect to Sterling Shepard, but the rest of them, boo
No,
boo.
Richie James too.
Yeah, he's alright.
Yeah,
Still,
he's okay, but I mean he's doing
yeah,
his
yeah,
job out
right.
there.
He's not knocking his socks off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody's out there double covering Richie James. You know what I'm
No, that's the
saying?
truth. Yeah, it's
So,
not like a couple of those wide receivers who we would not say their names, especially one of them. But I hear what you're saying.
what's good, Wells? What's good, man? How you doing?
Hey, Wales.
Wells, that dude, man. Yeah, man, you should come up on the stream one day, Wells, man. I like to talk to you, man. Like, talk to you. You know what I'm saying? Levant, what's good? What's good, man? How y'all doing in the chat, man? Yeah, we're just gonna kick it around a little bit, man. Like I said, I got the uh, I got the Giants Jets up here as the topic, and then we're gonna move around obviously to the baseball, the basketball, and we're gonna do college, but I don't really know a lot about college. Um, I mean, if you're still here, Jeffrey, maybe we can get into it. But I don't watch a lot of college football. But I do know Rutgers won, so shout out to Rutgers. You know what I'm
3
saying?
0. 3
Right,
0.
you know. But let's get into the Jets and the Giants, man. So
Mm-hmm.
now with the Giants, we looking here at 2-0, coming off the big win against the Carolina Panthers. Now, obviously, as with the Giants, the past now 4 years, the topic of discussion is always the quarterback. Um, and I've been one to be on the negative side of that, but I've kind of softened my stance a little bit only because the fact is you're in a season and now your team is 2-0, and those discussions should have been had in the off season if you were going to make a change. There's no reason of me talking about Daniel Jones and bashing him in the media when you're trying to win football games. So
Mm-hmm.
um, now I was at the game. Obviously, there was fans in the stands calling for Tyrod Taylor,
Oh,
but it's not. He's not going to help. He's not going to do anything better than Daniel Jones can right now.
yeah.
And I do have some comments on Daniel Jones, um, and particularly his play in the Panthers game.
Mm-hmm.
So Daniel Jones missed quite a few throws. I want to say it was about four total, um, and that's probably all I'm a go as high as I'm gonna go. I know a lot of people are saying more than that, but um, I think it was about four total throws. Um, and I think the reason that Jones is hesitating is because he isn't comfortable in the scheme quite yet,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't trust the wide receivers.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is cause for hesitation because I watched the tape and he sees it sometimes, but he hesitates. So I do believe that the reason for his hesitation is he's not quite comfortable in the scheme. Remember, you're going from a Jason Garrett offense to a much more complex, dynamic offense with Brian Dable and Mike Kafka. At least that's what they want it to be when they get the right pieces. So there's more to it than just curl flats
Yeah.
that Jason Garrett was running. So, you know, Daniel Jones, I don't know if he trusted quite yet. So he's taking the easy reads because he doesn't want to make a mistake. So that's my analysis on Daniel Jones in this game. Um, I thought he did some good things when he was pressed to do it, like when they were down and he knew he had to make a play. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's the way Daniel Jones needs to play all the time. He needs to basically play like he's down in the game when he's up in the game. If you know what I'm saying, Jeffy. He
I know
needs to take
exactly what you're saying.
that type of urgency, and I
Yeah.
think he'll do a lot better in this offense. Um, Now, obviously, with the defense, it's as I said on Twitter, it's bordering on elite status. I believe once you get Kayvon Thibodeau back and Aziz Ojulari, um, and Leonard Williams and Aaron Robinson, um, and all these guys, obviously guys will be injured, hurt, and come in and out, but the main guys that I'm talking about, if you get those guys back, then I think this defense could be bordering on elite status. And the reason I say that is because they only gave up 36 points and haven't had their two best pass rushers. Now they face Ryan Tannehill and Baker Mayfield, but it doesn't matter because they also face Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey. So we can't discount the running games of those teams. So I think this defense and the way Wink uses this defense and the way he drops those guys in coverage, those linebackers, those outside linebackers, the way Wink drops those outside linebackers in coverage and disguises his blitz. Sometimes he'll send corners, linebackers, safeties, you name it. But you never know who's coming. And it confuses offensive linemen, and they're able to get easy pass to the quarterback. This is a defense Cooper Rush is not going to be able to deal with. A lot of teams ain't going to be able to deal with this type of defense. You know what I'm saying? So you can poo-poo the Giants all you want, but if you look at the defense and you look at this scheme and how they've been playing, don't no team want to face this defense, no quarterback like that.
Mm.
So that is what I'm talking about. People have to get off the negative and look at what they're building on the defensive side of the ball. The offense does need time to gel. They do. They're a young group. They have nothing really at the wide receiver position, and your quarterback's in a new scheme. You know what I'm saying? So you got to let this thing gel a
Yeah.
little bit. It's going to take a little time, and we knew this. But it's like we forgot when the season started because the team is 2-0 now. Now we want them to be blowing teams out. The Giants have never been a team to blow teams out. They never been a team to go out there and just mollywop teams. We know this as Giants fans. Us that been around the team for a while, maybe these young spitters don't know, but they gonna learn, ain't they, Jeff?
Absolutely. We haven't
You
had an
know,
explosive offense on this team since 2015, or even like the mid 2000s teams around that first Super Bowl, and even in some ways the second Super Bowl. That's when we really had those explosive offensive teams going forward. But mainly it's been with defense and running the football is why we've been succeeding.
right? What's good, Blue City?
Hey, Blue City.
2-1 Yankees over Pittsburgh. That's what I'm talking about.
Aaron Judge hit another home run, Blue City.
Yeah, Levance, man. We gotta let people know, man. This ain't this ain't the type of Giants team that people want. This ain't no modern day team. This team is gonna grind and scratch and claw their way to victories.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the type of team we got, and that quite frankly, that's the type of team I want. I don't like front runner teams, man. Like the Dallas stinking Cowboys. I hate them type of teams, man. For real.
I do too. I like a
That's
team
what
that
made me
nobody
fall
talks
in love
about.
with the Giants because they was underdogs. You know what I'm saying?
I hear
So
you.
that's the type of fans we dealing with right now. These fair weather fans that want us to be the Kansas City Chiefs or the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. But
But that
NYG,
Yo,
I really don't even care what the fans and everybody else is saying on Twitter. I really don't care what the pundits and the media is really saying. I mean, I'll give my facts out straight about the New York Giants, and I mean, I'll wait until you finish your point if you want me to go into how I feel about this Giants team.
nah, I'm just talking right now. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm,
this fan base is is really pissing a lot of us older Giants fans off because they some whiny little crybabies, man. Because they want this team to blow teams out. You know what I'm saying? And the Giants has never been a team like that.
yeah.
They might
I,
get a blowout win here and there, you know what I'm saying, against a team that's struggling,
mm,
but it ain't no team that's just gonna run up and down the field on teams. I don't care who the coach is.
yeah. I
The
agree.
coach is just not built like that. That's why Wink was saying what he said. They trying to build that coach on defense. The offense don't know what the hell it is right now,
The
but
offense
they know
doesn't
what
have the
that
talent
defense
on
is.
him. Exactly, and I think the offense doesn't have the talent altogether right over there to really compete to be that top level offense that people are thinking about. I mean, you even said it before. The wide receiver position right now, which a lot of us at the beginning of the season thought that this team would be able to bounce back, and right now they haven't showed that. In fact, it's gotten so bad that Brian Daboll had to host a Zoom call with a bunch of wide receivers out there, and we don't even know what the status is going to be with guys like Kadarius Toney, Kenny Galladay, and Darius Slayton, who have pretty much all been non-factors so far this season. Pretty much they've been getting caught. They're pretty much the top three receivers so far have been David Sills, Richie James, and Sterling Shepard. So the wide receiver core right now is in absolute flux as we speak. I mean, the offensive line, which is another thing. Every single Giants content creator, or at least most of them, should be saying the offensive line was going to take time to gel together. Besides Andrew Thomas, it's four new guys coming into the system. One being a rookie at right tackle who has had his struggles in terms of his pass protection. His run blocking hasn't been bad. The pass protection has been so-so for Evan Neal. Glowinski has not been as good as we were hoping for. He's been up and down. The left guard position, whether it's Azudu or Ben Bredesen's pretty much been a very shaky position since Shane Lemieux went out with injury. John Feliciano's been dealing with that lower leg injury. He's been up and down. So the offensive line, which was not good at all on this past game against Carolina. I mean, Daniel Jones was under duress pretty much the entire game. He was running for his life a lot of this time, and even the run blocking until towards the end of the game, the run blocking wasn't that good at all because Carolina was having their way running up through the defensive, right through the offensive line in the center, pretty much tackling Saquon Barkley for a bunch of losses. Kind of reminded us of the offensive line last year. And even on the outside, I mean, Daniel Jones. I want to just talk about Daniel Jones real quick.
Uh,
Daniel Jones by no means has been great. He's not been going out there and been throwing the ball, slinging it around for like 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. No. Daniel Jones has not been great. In fact, there were a couple of throws that I'm sure he would want back against that Carolina game that could have actually lost that game for us, especially that one bad throw he had where he almost threw it to, like right to the defender. And if the guy knew how to catch the ball, that would have been a pick, and they would have had a couple of more points right there. Daniel Jones has not been perfect. That's of course. But what Daniel Jones has done is when he's had to react
Let
in
me
those
get some
quick.
shout outs real quick, Jeffy.
Oh, go
Not
ahead.
to
No
cut you off.
problem.
Hold your thought. Hold your thought. Don't. We're gonna finish in a minute. Big
Do your
fan
thing,
Breezy,
bro.
what's good, bro? What's good, man? My bro, big fan Breezy
What's up,
in the building
Breezy?
tonight. That's what I'm talking about, man. Big Dash knows what's good, Big Dash, man. Another one of my homies, man. For real, man. Love that content, man. Um,
Stepping up.
Blue City, man. The Vance. Yeah. All right, go
Thank you,
ahead, Jeffy.
Vance.
Finish your thought, man. You
Well, I
spit.
mean, in terms of Daniel Jones has not been perfect. He's been like average to good. There's with Daniel Jones. I think you said on Twitter earlier when you and I were talking on Twitter. Daniel Jones is what he is. He's a guy that's going to go out there and he's going to give you some of these very good plays. And right now he's going to go out there and he's going to give you some of these questionable plays that are going to make you scratch your head. That's what Daniel Jones has been, and that's what Daniel Jones continues to be. But like we've said, it's also look at all the things around him that are right now not working for him. You even said it before. The wide receiver position right now, Daniel Jones is hesitating on some of these throws. He had a wide open Kadarius Toney over the middle of the field where Kadarius Toney could have gotten a whole bunch of yardage in the middle of the field, maybe even a touchdown. Daniel Jones didn't make the throw. Maybe he just doesn't have that type of connection with Toney, or he doesn't feel like Toney would have made the play, or he would have dropped the ball, because Toney ended up dropping a pass later on in that game where he had a bunch of yardage in front of him. I don't know where Kadarius Toney's mindset is right now, but he obviously has no connection and no trust for Kenny Golladay, and obviously the organization doesn't, because the fact the guy only played three plays the entire game, that's your $72 million supposed number one wide receiver, can't even get on the field for 5 snaps. I mean, Darius Slayton has been a ghost right now on this team. It looks like they have no faith in him right now that he can go out there and get the job done. And I mean, the offensive line is a work in progress. It's probably going to take a while until they really get into the position where they're going to be able to go out there and gel together in terms of their pass protection. The run blocking was good in the first game. The second game until the end, it was questionable. I thought the run blocking wasn't as good as it was in that first game. The
Yeah,
offense is a work in progress, and I really believe they don't have the full talent right now to really be where they want to be on offense. I think Saquon Barkley right now is that one true guy. Maybe Andrew Thomas and Saquon Barkley. I'll put Evan Neal in there a little bit later when he develops more and becomes more, used to the NFL game. But I'd say Andrew Thomas and Saquon Barkley are right now the two straight guys that you can go out there and say they're going to go out there and they're going to get the job done on most days, if not every day. Everybody else, you're just crossing your fingers and you're hoping they're going to be able to not make big mistakes, not cause the quarterback to get hit, not cause the running back to get tackled in the backfield. The wide receivers are not going to drop big passes. They're going to run the wrong routes. They're not going to be able to create separation. The rest of the offensive line is not going to get the job done. And, of course, the quarterback, you hope that he's not going to make those bad turnovers. The offense is a work in progress, and I think Dayball and I think Kafka and this organization knows it's a work in progress that's still going to have to come together later on this season, even though we're going to need the offense to eventually step up their game. The defense, like you said, the defense right now is playing borderline elite, like you just mentioned. I'm going to give you kudos for that. I'm going to give kudos to Lou. He said
right.
it before. I'm going to give kudos to Pat. He said that before. Everybody else, they're going to get their kudos and their shout-outs because they were saying the defense was going to be ahead of the offense, and obviously that's what's been happening so far. The
Check it
defensive
out
line,
though, real quick.
go
Big
ahead.
Fan Breezy says, and look, bro, don't even watch football like that.
Mm,
A team that starts 2-0 makes the playoffs 65% of the time. I like Saquon Barkley. So 2-0 makes the playoffs 65% of the time. Now, what I posted um in one of my videos was, can the Giants make the playoffs? You know what I'm saying? Can the
mm,
Giants make the playoffs this year? I predicted that they would go to the playoffs before the season.
mm-hmm.
Now they're 2-0, and I'm thinking like, what is the fan base thinking? Because the fan base, a lot of fans are negative still, even though the team is 2-0, and you can tell they're building an elite defense, one
Mm-hmm.
that can give teams fits in playoff type atmosphere, playoff games. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that type of defense that we had in 07 and 11.
Yep.
So, and I'm not saying that this is this group, but what I am saying is a team that has a tough defense is going to be tough to stop if their offense can give them anything.
I
So
agree. I agree with you.
now, chat, what's good, everybody? Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. It's me and I got Jeffy on the stream tonight. Shout out to Jeffy. Appreciate you joining. Um,
Anytime, bro. Anytime. I love always hopping on the stream with you, talking some football and sports around New York City.
right. Now Coach couldn't make it tonight, but shout out to Coach. He'll be back soon. I'm not gonna comment on what's going on because that ain't the type of dude I am. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? But shout out to Coach, man. He'll be back soon. Um, but yeah, 2-0. Can this team make the playoffs? I think they can. I think they can absolutely make the playoffs. And I'm gonna tell you why. It's real simple. They don't face a lot of quarterbacks that can beat Wink Martindale's defense. That's just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a fact. Who can beat Wink Martindale's defense? Maybe Aaron Rodgers, maybe Lamar Jackson because he played with him in Baltimore. Matt Ryan ain't beating him. Neither is Kirk Cousins. So it's really going to be this season is really going to hinge on the offense because I'm pretty goddamn confident the defense is going to do its job week in and week out. And if that offense gives them anything, that's a wrap. You don't think they can get Wink Martindale can handle Jalen Hurts
I think you can.
or Carson
Absolutely.
Wentz or Cooper freaking Rush?
Or Dak. Even if you throw Dak in there.
Right. Who cares about Dak Prescott? That probably would have been a better matchup for real.
Yeah, I agree.
So, because Cooper Rush is a little bit of an unknown. You got a little tape on him, but either way, they're going to go out there and stomp that dude. I guarantee you Wink Martindale is. You know
Mm-hmm.
why? Because I watched tape. And I seen that game against Dallas and Cincinnati Bengals and Eli Stinking Apple, Rotten Apple, secondary played like doo-doo
I
because they
did.
should have had like 5 or 6 picks in that game. Cooper
Mm-hmm.
Rush was throwing them layups and they couldn't catch the ball. So people got to understand where I'm coming from, man, and where a lot of our fans are coming. A lot of Giants fans, particularly in the Big Blue Crew, are coming from. When we say this team can be good if you give it a chance.
Well, I'll even one up you even more, NYG. The fact the NFC is very open right now. There's really no dominant team you could say in the
Right.
NFC that is going to go out there and is just going to
What's
like
good, his squad?
blitz
I see you,
everybody out
brother.
there. What's going on, Hit Squad? There's what team in the NFC would you say right now is the dominant team? I mean, I know we all know Philadelphia looked damn good last night, and if Jalen Hurts can find a way to play as good as he did last night, yes, Philadelphia is going to be a team that's going to be good. They have the talent on offense that will be good. No fronting. I'm going to have to say it. Philadelphia looked really good last night, but they're not elite. They can be beat. Minnesota
Detroit
already
almost
showed
beat
what they're
them. What you
like.
talking about? Right. You know what I'm saying? Detroit
San
almost beat them.
Francisco's with Jimmy G again. The Rams were struggling to
No,
beat
you
the
don't tell me.
Falcons. The
Hey,
Packers. The Packers. They don't look as great as they did before. They look better, but against a horrible Bears team. I was going into this season saying I wasn't on the 11-6 hype and I wasn't on the playoff hype yet. I went into this season pretty much saying, go out there during the regular season and go out there and make me believe in this team. And right now, especially on defensive side, this team is making me go out there and believe because the defense is playing legit. And I'm telling you right now, NYG, I'm going to say it. I love what we have as safety. I think our safety position is a
yeah.
really underrated
With
gold
Dane
mine we have
Belton,
there.
you see the
With
game Dane Belton played?
Dane Belton played 74% of snaps out there for that defense as the free safety, while you had Julian Love and Xavier McKinney down in the box, being able to deflect some passes, and then you had Julian Love going in there with the key sack. I love our safety position right now.
That was
Free
Dane
safety,
Belton's first
they even played
NFL game.
linebacker. Exactly, and they even played linebacker at some points in that defense when they went with that three safety base look, which I love that they did because it confused the hell out of that Carolina Panthers offense. And you even talked about it before. We're getting good contributions right now from O'Shane Zimenez and Shahid Ward as our outside linebackers. No disrespect to them. They've been great so far, especially O'Shane Zimenez. We don't even have Kayvon Thibodeau right now or Azeez Ojulari going out there and harassing quarterbacks right now. Our pass rush has been looking solid, and we don't even have our top two guys. The defense is going to get theirs. And I do believe the Giants are still not playing their best football right now, especially offensively, because of the fact that Daniel Jones has not played his best football, but not even a question. The wide receiver position is right now a state of flux. We don't even know what the hell they're going to get from them day in and day out, who's actually going to play. And I don't believe the excuse. I don't believe what Brian Daboll said about rotational and about who's going to get into the games depending on matchups. That's BS. That's a direct message to number 19 and number 89 and number 86. You guys have got to start practicing better and showing us more. Otherwise, you guys are not playing. That's what that direct message is for the three of them right there. Maybe more so for Slayton and for Galladay, if anything. And in terms of Barkley's going to get his. Barkley has been good. The offensive line was not good. That's why Barkley was not as good most of that game, because the offensive line wouldn't allow Barkley to actually go out there and try to get some good yardage from scrimmage. He had to pretty much grind it out running north and south because that offensive line was allowing the defense to come right up the middle on the outside. Barkley was fine when he got going towards the end of the game. And like we said, Daniel Jones is that he's that guy that just really makes you scratch your head right now, because we all see the talent. He's shown the talent. He shows at times these flashes that he can be the franchise quarterback, but he goes out there and makes these mind-numbing decisions that are like, okay, maybe he's not the guy. Like Daniel Jones is just that guy that teases us. Daniel Jones is like that girl in the club that like gives you that look. Is like, I want you to come over here and we want to go dance on the dance floor. Then she puts that hands up you in front of you and be like, know what? No, I have another guy over here that I want to dance with instead. That's what Daniel Jones feels like at times. He teases us because he gives us that chance.
I don't necessarily agree with that, Jeffy. I think Daniel Jones is who he is. Daniel Jones is a quarterback that's not playing with confidence, and it is just that's a reason for his inconsistencies. Because sometimes when it's like sometimes they say you gotta throw a wide receiver open. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta see it before it's there. You know what I'm saying? And Daniel Jones a lot of times just doesn't see it.
Maybe he just
You know
doesn't
what
have
I'm
that
saying?
in his mentality. Maybe he just doesn't
Right.
have
That's
that
what I'm.
mentality to do
And
that.
that's what I've been saying, and that's what I was saying in the off season. I'm glad you brought that up. It's mental. The kids got the physical skills. We all know that. It's mental, and the mind is a hell of a thing, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you messing with the mind now, and you all unconfident or afraid or confused because you didn't got so many different coordinators and coaches and um,
Your
different
offensive line keeps
offensive
coming up
line
and
and
beating you.
everything
The
else
wide
like
receiver
that,
position is like a
whatever have you.
carousel.
I'm not gonna make excuses for Daniel Jones because you know some quarterbacks can overcome that, but that's only some. It's like a handful. You know what I'm saying? That can really play well in those type of crazy situations.
But
You
we've
know what
been
I'm
saying
saying?
that all off season. Most of us have been saying that all off season that Daniel Jones, while he hasn't been perfect, Daniel Jones has never been dealt the right hand. Daniel Jones has always had his wide receivers in and out of the lineup are not contributing. Let's just be real. We've all said that. Saquon Barkley has been in and out of the lineup due to injury. The offensive line has pretty much been a SID for the first few years of his career. And right now, the offensive line has been inconsistent. They haven't gelled yet. So Daniel Jones is probably gun shy right now because of the fact he's been pretty much screwed up because of everything that happened with all the offensive coordinators coming in and out, scheming him to pretty much not allow him to go out there and throw the ball. The offensive line being so bad that he's gotten hit constantly, sort of like what happened to Eli at the end of his career when he got gun shy and he kept going down
Right.
because of the fact the offensive line was so bad, and because he doesn't have any trust in his wide receivers right now that are going to out there be consistently to make the plays like you just mentioned before, like I've mentioned, and like most people have said in the Big Blue Crew or other Giants content creators, Daniel Jones doesn't have the confidence right now to make the throws to his wide receivers because of the fact that he doesn't trust them, because they can't get open, they don't make the plays when they're out there, and because they don't stay on the field consistently, and that's a problem. That's why you see some of these other quarterbacks succeed, because they have their wide receivers out there all the time. They're able to build up that chemistry with them in the off season, work on their timings, work on their route concepts and everything. And that's why Daniel Jones might be gun shy. And you know what? The problem
Yeah.
is, though, he's running out of time because he's on that time clock right
Exactly.
now. And it might take
You don't
him
have the
pretty
time.
much all season until he finally gets over that, because it's not going to be just a snap of the finger and he's just going to like be able to lock in and be okay to throw the ball to his wide receivers or be able to stand up in the pocket and make those plays all game like he did a couple of times in that game. It might be too late. It might be too late for Daniel Jones.
But
I
with
hate saying that.
I'm gonna ask you this though. But you think winning games buys him time? Because I think it does. Okay, I'm gonna post. I don't want to spend too much time on Daniel Jones. We're gonna go maybe like 5 more minutes, then we're gonna move on. But I just
That's
want to
all
pose
good.
this question. Um, uh, Big fan Breezy says a good question right here. How is the play action between Jones and Barkley? Um, the play action has worked. Um, the problem is they're not connecting with the receivers. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Or he's dropping back and he's getting sacked. I mean, the play action in the RPO is effective in this offense, but you know you have to execute. You got to execute. You know what I'm saying? And this team is just not executing on all cylinders right now on the
We said
offensive
that
side of the
too.
ball.
We said that too.
On the
Execution. You could
offensive
have a
side of
great
the ball,
scheme. You could have a
right?
great scheme, but if you can't execute the scheme that's put in front of you, it doesn't matter how good the scheme is. The players have to go out there and get the job done. And right now, like you said, these players are not on offense getting the job done. They're not following through on the type of plays and the scheme that Brian Daboll and especially Mike Kafka are giving this offense. And that's why this offense is as sluggish as it is right now to start the season.
I'm gonna pose one question here. Um, Yeah, they do need a tight end, but I don't think the tight ends are the problem, Breezy. I really don't. I think the tight ends have actually played well with Bellinger. Uh, what's his
Tanner
name?
Hudson.
Tanner Hudson and Chris Myrick. So they could use a dynamic tight end, but I don't think that's what's holding this offense back. I think it's the receivers. It's a combination of the receivers, offensive line, and quarterback, in my opinion,
I
which has
agree.
always been the case
I
with the New
agree.
York Giants. Um, but I'm gonna pose this one question, real quick. Um, if the Giants make the playoffs, like I said, and I think they do, and people might say, "Oh man, NYG already took a playoff so quickly," because, like I said, there ain't nobody on the schedule that can really stop Wink Martindale's defense. The Giants are gonna lose some games. We get it, man, but you know, if they go 11-6, like Lou say, or even 10-7, 9-8, I think they get into the playoffs, and I think that's somewhere where they'll end up. Um, so because of the quarterbacks that they play, but say they make the playoffs, now people are going to disagree with this per se. But this is unpopular opinion sports. Y'all hit that like button. Appreciate everybody joining in, rocking with me and my homie Jeffy. So if they make the playoffs, right, do the Giants re-sign Daniel Jones? And I'm gonna tell you a reason that they might do that. Because if you make the playoffs, right, you buy your you ease the fan base. There's still gonna be these fans, but you ease the fan base because you got a competitive team now. And
Hmm.
number two, you're not gonna have a high draft pick. You're not. You're gonna be picking probably in the 20s. Number three, these quarterbacks are in college are starting to regress. A lot of these names that people were throwing out there earlier are starting to regress. So you're not going to have that really to get a CJ Stroud, or if you want uh, Levis or Van Dyke or whoever, you're
Hmm.
not going to have the opportunity to get one of those quarterbacks because there's only probably going to be like one or two in the draft, and they're going to go to Seattle and probably Houston.
Hmm.
So,
I wouldn't
uh,
necessarily say Houston. I don't know how Houston feels about
shout out to my wife.
Davis
How you
Mills.
doing tonight,
How you
Nisi?
doing, Nisi?
Um, Nisi, I did make you a moderator. Um, I know if you're listening in on the chat, um, you are a moderator. So if any trolls pop in,
Thank
you
you for
know,
the mod status too, bro. I appreciate
kick
it.
them out. Yeah, no doubt, man. I think I got everybody modded up in the chat. Let's see. Yeah, everybody should be
That's a great question you posed, though. Like that is a really good question.
Hmm.
I have to think about that one because I think a lot with Daniel Jones is going to tie in for what happens with Saquon Barkley. I really do. Because say the Giants make the playoffs.
Hmm.
Barkley goes off and he has a great season, which all of us are thinking he's going to do, and right now he is doing. Daniel Jones plays okay to good, but the Giants become a playoff team. What do you do with Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley? Because you have a decision on him too, which is as important.
Yeah.
Do the Giants have to come down to picking one or the other, or do they possibly try to sign one and franchise the other one? And in that case, if you're going to do that, who would you franchise and who would you sign long term? I know a lot of people will probably say sign Barkley and franchise Daniel Jones and make him go out there and prove it again next year, depending on how he. I think a lot of it, honestly, NYG is going to depend on how Daniel Jones performs when if the Giants make the playoffs. If the Giants make the playoffs, but Daniel Jones is okay, I still think there's a possibility they decide to move on for him because they'll be looking at it and be like, you know what? We were a playoff team this year, but the quarterback was one of the reasons why we couldn't progress to even more or go further in the playoffs than we were hoping for. If
But
Daniel
who
Jones
you
performs
replacing him with,
well,
though? You know what I'm saying? That's the question. If you're gonna replace him, look, man, I'm not on the sign Daniel Jones bandwagon here. I'm just
no.
posing an unpopular opinion that I think the Giants might do, and it's going to be unpopular amongst the fan base. But I think they might reconsider re-signing Daniel Jones if they make the playoffs, and I think there's a good chance that they do make the playoffs if this defense keeps falling and this offense um, starts to get its legs together as the season goes along. Um, Now, I named out the reasons I said that, but you got to understand if you're going to replace him, you need another option. So, is there somebody you can trade for? I don't know.
There always are going to be options after the season. There's
Or,
always quarterbacks
or
that shake loose.
what quarterback though? Because I don't want Jimmy G anywhere near my
Well, I
team
mean, there's been
or anybody
questions
like
out there
that.
that
There's
there's
got to be a
people that think that
superstar.
Lamar Jackson might be a link to the Giants if he doesn't get a contract with the Ravens. There have been those discussions out there about
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson
that
possibly
was
being linked to
floated
the
out there.
Giants.
That was floated out there.
So that is a possibility. And the problem is we don't really know how Joe Shane, Brandon Brown, and that front office and these coaches really feel about those college quarterbacks. Sure, they might not be good right now. They might be regressing. But just because we see them not playing great on the field doesn't mean that the GM, the assistant GM, and the coaches don't believe that some of these guys in college still have the skill sets and if you develop them correctly, could become good quarterbacks in the NFL because we all know there's some quarterbacks that maybe aren't the greatest things in college, but when they come to the NFL, they somehow put it together. If you put them in the right scheme, in the right team, they're coached correctly, they can somehow get the most out of their talent. So that's the biggest question right now is we really don't know what this coaching staff and front office feel about these college quarterbacks. In the same way, we don't know how these guys feel about Daniel Jones. We don't know how they really think about Daniel Jones because I think honestly, if the team makes the playoffs, Daniel Jones is more likely going to be brought back on a franchise tag than be signed.
That's what I think
I
too.
don't think they're going to feel comfortable enough to give him that big
Right.
money and sign him long term because they're going to
I
want him
should
to
have
go out there and prove
clarified that.
himself
That's
another
that's what
year.
I meant, Jeffy.
Yeah.
Like signing him, not yeah. I should have clarified that, but
It's
I
Barkley.
I
Barkley's the
I
question.
think they signed Barkley. Nah, I
Yeah,
think they
that's the
signed Barkley.
thing. Are they going to sign Barkley
Yeah,
long term? Because that's the question. And as you think about it,
you
are they
got
going
to
to bring
sign him.
back Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones? Is this a package deal? We talked about it possibly being a package deal that maybe if you bring back one, you got to bring back the other. So that's the question about it is if
Hmm.
at the end of the season, are you going to bring back just Barkley and let Daniel Jones go? Are you going to bring back Daniel Jones and let Barkley go? Are you going to let both of them go? Or are you going to bring back both of them? That's the biggest question right now is what are you going to do about Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones? Because I really believe the Daniel Jones decision is going to be coupled with what they do with Saquon Barkley because you have two of the biggest players on this team two of the guys that are pretty much the biggest part of this franchise going forward on what decision you're going to make and if you're going to decide to bring back one or both of them. So I think they're going to be tied together on what's going to happen with Daniel Jones is going to have a lot to do with what's going to happen with Saquon Barkley. And I believe it's going to be depending on if this team makes the playoffs, and it's going to be depending on performance, and also in terms of Daniel Jones and the quarterbacks in college. It's all going to depend on what this front office and the coaching staff thinks about these college quarterbacks, and if they think that these guys can be developed in that scheme with Mike Kafka and Brian Dable, that they're schemed enough and they're developed enough, and they put them in the right system that they can get the most out of them going forward. So we really don't know. It's a guessing game right now.
I think Anthony Richardson from Florida, Blue City, needs another year in college.
I agree.
After this year, he needs another one because he's just too raw.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to take a quarterback like that and think he's going to be able to sit for an entire season, which is what this kid needs. So I don't think that there could be a quarterback, like you said, to shake loose, but I think if you make the playoffs and you make a change at quarterback and your team regresses, that's a bad look on the GM, the coach, the ownership, because if you get rid of guys that perform for you and you come out there with a new quarterback, a rookie quarterback or somebody like that, and your team regresses and misses the playoffs, see, if you regress with the same guys, you can say, hey, it was those guys. Let's move on from them next season. You see what I'm saying? But if you regress with new guys, they're going to say, oh, y'all brought these new guys in and they trash. The team is trash. So you got to understand it like that. So if you bring new guys in and your team sucks, then basically you look bad. That's a bad look for you, Joe Shane, Brian Dable, John Mara.
I agree.
So I think these guys are smart and they're going to play it smart. I think if they do have a chance to upgrade and it's a safe bet, they'll do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if they could get a Lamar Jackson, which I don't believe they can, if they could though, then that's probably a safe bet at quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
But this GM has not been shy about making those risky types of moves. Joe Shane is one of those guys that he is not afraid to, like, you know, go out there and make one of those moves to, like, just send Twitter explode, like send Twitter off its hinges. He's already done it already, and neither is this coaching staff. So I mean, I get what you're saying about the regression, but what if it goes the other way? What if they make the playoffs and they decide that Daniel Jones is just not the answer at quarterback and they're seeking to upgrade? They bring in another quarterback and they get better. So that's the crapshoot you have to think about, because that's the problem right now, is that we don't know what's in the minds of this GM, this assistant GM, and the coaching staff. We don't know what they really think about these college quarterbacks and Daniel Jones, and that's the guessing game. That, in a way, is the fun part about it, because we may have our ideas and we may have our suggestions and saying, like, oh, there's no way they can move on from Daniel Jones if they make the playoffs, even if Daniel Jones isn't great. Or the opposite. There's no way they could keep Daniel Jones even if they make the playoffs because he wasn't as good. Like, that's the frustrating and the confusing part about it, is we don't know what these guys are thinking. And we won't really have an idea until we come to the end of the season. And I believe it's really going to depend on what they think about these college quarterbacks. We don't know what quarterbacks are going to shake loose during the season, after the season, like what quarterbacks might be on the trade block, what quarterbacks might be cut loose, and also, you know, what they really believe in Daniel Jones, how they feel about Daniel Jones. That's like the fun part about it, because it's only the second week of the season. There's still a lot more season to go. Who knows? Daniel Jones could still get hurt. Daniel Jones could still play ineffective. Daniel Jones could go out there and light it up in the next 15 games. We really don't know. And that's the guessing game that we have to think about. And right now, it's all about just what are we going to do? Like, what are we going to get from this quarterback going forward? As well as, like, what is our front office and coaching staff thinking about this, as well as the college quarterbacks?
Blue City says, let's say this. Let's say they get to the playoffs and win a playoff game. Well, if they get to the playoffs and win the playoff game, are you getting rid of Daniel Jones then and Saquon Barkley? I mean, honestly, are you getting rid of Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley if they go to the playoffs and win a playoff game.
Question though. What if they win the playoff game, but Daniel Jones is awful? He doesn't play well, and they win despite Daniel Jones. Then what do you do?
You
Just
gotta
say you got
have
to throw it out there.
yeah, you gotta have a valuable upgrade. Um, Mute your mic, Nimmer. You having some background sometime, brother. All right, appreciate you. Yeah, but if you go to the playoffs and win a playoff game, it you okay, and Daniel Jones sucks. All right, a la like a Jimmy G or something like that. You know what I'm saying? How, what upgrade are you going to find in the offseason? Look, I'm not proposing that I'm in favor of doing this. You know
Neither
what
am
I'm saying?
I. Neither am
I'm
I.
just putting it out there for fans to think about. You know what I'm saying? Because if you go out there and you win a playoff game, how can you move on from the quarterback in a sense? Because now you're telling your fan base you have a better option, and it better damn well be a better option. You better not give me dang on Jimmy G. You better
No.
not give me Kirk Cousins.
No.
You know
No
what I'm
way.
saying? You better not give me Ryan Tannehill.
Hell no.
You better have a better goddamn option. And if you don't have a better option, guess what, Giants fans? You're probably gonna be stuck with Daniel Jones again. That's
That's why I'm
unpopular opinion in
saying.
sports. Hit that dang on like button, y'all.
That's right. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Make sure you sub up to my guy, Unpopular Opinion Sports, where he's going to give you those unpopular opinions, and he's going to stick behind them because he's damn good at it. He knows what he's
If this
talking about. A lot
team
of his
makes the
points he makes are
playoffs,
right.
right? If this team makes the playoffs, Daniel Jones
He's
is a
going to get
good chance he
franchised.
might be the quarterback again because, like you said, Jeffy, and like I believe, they're going to franchise tag him
Yeah.
because they're not going to have a better option. So all y'all complaining about Daniel Jones, guess what?
Well, that's just stupid.
You
I don't
probably
get
gonna
that.
have him again for next season.
Yeah. I mean, Daniel Jones is going to be, if they make the playoffs and Daniel Jones is good, he's going to come back. I believe that
Right.
three of the most important players that are going to be back on this team, if this team makes a playoff run and they stay healthy, is going to be Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, and Sterling Shepard. I believe those three guys are invaluable to this team as their core players on that offense. And if they win and those three guys are healthy, I really believe that they will make every effort to bring them back into 2023 because they know how valuable those three
I
guys
agree.
are, and they're
That's
the
your core.
core of this team. So I really believe if this team does make the playoffs and Jones, Barkley, and Shepard all go out there and perform, they'll re-sign Shepard to like a smaller deal. He'll probably want to come
Probably like
back.
a 1 year deal or something like
Mostly like a
that.
1-2 year deal. Probably he'll
Yeah.
retire in a couple of years. Wouldn't be shocked. Barkley will come back on a long-term deal, however long it is, and they'll probably franchise Daniel Jones and tell him,
Yep.
you know what? We believe in you right now. You led our team to the playoffs. Go out there in 2023 and get it done. Go out there and prove yourself and get it done again. And if you go out there and play well again in 2023, then we'll give you that long-term deal and you will be the New York Giants quarterback foreseeable future. That's what I really believe they will do. Do I think it's actually going to happen? We don't know. But I think if this team makes the playoffs and the three guys that I mentioned, and if you got anybody, I'm throwing it out right there right now. This is my unpopular opinion. If the New York Giants make the playoffs and those three guys stay healthy, Daniel Jones, Sterling Shepard, and Saquon Barkley will be New York Football Giants in 2023. All three of them because of how important they are to this team, this locker room, this culture, and how much that they want to try to keep good character guys on this team that will go out there and perform. I'm just putting that out there. That's my unpopular take
Quick,
right there.
quick score update. The Pirates and the Yankees are tied 4-4.
Oh, jeez.
And the Mets looks like they're down 4-0 in the bottom of the fifth to the Milwaukee Brewers.
Is there a score update on the Braves? Because I think we're only a game up on them for the division.
Yeah, I can give you that real quick.
Thank you.
Let's see.
Because we are in the playoffs, but we haven't clinched the division yet. And I believe we have a game lead on the Braves right now.
Uh, I don't.
Unless they're not playing right
Are the
now.
Braves playing? Yeah, they are. 2-1 over the Nationals in the middle of the
Shoot.
sixth,
Damn
going
it.
into the bottom of the sixth.
Damn it. It's
So
probably going to come down to that last series in Atlanta between the Mets and the Braves. Who's going to win that division? My bad.
right,
Go
right.
ahead and continue what you were saying. I was going on a Mets tangent a little bit.
Nah, we're gonna get into the baseball too. We go around the league. But I do like this football conversation, so we'll continue it for a little bit longer. I don't really have no time limit to be on tonight, so you know what I'm saying. Kick back, relax, hit the like button, man, and rock with us over here at Unpopular Opinion Sports. Um, so now let's talk about the defense a little bit. Let's get off Daniel Jones, man, and let's talk about this defense a little bit. Blue City puts a good comment in the uh, box right here. Congratulations to Julian Love. He's officially a married man. Yeah. And Julian Love, shout out to Julian Love, man.
I
Julian
love that
Love
dude. No pun
played an
intended.
awesome game, man. And this is a scrappy bunch on the defensive end. And like I said, missing their best players, probably their best three defensive players outside of Xavier McKinney and maybe somebody like Julian Love. Their best defensive players, Leo Williams, Aziz Ojolari, and Kayvon Thibodeau were out, and they
Adoree
still
Jackson
came
too.
out. Adoree Jackson, yeah, can't forget about Adoree. And they came out and they shut Christian McCaffrey down. And
Hmm
I know he got 100 yards, but that was on one run with Leo Williams out the game. You know what I'm
hmm
saying? And they had to adjust. Once they adjusted, you know what I'm saying? They went back to shutting down the running game. Um, and I was even telling people in the stands, I was like, they not going to run on us. They not going to run on us because I know this defense is got to play up to this level in order for this team to win right now because, as we said, the offense isn't there yet. Now, I want to make some other quick points. O'Shane Zimenez. Now, O'Shane Zimenez, I'm going to tell you why. And we mentioned this before over there at Big Pat Sports Talk. Shout out to Big Pat Sports Talk. You know what I'm saying? That's my homie. We said that O'Shane Zimenez, and shout out to Coach Ed because Coach Ed pulled up the tape and showed us why O'Shane Zimenez was a better fit for Wink Martindale's system than
Yep.
somebody like Quincy Roche. And
hmm
look at here, look at here. The coaches actually know what they're talking about. They're actually smarter than us fans. Whoa, who
What a
knew?
concept! What a
I
concept,
will be
man.
damned. I will be damned. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Because I swore like hell, and I never even played professional football, or any real type of organized football, that I could coach better than Joe Judge and Jason Garrett. I swore I could. I'm
I
not
think
gonna
any of
lie to
us
you
could have coached better
because
than those
I was
guys.
watching it on TV, and I'm like, what are these guys doing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So now you got a coach that knows football better than the fans, and so you got to trust your coaches. You know what I'm saying? So I trust Wink Martindale and these coaches on defense. And I
I
trust
think that's
Dable
true.
and Kafka on offense. You know what I'm saying? But just sticking with the defense, you got to trust Wink Martindale knows what he's doing, man. And he knows how to put these players in the correct position.
hmm
Because these aren't no superstars out there they playing with right now. Remember, we just told you the three best players was out. Not to mention you missing Aaron Robinson,
Yep.
who, showed in game one he can handle the cornerback position. You know what I'm saying? So you're missing him, and guess what? They still held Carolina in check. Now Carolina's offense ain't gonna knock your socks off, but the fact of the matter is they got one of the best running backs in the game. So, and I mean, for all Baker Mayfield is, I mean, he is a veteran quarterback, and he did see Wink Martindale's defense a couple of times over there in Cleveland.
hmm
So he still made the guy see ghost out there. You know what I'm saying? So you got to give a shout out, man, and get behind this defense and stop talking about the dang on quarterback, man. That offense is going to get it figured out, man, and they're doing just enough. Let's praise this defense. Let's give props to the defense. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Wink Martindale, um, and the rest of the coaching staff over there on defense because they are the ones that held this team down. You know what I'm saying? With the defensive players over there, man.
I
And
love this defense. I love
this
how this
defense
defense is being run.
is what the pulse of the team is going to be, and this is what the identity of this team is going to be. And you wanted your team to have an identity. They have an identity. They're going to run the football. They're going to play good defense. They're going to play good special teams, and they're going to play clean, mistake-free football on offense. Now,
Old school
first game
Giant
wasn't
football.
right. The first game wasn't clean, but the second game I thought was rather clean on offense. You know what I'm saying? From a penalty standpoint and from just turnovers.
Hmm.
Um, so that's my spill on it, man. I know I've been rambling, man, but like this team got me hyped, man. I think this team can really do something, man. And you know, the fans got to chill, man. New York
They
fan base
can't
is
though. The problem is, I apologize to cut you off.
go ahead.
They can't chill because this fan base has been so infused with losing and losing and losing for so long that that's all they can have on their mentality is losing because that's all the Giants have done for the past 10 years. The coaches that they've went through, the coordinators they've went through, the
Blue City, he
quarterback
had
not getting the
real
job
quick.
done, the front
Blue City, he
office.
had a chat with Will Fuller just to answer Blue
I
City's
think it was multiple receivers. They're not just Will Fuller. I
but
believe it was multiple receivers.
nobody can really confirm anything with OBJ. And OBJ is just he's not ready to come back. He's not going to help the team right now.
Not
This is
until
something
November.
you might think about if we pushing for the playoffs. Then yeah, I'd be all for it. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I would not honestly, I would not even be shocked if OBJ is still out there and the Giants are a playoff team. If they do, wouldn't be surprised if like Barkley and Shep try to recruit OBJ back to the Giants. But in terms
Yeah,
of the defense, how the hell can you not love this defense right now? I mean, we were just pretty much praising the guys that are not even household names that are getting the job done. Austin Calitro, yeah, he struggled a little bit. That's another guy. He was making some plays in that first week. Second week, maybe not as good as he was in that first week, but he was making some plays. O'Shane Zimenez, everybody, he was pretty much the punching bag of this fan base for so long. Now we can go out there and say that O'Shane Zimenez is going out there and he's contributing. He looks like a Pro Bowl player right now, the way he's been performing out there. I even said it crazily. I thought this dude could get 2 sacks in the game this past weekend. He ended up getting one. Jahide Ward has been a good, solid player on terms of the run defense. He's been good. Dexter Lawrence. Dexter freaking Lawrence has been playing so well up the middle of that defense, getting pressure. Maybe not a lot of people are talking about it, but Dexter Lawrence has been disrupting in the middle of that defense. He's been
right.
playing well. I'm going to continue to praise the hell out of these safeties. These safeties get me excited. It reminds me, NYG, of those days of when we had Deion Grant, Entree Roll, and Kenny Phillips when we ran that three safety
Yeah,
system during the
yeah,
2011 Super Bowl. That's how much I have confidence right now in these three safeties right now, and they're all young. And I'm telling you right
yeah.
now, I'm going to throw it out there. I know I said Jones, Barkley, Shep, three guys I would keep if this team makes the playoffs. Another guy I think we have to keep because he's a glue guy is Julian Love. I think it would be feel like it would be a
Mm-hmm.
mistake if we somehow do not find a way to keep Julian Love on this team because he's not a great player. He's not going to be an all-pro. He's not going to be a Pro Bowler. He's not going to go out there and wow you. But what this guy does is he does the little things on this team that gives you an opportunity to win on defense. He's that gritty type glue player that you need on your team. Everybody needs
Right.
a Julian Love on their team, and I believe he's essential. And I'm not the only one that has been saying this. I believe Julian
Yeah, a
Love is
lot of people been
essential
saying it.
to keep on this
I've been
team.
saying it too. I think
I
he. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I was agreeing with you guys.
And I mean another guy. Let's give praise to Adoree Jackson. Adoree Jackson. Nobody's really passing on this guy right now. I mean, teams are obviously it has a lot to do with Aaron Robinson at the time being unproven, so they want to try to go after him. And obviously Cordell Flott being a rookie, he got exposed a little bit in the game at the beginning against DJ Moore, but then towards the end of the game he started to pick it up, including making some nice plays in the run game, making some good open field tackles. But when it comes to Adoree Jackson, this guy has been that shutdown number one corner that we've been wanting and we've been talking about and expecting him to be. Adoree Jackson has been great so far this season.
Right.
And he's probably helped out this defense because what does Wink Martindale need to have in his defense for it to fully succeed? He needs guys in the secondary to go out there and be able to handle the coverage in one-on-ones, zones, dimes, whatever type of defensive scheme he's throwing out there. It's predicated on the defensive backs being able to go out there and also be able to cover long enough that if the pass rush doesn't get home immediately, at least you know you can trust those guys to be able to go out there and handle their coverage enough until the pass rush is able to get home. Timon Fox is another guy. I'll give him credit. He didn't play as many snaps as he did in the first
Yeah,
game, but when
Fox.
he's been out there, he still made some plays. So Adoree Jackson is another guy I want to give props to. He's been going out there and he's been playing well. I am a little bit worried about Darnay Holmes. I know he's been he had some good moments. Holmes has been getting exposed a little bit in the slot. Got to be real. He has not been great right now in the slots, and teams have started targeting him in the middle of that field. And the linebackers, the linebackers in terms of the coverage, it is still making me a little bit worried. Every defense, that's probably our biggest hole right now in terms of our defense overall. And obviously, we have to see if Cordell Flock improve himself a little bit more, as well as Aaron Robinson at that cornerback 2 spot. But the defense, how the hell can you not be excited, especially the fact we lost Leonard Williams. He has an MCL sprain, probably be out for what? You think about 2 to 6 weeks tops,
I
Kayvon
think they'll
Thibodeau was.
probably I think they'll probably hold them out past the Green Bay game.
I agree.
And they'll hold them out this game, the Bears game, and the Packers game.
Yeah, they're going to take their time with him, not rushing back to the field. I think we're going to get back Kayvon Thibodeau and Azeez Ojulari against the Cowboys. And I mean, you're talking about getting your 2 best pass rushers back in this defense. And like you said, I don't think this defense has even played their best game yet. As good as they played, I don't even think they've played their best game yet. So I'm just so happy with this defense. I think Wink Martindale has called some phenomenal defensive games so far on defense. He's been confusing the hell out of the quarterbacks, both Tannehill and especially Baker Mayfield. I love the fact he's sending blitzes on the outside with cornerbacks, safeties. We saw Xavier McKinney doing blitzes on the outside. We saw Darnay Holmes blitzing on the outside. We saw Julian Love blitzing up the middle of the field. That's what you need to
But
do if you don't have your
what he does is simulate pressure. So
exactly.
it looks like they're blitzing, but they're really only sending 4. You just don't know which 4 on
Exactly.
any given play. And he
Absolutely.
also disguises the coverages on the back end to where you you don't know if a linebacker is dropping into those crossing routes.
Mm-hmm.
So Wink Martindale does a lot on defense. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to uh, Nick Filato over there at Big Blue View. Um, he did a very good breakdown on the Giants' scheme on defense and how they were
Mm-hmm.
able to confuse Baker Mayfield all game long. So y'all go check that out. I do subscribe to Big Blue View. It's a pretty good channel. Um,
Yeah, they do a good job over there. I agree with that.
yeah. But he broke it down too. You know what I'm saying? But that's what's going to cause quarterbacks problems because they're going to hold the ball because they don't know where the pressure's coming from, and they also don't know. See, because if you bring a a safety down and he blitzes, but then your outside linebacker, your edge rusher, drops back in coverage, what you gonna do? You know what I'm saying? Because you don't, you know, if you throw a lazy pass over the middle, that linebacker's gonna pick it off. That's why you see a lot in Baltimore. You've seen a lot of those linebackers get interceptions, and I think we're gonna start to see some of that from this Giants defense. The
I agree.
turnovers are going to start to come in bunches, man, and I think it starts this Monday with Dallas Cowboys and Cooper Rush because they turn the ball over a lot, and also uh, Cooper Rush, like I said earlier, probably should have had about 5 interceptions in that game against the Bengals if they didn't have Eli Apple on their roster and their safeties and cornerbacks could catch passes. So um, I think Julian Love, Xavier McKinney, even guys like Darnay Holmes, they're
Dane
gonna catch those
Belton.
passes. Dane Belton, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna catch those. So
Mm-hmm.
I think it starts this Monday. The turnover fest is bound to happen. So is the sack fest because with these 2 guys coming back, you know,
And the
Wing Martin
Cowboys' offensive line being horrid too.
and pass protection they are. Now
Mm-hmm.
they can establish the run though. You can't sleep
Yeah,
on that. You know
they
what I'm
are good
saying?
at run blocking. I agree, but
Right.
their pass
Can't sleep
protection is
on
not
that,
good
and
at
you do
all.
have to watch Tony Pollard over there. I expect Wink to scheme up similar design um, game plan for a guy like Tony Pollard because he can't catch the ball out the backfield
I'm glad you
and
brought
be
his name up too.
yeah be one of those scat backs. Um, so
And they're
with
not going to
that
have
said,
Dalton Schultz
Peter
too.
Alonso with a 3-run home run, Brewers 4, Mets
That's my
3, Tigers.
boy, the
So
polar
there's
bear
the
coming
update.
alive.
Right, and I'm gonna do this, make this a thing because I do have all the scores. If there's games playing while we're on, we do come on Tuesday, so might not get no football, but you definitely gonna get baseball, basketball over here, and we're gonna transition to the baseball here soon, and then later on the basketball. So y'all stay tuned, man. You know what I'm saying? Kick back and relax with your boy NYG22 and Unpopular Opinion Sports and the Big Blue Crew. All right, so um, but yeah, the defense, man. Shout out to the defense, man. I'm gonna let Nimmer get in here and speak his piece real quick before we transition to baseball.
Already. So what I was gonna say, what you guys were saying earlier, give the offense time, guys. Like I'm not to you guys, but like to like people out in the world. Like I've been on some of the spaces that where they're attacking DJ and everything. Just give the offense time. Mike Kafka is learning stuff. Defense, I agree with you guys. I think the defense is going to take a next step probably this Monday. We're probably going to have a really good game. I don't know the score prediction. I'm going to give it probably on Friday, but I got to think it through for that one.
It's too early to really give a score prediction right now. We got to wait and see the injury reports for both teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't sleep on the Cowboys though. Like we can't sleep on no team. Like I said, this ain't gonna be a team to come out there and blow people out. I did have them blowing out Carolina, and I was wrong on that. You know, I'm not gonna be uh, somebody to double down on my BS, as they say.
Mm.
So I was wrong on the score prediction. This is not that type of Giants team, so I expect the game to pretty much be close for the most part.
Plus, they're
Um,
getting Michael Gallup back, and that's a big weapon added back to that
man,
offense. And Michael Gallup gives our team fits. Michael Gallup is that type
yeah,
of wide receiver that always gives the Giants fits every time we play him. That guy just makes those plays every single time against us, and he's most likely going to be lined up against Cordell Flott on the outside because I believe Adoree Jackson is going to shadow C.D. Lamb a lot in this game.
you
So
don't think
it's
Robinson comes back?
I don't think Robinson's going to be ready. I mean, I don't know how long I don't know how long appendix surgery usually
I
takes
mean,
after you get it.
yeah, he
He
was
might be
out.
out for another week just as precaution.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Maybe
not
so.
sure though.
Yeah, because if he comes back, I think that's huge.
But they
Um,
don't have Dalton Schultz though, and that's a big blow for them. Dalton Schultz was actually. I'm glad you brought up Tony Pollard because I thought that he was going to be one of those guys that could give the Giants problems since they have issues covering the running backs in the middle of the field or even the tight ends. Because we haven't played a really good tight end yet, and Dalton Schultz would have been one of those guys that has given us problems in the past. And Schultz is a good player, but he's going to be out, so that's going to be one less guy to really worry about in the middle of the field. I don't know who their backup is. I think it's this kid Ferguson, so I'm not really worried about him as much. It's really Tony Pollard that's like the guy that worries me the most on that Cowboys offense because of how elusive he is, getting in and out of his breaks. And the Cowboys are pretty much going to use Pollard like the Giants have been using Barkley, where they're going to throw him all over the field in the backfield and slot, wheel
yeah,
routes, slant routes, outside. They're going to throw Tony Pollard literally all over this offense. And Gallup is another guy you got to look out for because he's that guy on the outside that just makes those terrific, tough catches, and he could take the top off the defense too.
yeah. Michael Gallup can, and definitely they got to watch for Tony Pollard. But when you watch the tape, and we'll be breaking down film Friday over there at Big Pat Sports Talk, and we'll get into all that. But you
Yeah,
know,
I'll try to make
I
sure
did,
I hop on with you guys this time. I missed the last
yeah,
one, but I'll try to make sure I get on this one.
I did my you know, I go through the film when the all 22 is available, um, and I looked at it, and the like I'm saying, the way Dallas runs their offense is going to be run heavy, run
Mm-hmm.
first, and if the Giants can stop the run, slow down the run, which they have been doing in the first couple games, checking uh, Derrick Henry and Chris McCaffrey in check, then that's going to put Cooper Rush in third and longs, potentially third downs, which we've been excellent. I think number one in the league in third downs.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so now when you put them in third downs, now what? Now you can unleash your pass rush. You know what I'm saying? And you
Yep.
unleash your pass rush. If you got Thibodeau, Ojolari, and then you're going to swap them out, bring in Zimenez, Ward, Fox. You know what I'm saying? So now you got a good rotation of pass rushers. You don't have to burn Ojolari and KT out game one back.
Yeah.
You got Zimenez. You can rotate these guys in and out. And Wink is smart enough to do that. So you got fresh pass rushers coming in every down. Now what? You know what I'm saying?
I hear
You
exactly what you're saying.
you see what I'm saying? You're gonna be
Mm.
able to not only get pressure on Cooper Rush, but force him into mistakes. This
Mm-hmm.
guy's an undrafted free agent, man. Ain't nobody scared of him.
And put
Just
your
because he
hands
had
up. Put
one
your hands up and knock
right.
that ball down.
Just because he had one good game against the dang on Bengals and Eli Apple, ain't nobody scared of Cooper Rush. This
Yeah.
guy can easily be confused. You know what I'm saying? And Wink is going to confuse the hell out of this dude. He ain't gonna know what the hell hit him by the time the game over with. Now it's gonna be up to the Giants offense to not let Dallas's defense do the same thing to them. You know what I'm saying?
That's where I'm
So
glad you were going with that, because I think that's the key to this game is that Giants offense, namely their offensive line, that was not good last week against that Dallas pass rush, which is not Dallas's pass rush is pretty solid. Not just Micah Parsons, but other guys on that defensive line have been getting pressure. Yes, Cincinnati is not a good offensive line. That is true. But they do have some guys on that defensive line that can get pressure on the quarterback. So can our offensive line hold up enough? Can Daniel Jones not make those crucial turnovers? And can our wide receivers, not named Richie James and Sterling Shepard, show up and actually do something? And I'm talking to you, number 19, if you actually play, 89 if you play more snaps, and I would like to see Darius Slayton get more snaps out there.
man, I don't know why they got Slay on the bench, man. You know
They
what I'm
don't
saying?
like him. It's obviously just they don't like
For
him
whatever
for this
reason,
fit.
he don't fit their scheme, which is weird because it seems like the perfect fit for a scheme where you need to get guys out of the dang on box and somebody to take the top off the defense. So Saquon Barkley ain't facing 8, 6, 7, 8, 9 man boxes all dang on game.
Yeah,
You
they
know
have
what I'm
Sterling
saying?
Shepard as their deep threat right now, and Shepard
And
just came off
Shep
an
ain't that
Achilles.
fast, man. He's
Yeah,
not
he's
that
good
type
at
of.
route running.
He's a
That's how he
good
gets
route runner.
open.
Yeah, he can confuse somebody, man. But if you, which I think teams will start do, bracket and coverage him. You know what I'm saying? That's going to take him out the game for the most part. So
Exactly.
now you're going to need these other receivers to step up. You know what I'm saying? So KG ain't the answer. He's washed. Slayton they don't like. Sills
It's
is
going
a
to have to be
practice squad
Kadarius
player.
Toney and Wandale Robinson.
It's
It's
got to
going
be
to have to
Robinson
be
or
Toney
Tony.
and Robinson. It's got to be both of them, because I think David Sills.
We ain't
That's
talking to Will
that
Fuller now. These
Cinderella
guys
is
are
not.
fishing for
No,
receivers.
it's
They
the
don't
David
like to
Sills
do.
Cinderella stuff is going to end soon. Let's be real. They know they like David Sills. The dude is not going to get open like this consistently. And Richie James, he's playing well right now. He's leading the team in receiving, but he's not
Right.
a great player. It's Kadarius Toney and it's Wandale Robinson that have to be the guys that have to stay healthy, and they need to go out there and be those two game-breaking receivers that we know that we think they can be, especially Toney. But I really believe that Wandale Robinson was going to be a bigger part of this offense until he got hurt in that first game against the Titans. I think they wanted to primarily use him a lot in that offense in that slot position. And when he got hurt, it sort of threw off their entire offense. And that's why they threw out guys like Richie James. And obviously Toney is still banged up right now. So I really believe that Wandale Robinson is a guy they want to throw out there and do some of these concepts in the middle of the field, because he'll be a little bit more explosive than I think even Richie James is right now. And, of course, we know how good Toney is. It's not going to be KG. It's going to be Wandale Robinson and Kadarius Toney that are the X factors right now in this offense. They need those two guys to stay healthy, and they need those two guys to go out there and make those plays that this offense knows that they can make because they both have the talent.
I'm gonna
Those are the
give you
guys.
I'm gonna give you something real quick that I noticed on the field Sunday as I watched the game live in person. Um, I had upper deck seats, so I basically had an all 22 view of the field, which was excellent for me. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Being now that I'm been studying the game a lot differently. So I seen uh, Darius Slayton. It was one play on the offense. And I don't know if they could see it on the broadcast English, but it was one play on offense. It was later on in the game, I think maybe third or fourth quarter. Um, and Kadarius Tony was lining up to the right of Slayton, and
Mm-hmm.
Slayton tapped him and was like, "Nah, get over here." And he moved over, you know what I'm saying, to the inside slot position to the left of Slayton. You know what I'm saying? So Slayton had to tell him where to line up. So obviously, there is something with this guy not either not knowing the plays or um, not understanding the scheme of how things work or something of that nature to where
Mm-hmm.
why he's not getting the playing time that we think he should
Mm-hmm. I
and
agree.
you know not being targeted. So um, and I think these guys kind of sort of see the receivers as a mesh group where they can just put one out, replace one in whatever they depending on what they feel like doing, and there's no one receiver that they gotta have on the field for all of the snaps. You know what I'm saying? They don't see this group that way. I think they want that type of receiver, but they don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Um, they may want Wandell Robinson to be that. That's why they drafted him in the second round. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know. You know what I'm saying? Because if you was going to take a receiver, you know, look at what Garrett Wilson's over there doing with the Jets. So if you're going to take a receiver, now I know they wasn't in a position to take a Garrett Wilson, but there were still other receivers on the board that you could have took instead of Wandell Robinson. Now we don't know what Wandell Robinson is, and shout out to Wandell Robinson. I hope he gets better. I hope he comes back soon and
You
gets.
think he
You know what
comes
I'm
back
saying?
this week?
I don't know. We'll see. That'd be great, for him to show out his first game against the Dallas stinking Cowboys. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? So that'll be terrific if Wandell Robinson can come back. But if he can't, you still need Tony or Slayton or one of these other receivers to step up, man. It can't be, well, maybe it can be Richie James week in and week out, but I highly doubt that's going to be the case. Um, at some point, they got to stretch the field, man, and get
Yeah.
these defenders out of the box, man, because that's going to make winning hard for the Giants on offense because Saquon Barkley is going to have a hard time when the box is loaded, and they need
As is what happened in this past game. They
right.
stacked the box against Saquon Barkley, and the Giants couldn't operate on offense. The offensive line was breaking down, and Daniel Jones couldn't get it. A receiver wasn't getting open at all. They were being bracketed. No matter who it was out there, they couldn't get open.
Right. That's why you need a field stretcher so you can back those defenders off so your quarterback can have and your receivers can have room to operate. You can't have guys in your face all game long, whether it's
Yeah,
the receivers or the quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
that's that's how the Giants are gonna have to beat the Cowboys. They're gonna have to um, create explosive or big plays at some point.
I think Shep
It,
can do it because he's shown he can get down the field. He did it in that other game where he drew that big penalty. And if he wasn't held, he probably would have had a big play. It's just you don't want to rely on him to be
but
the
he's
guy that's
not
going to
going to do
stretch
it
the
with
field.
speed.
No, that's right.
You need a guy that can run past defenders. And even if Daniel Jones missed, now I'm gonna tell you one thing about the Cowboys. The Cowboys commit a lot of penalties.
That is
So
true.
if you can get a guy to run down the field, maybe you get a penalty or something, and that's going to make the defense look like, oh shit, they got somebody that can go down the field, let us back up. You know what I'm saying? And get more of that like cover two look or something like that. And then now your quarterback has room in the middle of the field, and also your running back is not facing 8-man boxes. So
Mhm.
that's what you need. Otherwise, they just gonna cheat up the whole game. If they
Absolutely.
don't
And
got
the
nobody
things,
that can, if there's no deep threat of somebody blowing by them in the backfield, then in the down the field or whatever, it, there's no reason for a defensive coordinator to, unless you just stupid to play that type of coverage.
but
You
that's
know
the
what I'm
thing
saying?
too. That's the funny. That's why I'm a little bit confused about why Slayton's not playing. I mean, we know why Galladay's not playing. You guys, you obviously saw the article that Dan Dugan put out there about the fact that Galladay, when they were doing those deep passes, apparently in Wednesday practice, Galladay was so slow that he couldn't even catch up to some of these deep passes. He was like way behind. And
It
obviously he
doesn't
pissed
he's
off the
slow.
coaching staff enough where that's probably why they demoted him because the guy's just he has no explosiveness in his legs. So that's probably why Galladay's not playing. And Tony, like you just said before, and I think you're right, and I'll give you props for that. I don't think he understands the playbook fully right now, and he still doesn't understand the concepts of this offense. We have to remember Kadarius Toney is still probably learning how to play wide receiver because he was a running back and a quarterback in college.
There you
He just
go.
started playing
Good
wide
point.
receiver. I don't
Good
understand why
point.
Slayton is not playing. I really don't know why Darius Slayton is not playing. I don't know if maybe they just don't like him. They think he's just like he's not understanding the concepts in practice right now. They think he's too inconsistent. They think like he's just like not mentally there. I don't know why Darius Slayton is not playing because he does have that type of skill set more than David Sills, more than Richie James, and even in a way more than Sterling Shepard in terms of the deep threat. You need that deep threat right now. That's what Darius Slayton is, and I really don't understand why he's not playing. It's just probably the fact that the coaching staff just does not trust Darius Slayton in this offense for some reason.
It's gotta be the scheme that they want to run, man. Which is why they don't. We know what the problem with Galladay is,
Yeah.
but it's why they don't want to put guys really trust guys like Slayton and Kadarius Toney.
They want
It's
those
got to be the
twitchy guys. They're going to know what they're
right. It's
doing in their
got to be
route
the type of
concepts.
right to understand exactly route
And know how
concepts.
to get open. They know how to
Right.
get open. And Tony, he gets open, but he just doesn't know how to run these. He doesn't. He's not a good route runner completely because he's still learning to be a wide receiver. He can get open because of his natural ability, but he still gets confused when it comes to these different types of plays, and he gets lost at times with his route concept. Like you said, Darius
Right.
Slayton had to pretty much signal him and tell him, you need to get off the line. You need to go over here at this point. He's still learning how to play, and also the fact the guy keeps getting hurt every single second. That's, I think, the problem with Tony. Galladay, obviously, is just too damn slow, and he looks like he just doesn't have it anymore. Maybe he proves us wrong, but right now we're all looking like we're damn pretty smart that he looks done. And I guess Darius Slayton just doesn't fit this offense, and maybe that's why they're going out there and looking at a guy like Will Fuller and some of these other receivers. And now I really wonder. I was going to ask this to you and Nimmer, and to the chat. Do you think they're going to bring in another wide receiver in the next couple of days? And if they do, who's going to get taken off this roster? Who's going to be the guy that's going to get the short end of the stick?
Uh, if they sign a wide receiver, um, I hate to say, it might be Slayton. Um, and I like Darius Slayton. Um, but it don't seem like the coaches like him. I mean, it ain't nothing I can do about that. You know what I'm saying? I can
Yeah.
praise the guy and say that he fits the offense and get behind him and root for him. But if the coaches don't see it that way, then he's just gonna be gone. You know what I'm saying? And unless unless they do the unthinkable and release Kenny Galladay,
Do you think they have the balls to do it?
man. Well, they call them the day balls, pause. That's
Yeah,
what they've been
pause.
calling them, right? You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Well,
They've already
maybe
made moves
because
like that before. They cut Blake
because
Martinez before when we didn't expect it, though his cap hit
right,
is nowhere near what Galladay's is. But if
right,
there's any GM that is going to make a move like that, I think it would be Joe Shane because he knows that Galladay is just, especially like the way that happened after the game. I know Julian Love tried to so hard, like defend Galladay and say, well, he's not the only one that did what he did after the game, and we cleared his locker and
yeah.
just pretty much got the hell out
I'm
of there.
not gonna
But
hold him
let's be
too much for
real.
that. Yeah,
Let's be
but
real. I mean,
it's just
Galladay's a
the media
problem.
is going to put it out there like it is. But it's clear the media don't even have to stretch this one. It's clear the coaches don't want him on the team. You know what I'm saying?
No. No, he's a,
It's
he's
clear.
a
You know
he-
what I'm saying?
he's an appendix right now to that offense, and they know that they can't get it done right now with him, and that's the reason why he's not playing. And I mean, if they could, I think the only reason why, obviously, we all know the only reason why he's on this team is because that absolutely ridiculous cap number that cap hit he would give us if we do cut him. So
Right.
maybe you know what, Joe Shane's just like F it, I'm gonna do it, and I'm just gonna like take the ramifications going into the cap next year. It'll hit our cap
Good.
a little bit, but who knows?
You know what I'm saying? You
He
very well
might just
could.
do it. He might just say like whatever. I'm gonna cut my losses and I'm just gonna do what's best for the team, and then get rid of Kenny Galladay because obviously I honestly believe the fact they were looking at so many wide receivers, and I apologize if I'm rambling on so much. I
Are you
think the
good?
fact that we're looking at so many wide receivers today, I do believe they're going to try to bring in a wide receiver in the next day or two because they have time. And if that's the case, I think it's going to obviously be between Darius Slayton and Kenny Galladay because they're not going to get rid of Shep. It'd be a stupid move. You can't get rid of the heart and soul of this offense other than Barkley. I think they really like David Sills. I hate to say it, they really like David Sills
I
when
don't
he
know
brings this
why, but
offense.
like
They
that.
really like him for some reason.
Yeah.
He's played the most snaps for a reason. They
Right.
like Richie James because he's good on special teams and he's good in the slot.
I like
Obviously,
Ricky
they
James.
drafted
I ain't gonna
Wandale
hold Ricky James.
Robinson.
Um,
It's between
I ain't gonna-
Tony, Slayton, and Galladay. It's between those three guys that they bring in another wide receiver of who's going to go. And obviously, the easy one is probably Slayton. But who knows? Maybe they do the unthinkable and trade away. I mean, get rid of a Galladay. Maybe even they're crazy enough to get rid of Tony if they really just don't believe in him. I don't think they'll do that, but you never know. You never know with this organization what they might do. I think that's the least likely scenario. I think they're going to give up on Tony. I mean, but you never know. But I think I would not be surprised if they sign some type of wide receiver, even like a Will Fuller, if he comes in. And I think that Slayton is probably the easiest one to go, but I would not be shocked if Galladay is gone by sometime this week. I would not be surprised at all because I just don't think they want him here. It's evident they don't want him here, but the fact they didn't play him. There's even reports, I don't know if you saw the report by Aaron Wilson, who works with the Texans. He even said there's a possibility that the Giants can make Galladay inactive for the foreseeable future. I could see this becoming a scenario where the Giants are just like, you know what? This guy's not going to get it done. He's like Alshon Jeffrey, what he was like with the Eagles years ago. Let's just cut our losses or inactive him, not play him, pay him whatever he wants, and then he'll become the most expensive $72 million wide receiver on the bench, or he'll be on his ass out of here. I'm feeling it's trending that way.
So, real quick, um, as we transition here, I'm gonna transition. We spent an hour and a half
What's up,
on the
Earl?
Giants. Yeah, shout out to Earl. You please could like the video and subscribe. I
That's my
appreciate
guy,
you
Earl
tuning in.
Cole.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man, for pulling up, man, and tuning in with us. But
Wait,
yeah,
NYG, can I answer Jeffy's question?
yeah, sure, man. Chime in.
Absolutely. Go for it.
So I think Kenny Galladay is out of here. He's not. I've talked to my friends. I've talked to everybody. They said that it's no chance that he's going to be here. I think they're going to cut him. He's not going to be here that longer. He's out of here for definite. Darius Slayton, there's a likely chance that they could cut him, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think more likely that they would like to cut Kenny Galladay. That's my
But
thinking.
is the GM going to have the guts enough to take that giant cap hit going into 2023? That's the
I think it's
thing.
$4.5 million they're gonna have to eat if they cut him.
Yeah.
That's
They're
true.
gonna
How
have
are they
to
going to do
eat
that?
that, like that, plus his salary, plus that.
Mhm.
So
That's true.
that's going to take up a lot of their cap.
We
Real
were
quick,
also
Pirates.
Go ahead,
Pirates.
man.
Let me plug in the baseball scores real quick because it's around the city. We can't just talk Giants. I know it's a heavy conversation, but Pirates 5-4 over the Yankees right now.
Oh,
In
man.
the top of the eighth, and the Mets are down 4-3 in the top of the seventh to the Brewers.
Come on, Mets. Pick it up. Pick it up. But, yes. Thank you,
Appreciate you,
Earl.
Earl. Appreciate you subscribing and hitting the
Earl's a
like.
good dude. I do wrestling podcasts with him every Monday for the Monday Night Raw Watch Along. And
Okay,
he does a
cool.
show called The Wrestling Experience. I believe our guy Mac is going to be on the show with him on Thursday or Friday. So Earl does some awesome stuff over there with the Hardcore Sports Network. He's a good dude, really awesome guy. Love working with him doing the wrestling stuff. So Earl, it's awesome to see you, bro, and hope you're enjoying your Tuesday night. Hope you have a good time tomorrow at the AEW event over at New York City and Queens at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
That's what's up, man. Appreciate you, man. And I am subscribed to you guys over there at Hardcore Sports Network. Shout out to them, man. Go subscribe, man. They doing awesome things over there, man. And go subscribe to Jeffy T 85 now, not 3285, 85. Um, Jeffy is basically our community's Adam Scheffler. He plugs in all the news and notes of Yankees, well, not Yankees, Mets, Giants, Nets, WWE, and various other sports.
Appreciate that,
So
man. Thank you for the shout out.
no doubt, no doubt, no doubt. So let's
Can I just make
get,
a quick point about the Jets? I apologize because I didn't
go
really
ahead.
talk. No, I didn't really get a chance to talk about the Jets. I'll say this about the Jets.
Yeah, we talk about the Jets a little bit. I got into the Jets in the first part of the stream, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really round it out because I just kind of talked a little bit about the game and
Mm-hmm.
um. But yeah, go
I'll give
ahead.
my props to Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco had a nice bounce back game after he looked like a stiff in that first game, where they should have not had him pass for 57 times behind that offensive line. But I'll give him credit. He bounced back. I believe he had 4 touchdowns in that game. I mean, the
Mm,
running game was much better. Their offensive line played well. Garrett Wilson. I was one of those guys out there that said I don't want to toot my own horn. I said Garrett Wilson would be one of the breakout wide receivers in this draft class, and he looks spectacular right now. How good he
yeah, he
looks.
does.
I
Does.
love Elijah Moore. I think he's another one of those second year wide receivers that's gonna come out and look strong. Brees Hall and Michael Carter, they look good as a running back duo. They played a lot better in this game against the Browns. And I think the defense overall, they played pretty solid. I didn't think they had their best game, but they played pretty yeah, excuse me. Played pretty solid. I thought Sauce had one of his worst games, but I really liked Sauce a lot at that cornerback position. And I'll give
Yeah,
credit
he
where
gonna
credit
have
is due.
rookie
The
moments.
Jets bounced back after being down 14 and they were able to come back and pull out that victory. That's a game that can ignite the confidence in a young team that's looking to find themselves with all the young talent they have. And they got a lot of young talent.
But what you
And
do with just chime in real quick? What you
go
do
for it.
with uh Zach Wilson when he come back?
Oh, he's
You
playing.
got he's
He's
playing
playing.
over Flacco.
You have to. You have to get a good evaluation of this young quarterback. As
Yeah,
good as
I agree.
Flacco's playing, you have to know what Zach Wilson is. That's the thing. And
You
I went out there and I said it, and I probably am going to get killed for it because I said a lot. I always thought that the Jets had a little bit more talent than the Giants overall in terms of their young talent and progression because they were going into their second and third year in their
shame
rebuild.
on you, Jeff. Shame on you, Jeff.
I had to because I like this Jets team, the type of talent they put together. Call me a Giants fan. Call me a hating Giants fan. I got to be
I,
real. They
I,
had a lot
I,
of good young talent
yeah.
on this team. They just need to learn to win. I love I think the Giants have good talent too, but I'm going by progression in terms of where the team is in their rebuild. The Giants are obviously ahead, a lot more ahead
Mhm.
than we thought in their first year of a rebuild. The Jets are in the second and third year of their rebuild. They got a ton of talent on that offense, a lot of talent on that offense
Question
that
now.
is still getting it together.
Question now
Shoot,
for for the Jets. And if there's any Jets fans in the building,
where's
please drop
Puko?
your comments. And ooh, Francisco Lindor with a grand slam at 7,
That's
Brewers
my
4,
boy.
top of
Let's go,
7
Frankie.
and
Let's
8.
go.
All right, so the Mets with a big home run, man. Thanks for the update, Levance. Um, as we're gonna try to keep you update on the baseball and everything
Let's
around the
go.
league. So now, quick thing with the Jets, if they struggled this season, which it looks like they could. I mean, that was a great win, but I don't want to poo-poo it. But we know the Browns obviously lost that game. I mean, how obvious could it be? I mean, you were up 2 scores with 2 minutes to go, and you blew the
Mm,
game. That's some Riri stuff. You know what I'm
mm.
saying? So, um, but if they struggle, how hot is Robert Sala's seat? You know what I'm saying? This season. You know what I'm saying? That's something I haven't heard a lot be talked about. If they struggle, is he really on the hot seat? Him and Joe Douglas, because you got to think
That's a
what
good question.
what are they gonna do if they struggle? Are they gonna give Zach Wilson a new coaching staff and have a new coaching staff coming here, or are they going to keep Salah and Douglas, despite the fact that this team, you know, supposed to be progressing this year? They should be showing progression this year. You
Two
know,
questions. Number one, what would you define as a bad season or struggle? How many wins?
well, what were they last year?
I think they were the
Four,
same record as us.
four and
They were,
13. So
yeah, I
yeah,
think they were 4-13.
you got to be better than that. I had the Jets. I picked the Jets on this very show here to go 7-10. I think that's the bar for them. If you give me
Do you think
anything less
that's
than
worth firing?
6 wins, is that really improvement?
No, no, not 5-6 wins. If they go 7-10, do you
Seven and
think
ten,
that's
no, yeah, I think
okay?
you bring them back.
Okay.
I think you bring them back 7-10. I think that's the bar for the Jets because
And
that's
second
improvement.
question:
Yeah,
where's
that's
Zach Wilson is progression? How does Zach Wilson look when he comes back, and how does he play? Because that's going to play a part of it too. Is how does the quarterback look, the young quarterback, going into the rest of the season?
yeah. If he plays well, I think they get to 7-10. If he
Mm,
struggles, then they not going. I don't think they get there. They'll probably be right around a 5 or 4 win team again.
yeah. If he
So
plays well and he shows this front office that Zach Wilson could still be the franchise quarterback, it's going to buy Joe Douglas as well as it's going to buy Robert Saleh another year or so because they're going to look at that. And we always know if the quarterback is showing the progression enough, it's going to help out the GM because the GM is the one that drafted him, and they're not going to want to get rid of the GM if the quarterback is showing that progression needed to be a guy that they can count on as that franchise quarterback. They're not going to want to just yank the GM away and
right,
put him with a new general manager and a new coaching staff because we all know whoever the new GM is, whoever the new coaching staff is, they're going to eventually want their own quarterback. And it's the same scenario in a way with Daniel Jones, which we just I don't want to go back to that scenario, but you have to think about it. New coaching staff, new GM. They might be thinking about getting their new quarterback. It'll be the same thing here with the Jets. If you get rid of a guy like a Robert Saleh and a Joe Douglas, what does it mean for Zach Wilson? Because the new staff would not be tied to Zach Wilson. That
right.
might not be that mean they might be going quarterback hunting after that. So you have to think about that too. I think it's a lot going to do with what their record is, how they play down the stretch in the season, as is most important, how does the young quarterback look going into the season? If he's a guy that they can believe can be a possible franchise quarterback going into 2023.
I
That's
think
how
the
I
Jets.
believe it's going to depend on the staff.
I think the Jets pretty much have the pieces to get 7 wins. Um, like you said, look at the receivers. Um, Moore, um, Wilson, um, uh, the guy
Davis,
Barrios,
Corey
like
Davis.
Davis. Yeah. Tight ends. They got solid tight ends. Conklin and Uzama.
Mm,
The running backs are good. Hall and Carter. You know what I'm saying? The only question mainly is the quarterback. So if Joe Flacco can throw for 300 something yards on a pretty solid Cleveland Browns team, I mean, defensive wise, you know what I'm saying? I'm questioning their coaching because they've been giving up games like crazy, man. They almost blew one to the Panthers and then they blew one to the Jets. So that's a coaching issue for me. But
it's a shame
anyway,
because I like Stefanski. I think Stefanski was a pretty good coach when they brought him in, but I don't know what's going on with the
I don't know
Cleveland
what's
Browns
going on right
organization.
now
They're
because
a mess right now.
they don't look good, man. You know what I'm
I was
saying?
gonna say this point real quick before we move on to baseball. For some reason, the Jets I think of the Jets as like a more incomplete version of the Philadelphia Eagles, where they have
Really?
talent at the skill positions. They have a very good talent at the skill positions. They have a solid offensive line, but it's the quarterback. That is the biggest question about that offense, and if the quarterback is going to hold them back because I believe that with the Eagles, as much as I freaking can't stand them, and I couldn't stand watching the Eagles going out there and playing well yesterday, if Jalen Hurts plays the way he did last night, that Eagles offense is going to be hard to stop because of how much good talent they have all around that team on offense. If Jalen Hurts plays that well, and I believe the same thing with the Jets.
Ah, crap. 8-4 Pirates.
Oh
Oh,
man, who's
goodness
pitching?
gracious. Ah,
Is it
yeah.
Garrett Cole?
Man, I don't think Cole's pitching. I think Cole pitched the other night. Let me see.
Because I heard Montes went on the 15-day deal or 10 or 15-day IL or something recently.
Cortez started.
Or,
He gave
oh
up. He
man,
only gave up 1 run though. He pitched 5 innings, 1 run. So
so
he
it's the
didn't play.
bullpen that
He
gave
played
it
bad.
up.
The bullpen gave it up. Yeah,
Mm.
Mariaccio, Trevino gave up a run. Lazagra. Yeah,
Loizaga.
Loizaga, yeah, that's his name. He gave up 2 earned runs.
That
Clay
Michael King injury
Holmes,
is killing you guys. That
Clay
Michael
Holmes.
King injury is killing you guys in the bullpen. That was such a devastating injury. It's killed you guys because you have nobody in the bull. Who in the bullpen? Obviously, it's like a transition to baseball right now. But who in that bullpen? As I want you be honest right now, NYG. Who in that bullpen with the Yankees do you have utmost confidence that when he goes in that game, if your starting pitching gives you enough, like 6, 7 innings of good starting pitching, give up no runs, 1 run, who in that bullpen do you have confidence in that they're going to be able to lock it down and end the game?
Uh, jeez. I I
See?
can't I can't really say anybody right now. Let me look at the uh yeah, I don't hmm,
That's a
not
problem right
Trevino.
there. If
It's
you
not
can't even think
Trevino.
about it.
Yeah, it's not Holmes for sure.
Yeah, he's been
Um,
awful.
not the Wiseacre.
Chapman?
Chapman, I don't even got confidence in Chapman.
Mm-hmm.
Um, because he just always gives it up in man, the days of Mariano Rivera, man, got us for you. This guy, Chapman's okay at times, but I don't trust him in a big spot, man. I just don't.
I don't blame you.
I
I
don't
wouldn't
trust
trust
him
him
in a big
either.
spot, man. Yeah, we need some help here, man. We need some
Mm.
help here, man. The Yankees have got to, like I say, in the playoffs, in the baseball playoffs, you need timely hitting
Yep.
and solid starting pitching. Um, and what that insists of, obviously, is hitting the ball with runners in scoring position. You know what I'm saying? And it
Mm-hmm.
seems in playoff times, that has been the Yankees' biggest Achilles heel. They've got runners on base, can't bring them home.
Mm-hmm.
And the other biggest Achilles heel is the starting pitching. And it looks like the same old team
Yep.
going into this playoff again. Again, man. You know what I'm
Yeah, you're
saying?
right. You're
So
absolutely right.
I'm like, you got to change the makeup of this team, man. You can't have a bunch of sluggers, swing and
No.
miss guys. You need guys that can hit with some type of contact.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then you got guys hurt all the time. I mean, oh man. I
You just
mean,
seem like you're a lot frustrated. I feel it through the screen right now. You're like a frustrated Yankees fan that you want to be confident. You want to be confident in this team going into the playoffs, but they haven't shown
exactly
you anything. They have
right.
not showed you one reason right now to go into the playoffs and believe that they can get it done against a Houston or even get it done against a Toronto. Teams that are like Toronto's starting to get hot right now. They're playing better.
Yeah,
Houston, obviously, we all know how good Houston is. They're
it's
good every freaking
competitive
year.
teams, man. But I would be stunned. Well,
Seattle,
I actually wouldn't be stunned. I would be very highly disappointed if they didn't at least get to the ALCS probably play the
I would
Astros.
say World Series. The Yankees have
You know what
got to
I'm
get to
saying?
the World Series this year.
Well, yeah, they got to get
World
to the
Series or
World
bust.
Series, but I don't see how they don't get to the ALCS. I
I
mean,
agree.
you've got to really be. I mean, are you going to lose to Toronto? I
They
mean,
could. They could. Toronto's not a bad team. Toronto has talent. They got good pitching over there, and their lineup is stacked. I mean, when their lineup is going well, they got a lot of good hitters in that lineup, including Vlad,
so
including Bichette.
Who would Toronto play? Let me look at the standings real quick.
I think they play Seattle. I don't know if they played the NL Central winner, or maybe it's the Guardians. Oh, I hate saying that name. The
Man,
Guardians.
they the Indians, man, just
Yeah,
like
oh,
the
they're the Indians, no doubt.
Redskins.
It's like the Washington Redskins. They're still
They're
the
the Redskins.
Redskins.
Yeah, I don't care, man.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
flag my
think they
team.
play. You know what? They might play the Indians.
I
That's what I
think
believe.
so.
Because I
Um,
think that the
so the
Yankees,
Yankees will get the bye, the Astros will get the bye, and then it would be
Seattle, and Tampa.
Blue Jays are actually ahead of Tampa right now by a game and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So you will have the Blue Jays and you will have the Guardians or the Indians, um, Mariners, Blue Jays, and Rays.
Mm-hmm.
So they would play the Blue Jays. The AL Central winner would play the lowest of those seeds, I would guess. So that
Okay,
would
so it'd
probably
be
be
the
the
Rays
Rays.
versus the Guardians. It would
Then
be
it
the
would be
Blue
the
Jays
Blue
versus the
Jays versus the
Mariners.
Mariners. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not scared of any of them teams, man, for
No, you
real.
shouldn't. You as
But
a Yankee,
the
except
fact of the matter
Houston.
is, we don't have no confidence in this team right now.
Yeah. Well,
So
I mean, I don't blame you. How can you have confidence in this team when right now, like you said, all this team does is they've done the same thing that they've done over the years. They're an all or nothing team. That's the New
yeah,
York Yankees, and that's what has been the New York Yankees. Well, they'll go out there, they'll mash, every guy will go out there and they'll mash their 15, 20, 25, 30 home runs, or in Judge's case, the guy's like unconscious right now with his home runs. They'll
yeah,
go out and hit 60. But when it comes to the playoffs, like when you said, when you want to win in the playoffs, you need to have strong starting pitching. You need to have a bullpen that won't give it up, and you need to have situational hitting and guys that can make contact with the ball and put the ball in play and be able to have guys that can get on base and set up some of your power hitters in the back. That's one thing the New York Yankees don't have, and I hate to say it, that's one thing that my New York Mets have. They have guys on that team that can do that. The Yankees don't. And that's the problem with the Yankees is that they don't have those contact hitters. You figure a guy like LeMahieu would be that, or even a guy like Carpenter, which sucks he got hurt. LeMahieu's been banged up. That sucks he got hurt. I figured a guy like Torres could be like that, but I don't know what happened to Gleyber Torres. I don't know how he's been playing recently.
he hit.
He might be a guy that could be a contact hitter, but he's been too much all or nothing as well.
Right.
IKF, forget about it.
Yeah.
Trevino, it seems like Jose Trevino, that bloom came off the rose too early. And it sucks what happened with Rizzo. He was off to a good start, but he got hurt.
Yeah.
Stanton's always hurt. So, I mean, it's just pretty much been Judge carrying that lineup, and you're just not getting situational hitting. You're getting all or nothing with that lineup, and the starting pitching right now is not performing to how they were at the beginning of the season. And I'm going to keep saying it. That Michael King injury in the bullpen, when that guy was locking it down for you guys, that was a destructive hit to your bullpen because now there's nobody. You had to sit there for about 3, 4, 5 minutes thinking about who you can actually rely on in that bullpen, and that's scary. When you have to sit there and literally think for 5 minutes on who you can actually go out there and say, I got trust and faith in this guy that he's going to go out there and lock it down in the bullpen, that's a bad sign going into the playoffs because you need one of those guys to have confidence in, especially in the playoff time when your starting pitching can go oh so far.
Yeah. It just it doesn't feel like this is a team that is gonna is gonna let me put the banner up there. Um, this doesn't feel like a team that's gonna really get in and go all the way. It just
Mm-hmm.
doesn't, man. And I hate to say that, man, but I've lost a lot of confidence in this Yankees team. And I'm gonna tell you the biggest reason why I lost confidence in this team is Garrett Cole.
Yep.
Garrett Cole is supposed to be your ace pitcher, and he has been getting rocked this year. I mean, absolutely rocked, knocked around. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I mean, he's not pitching awful, but he's not pitching nowhere near up to the status of ace pitcher. You would expect
Mm-hmm.
an ace pitcher to pitch. You know what I'm saying? He just flat out struggled, man. And when you don't have confidence in your pitching staff, um, I mean, how are you supposed to feel going into a playoff game when you don't know what you're
Absolutely.
going to get from your pitchers? You don't know what you're going to get. You could get a good game, or you might get a stinker. They are
Mm-hmm.
so inconsistent. So, I mean, I'm not going to kill the Yankees because, I mean, they're obviously still a good team. Um, and they're not, they're going to make the playoffs, so on and so forth, or whatever have you. But, I mean, what? You got Garrett Cole, Frankie Montes. Is he on the DL now?
I think he might be on the IL. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
right. Severino, he's on the DL.
Tyon.
Tylon,
Mm-hmm.
you trust him. Cortez, he's played well, but I don't know. You know what
That
I'm saying?
Montgomery trade was so stupid.
It
That was
looks
I don't know
worse
what they were
every
thinking while
play.
they did that. That was what they were thinking when they made that trade.
It, so
I feel the frustrations
Garrett
right now.
Cole
I
is what?
feel your frustrations. I like I want to I'm like trying to like I feel bad for you because like you guys have the talent to get it done. It's just this
Right,
team is just giving you no confidence out there on the baseball field to feel like they can get it done. That's like I feel for you right now and the Yankees fans. I don't hate the Yankees fans. I'm not one of those Met fans that revels in the like the failures and like the suck ass play by the Yankees. I'm not like that. I don't mind if the Yankees play well. And I'm just like wondering what's wrong with this team and it's obvious this team is just not built right now to be a team that could go far in the playoffs. And that's
right.
Cashman. That's your GM that did not build this team right. That goes right to your general manager because he did
And
not do what is
Yankees
necessary to
need to
build this
play.
team right.
Earl Cole says Yankees need play fundamental small ball and not rely on home run power.
He's
Yes,
right.
they do.
Absolutely right.
They do. He also says he's tipping his pitches. That could be. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? That could be. Uh, Jacob DeGrom, Matt Scherzer, Chris Bassett, Carlos Carrasco, Cy Hahn, Walker, Edwin Diaz. Yeah, the
That's
Mets
what
have
gives me confidence.
a
That's what
pitching
gives me
staff.
confidence in
Yeah,
the
that's
Mets.
why I got more confidence meter. You got more confidence in the Yankees or the Mets going into the playoffs. They're both getting in. You know what I'm saying? We don't know the seeding yet, but you got more
Mets.
confidence in the Yankees or the Mets. I have to say the Mets myself,
The Mets.
and I'm a Yankees fan, and that's sad.
The
You know what I'm
manager
saying?
is a big part too. I'd take Buck
Showalter, yeah.
Showalter any day over
Aaron
Aaron Boone. That's
Boone.
no
Oh
disrespect to
God.
Aaron Boone, but
I
Buck
think Aaron
Showalter.
Boone does get overly criticized by
I
Yankees
agree.
fans, but
I agree.
I also don't think he's a great manager. I just don't.
No, no. I
Yeah.
think when it comes to like some of the decision making he does, especially with the lineup, I think
Yeah.
he moves the lineup around way too much.
He kind of
Why he?
reminds me of a I hate to say this, but like kind of like a Dave Gettleman of baseball, and where
Oh
he
man,
thinks he's, but in this sense, not in the sense
you're
of like
not wrong.
personality, but he thinks he's smarter than everyone else. He thinks he's smarter than everyone else with these lineup changes and putting guys in these different lineups that is not going to produce what they would like
Mhm.
moving around the lineup like you said. It's very Gettleman like, man. It's like you know you can't just keep putting a bunch of power out there. You got to mix it up. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of seeing Aaron Hicks play. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't believe you.
Like it's stuff like that, man, where he thinks he's smarter than
Do you think it's
everyone
him
else.
though? Or do you think that it might be Cashman because we know analytics play a lot in
That's what a
baseball?
lot of people
Do you
say,
think
that
it might be Cashman that's doing it? Is
he's
in
just a
who's just a
puppet.
puppet? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they say. He's just a puppet. But if you got a puppet as a manager, why have a manager? Why not just let Cashman manage the goddamn team? Like, shit, if you got your hands in the cookie jar of micromanaging over the manager, let the guy manage. If you're going to appoint him as a manager,
That's
don't
what
let
happened with the Mets. They had a puppet
right.
manager with Luis Rojas for a couple of years, and there's a reason why that team didn't progress as much as they should have. Obviously, they collapsed a couple of times during the year, but the manager wasn't a guy that commanded the respect of the team. He would get walked all over, and they had to bring in a guy like Buck Showalter who was going to go in there and change the mentality and change that locker room and the dugout and try to command respect with that team and bring them some type of attitude. Sort of like what Brian Daboll is doing with the Giants right now. That's what Buck Showalter is doing with the Mets. He's giving them that type of attitude. It's like, and he's not going to listen to the analytics part of the baseball all the time. He's going to go out there and he's going to make what he thinks is the best decisions for the team. He's going to give this team a little bit of a swagger, which I believe the Mets have adopted. And I'm glad that LeVance put up that point before because I wouldn't say the entire starting pitching staff. I still have my questions about Carrasco. I don't love Carlos Carrasco. I think he's been inconsistent. Same thing with Taijuan Walker. But those top three guys, Jacob deGrom, who's looked stellar since he's come back, Scherzer, who came off the IL and pitched he was pitching a perfect game yesterday when he came off the IL, and Chris Bassett has been good. And then, like you were saying, when you were struggling to think about what guy you could trust in the bullpen, NYG, Edwin
Hmm.
Diaz gives me the confidence going in the playoffs. Even
Yeah,
though he has
I
struggled,
I
I
like
like
the
Edwin Diaz, and he gives me the confidence. And also, you guys don't have those situational hitters. We have guys like Starling Marte, a Jeff McNeil, a Brandon Nimmo, like even like guys like a Mark Hanna and those Luis Guillorme, these types of situational hitters. It's not just Francisco Lindor or Pete Alonso that are powering balls over the fence like they're doing tonight. We have those guys that can put the ball in play and be those table setters to get on base to set up guys like a Lindor or like an Alonso to be able to deliver those big home run shots over the fence. And that's what you need. You need a balanced lineup. And that's what the Mets have right now. They have the balanced lineup of guys that can get on base, table setters, guys that can steal, as well as guys that are power hitters in the middle of the lineup. And also they have the balanced starting pitching, and they have that guy in the bullpen, the closer, that they can put the ball in his hands and know he can get the job done. That's the biggest difference right now between the Yankees and the Mets, as well as the manager.
So, I just wanted to look up the stats real quick here, um, because I do follow baseball, but I don't necessarily watch every game. I mean, how can you? So I'm
It's too
not
hard. It's
right.
162 games. You got to be a hardcore baseball fan to do
Yeah,
that.
it's kind of hard to really put things in perspective. So I rely on stats of baseball stats a little more than the other sports that I cover. But the Yankees actually are fourth in the league in ERA in the major leagues in ERA rating.
I have breaking news for you. Aaron
Whoa.
Judge just tied the Babe Ruth's home run record. He just hit his 60th.
Oh wow.
So he's one away from Roger Maris.
Right. He's gonna break it. I mean, obviously.
He's
Um,
got time. Unless he goes on extremely cold slap home run hitting, he should be able to break it.
he ain't getting cold
No,
no
that
time
dude, that
soon.
dude, that dude is cold. No pun intended, in a good way. How good he is as a hitter.
Right. And that's why I put that video of like, can he really lead it? But let me get through these stats real quick.
Go ahead.
3.37 ERA. Yankees fourth. Mets are actually seventh. Um, if you look at home runs, look at home runs given up. The Mets, the Yankees have the
Yankees should have the clear edge
Seventh
over the Mets.
fewest. Yeah, they have the seventh fewest, and the Mets are 10th.
Mm.
Um, so look at strikeouts. The Mets are first. The Yankees are seventh. Um, look at WHIP. The Yankees are third. The Mets are sixth. Look at batting average against. The Yankees are third. The Mets are ninth. So in stat wise, you would think the Yankees have the better pitching staff, but we all just set up here and ex- and looked at the stats, and the stats actually say that the Yankees have the
That's
better
right.
pitching staff. So
That's right,
stats don't
Levance.
stats don't matter, you know what I'm saying? But
Mm-hmm.
it is interesting to see that as much as us Yankee fans complain about the pitching staff, the pitching staff has actually performed admirably when you look at the stats. But I always go by the eye test. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I go by the eye test. Uh, Buck is a mastermind at baseball. Earl
Mm-hmm.
says. Mm. Um, what injury did Marte suffer?
I
The
believe
Van
he has a
said.
fractured finger. I believe you think he has a fractured finger, and he was supposed to come back right off the IL, but I think he's not ready yet. So there you go. We got Breezy excited for football,
Yeah,
so I
man.
love that.
Yeah, he asked some really good questions too, man. And we are going to touch on the basketball. Like I said, I go around the city. I don't, I don't leave no um teams out. I just need to find a hockey guy, man, because I don't. I,
Oh,
it's tough, man, to really. Then you got to cover the Rangers. I'm a Rangers fan. Then you got to cover the Islanders too as well. So
and the
I really
Devils too. You can't forget about the
right.
Devils.
Yeah, I'm gonna really need a hockey guy before we can get into the hockey.
Randy,
But
my guy next shift, Randy. I think you know. I think you've seen him before. He knows some hockey pretty well. So if I
yeah,
can get
I
him, I
like
asked
talking
him to
hockey
come
though.
on.
I like the
Yeah,
sport. I like watching it. I like talking about it, but I just don't have the knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
I'll ask
Um,
him if he can hop
enough.
on, like if he has time, because he does know hockey. He's also a Toronto Raptors and Toronto Blue Jays fan because
Right.
he lives up in Canada, so he knows a thing or two about hockey. So he's a guy. If I can get in touch with him and see if I can get him on the chat, he can maybe talk some hockey with us.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. Because we want to be well rounded over here. You know what I'm saying, and not just.
And
Uh,
hockey's about to start soon. I think hockey's starting in like a couple of weeks, and
yeah, it
basketball's gonna be
usually
here before
starts
you know it
around the
too.
same time as basketball does. So you know what
Yeah,
I'm
I think
saying.
hockey's like early October, and basketball I think is like end of October. It's like a couple of weeks span they have in between.
Definitely want to have a hockey segment at some point on this on these streams. Is there anything you would like to say? Comment on the baseball here, Nimmer.
Mm.
On the baseball,
Yeah,
nothing that
Yankees
much.
and Mets.
I don't. My friend is like a Mets fan, but I don't like follow baseball that much.
Mhm. It's
So
cool. I mean, if you
yeah,
don't, you don't. That's why
Mm.
I have um I got these banners now. So
yeah,
what topic we're on. You know what I'm saying? So if it's
yeah.
not your topic, you could fall back or whatever. Um,
Yeah, it's all good, man.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
Baseball's
weird.
hard.
It's weird that my friend is a Mets fan and he's trying like his hardest to make me a Mets fan, but I'm like, I don't understand baseball, bro. And he's like, I'll tell you how it is done. I was like, alrighty,
Well,
like,
baseball's not. It's not. I don't think it's that hard, like a really complicated sport to understand. I mean, it's like a very complex sport in a way,
it's really
but
easy. See
it's
ball,
pretty
hit
easy to
ball.
understand. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
You see the ball, you
Hit the
throw the
ball.
ball, you hit the ball, you catch the ball. Simple like that.
That's
So
exact, Jeffy. That's exactly what my friend was telling me. Like, it's not like that complex.
you can become a Yankees
Complicated.
fan, and you can become a Yankees fan and feel tortured right now, like NYG 22 is right now, because
Oh my
the
god.
poor guy over here, my guy NYG 22 is like trying to be positive about the Yankees, but it's like making depressed just thinking about this team going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's very nerve wracking being a
I don't
Yankees
blame you,
fan.
bro. I'm nervous going in the playoffs as a Met fan because the Mets have been historically found ways to lose. So I'm not going to be
So,
confident going with this, completely confident going with this team in the playoffs until they win. That's how I feel about
But
the
that's
Nets
a
too when we talk about them. I don't feel
but
confident with the Nets either.
that's a New York sports vibe. You know what I'm saying?
It
yeah.
is.
Just to tie it in with the football, um, we always want these teams to blow
Zimmer,
teams
can you
out.
mute your mic for a second, please?
Yeah, you got some feedback. I think it's your earbuds. Um, we always want teams to blow these teams out, but that's just not New York. That's
No.
not that's not how New York fan sports teams are. You know, we make things hard. It's always gritty, grungy wins. Think
Huh.
about the Giants. You know what I'm saying? Think about the think about the Knicks in the '90s.
Yep.
Those gutty, gritty teams. You know what I'm saying?
Our
Think about
Nets.
the Rangers in the '90s. Think about the Mets. You know what I'm saying? I remember the Darryl Strawberry, Doc Gooden Mets.
Yep.
Remember those Mets? You know what I'm saying? Those were
Mm-hmm.
gritty teams. You know what I'm saying? The Yankees have been like the Yankees have probably been the only ones that have kind of walked their way through some championships, but all the other teams, it's been hard fought. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I mean, just gritty, grimy teams, gut
The
teams, blue
Devils.
collar. The
The
Devils.
Devils were like that in the late '90s, early 2000s. They were that gritty type of team when they had Martin Brodeur and they had that defense with Scott Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
When they had Ken Danico, when they had Scott Niedermayer. That was when I was really into hockey before, like when I was
Earl
younger.
says,
They had
"Are
that
you
grutty.
a wrestling fan? Are you asking me this question?"
Yeah, I think he's asking. Well, he knows that I'm a huge wrestling
Right.
fan. He's
Yeah.
asking
So
you.
I haven't been into wrestling. I I since like a long time. I used to be a huge wrestling fan. I mean, we're
As were
talking
we
back
all.
in the '80s. You know what I'm saying? With it used to be WWF back then, and then WCW.
Hmm.
I was really big into wrestling. And I just haven't been that much into it. Years ago when my son was younger, we got back into it a little bit
Hmm.
because he liked it. But since he's got older, he's kind of got not really
John Cena
followed it too
fan.
much. No, like John Cena, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Always like The Rock, Undertaker, those old guys, Kane, Triple H, cats like that. I don't really know a lot of these newer wrestlers, but
Mm.
I'm a very open minded person, man. Just my personality, I don't dismiss things like a lot of people would. You know what I'm saying? I would definitely be open to having wrestling conversations on this stream.
I love it.
If
Wrestling's
you
actually getting
have
better
any
too.
if you have any wrestlers um, from the New York area or any events that's happening in New York area, I think that'll probably be the best time to do it to
Well,
kind
it's
of stay.
happening tomorrow. They're having the
Yeah,
big grand. They're having AEW Grand Slam at Arthur Ashe Stadium for Dynamite tomorrow for a 2 hour special there. Earl's actually going to that event tomorrow, and then they're going to be having one on Friday for AEW Rampage Grand Slam. So, and they're
um,
actually going to have the next AEW pay per view is actually going to be at the Prudential Center in New Jersey
my
for
favorite
Full Gear.
my favorite wrestling event used to be the Royal Rumble. They still do the Royal Rumble.
Oh yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up because you might have obviously you're not following the WWE now, but the WWE is having a resurgence that they have not had in a decade because of the leadership of Triple H. Triple
Yeah, I
H
remember
is
you
taking over
posted
creative.
Vince Young. They got rid of Vince Young, man. Vince Young been around
Oh
for
Yeah, Vince McMahon.
yeah,
Vince,
they got
I don't know if I don't know if Vince Young was handling the wrestling at that time. Vince
I mean,
McMahon.
not Vince Young, Vince McMahon. I said Vince.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, bro.
Yeah.
But
I think about football, man.
it's all good, bro. It's that time of year, but WWE is getting exciting. Like they're doing some very exciting things right now, including they were teasing. Have you ever heard the song Jefferson Airplane White Rabbit?
Nah. Interesting. Sing it for me.
It's a very popular classic rock band from the '60s and the '70s. they've been playing that song at the recent events just to signal a guy that might be coming back who's a big star in the company. So they've been like doing little teases and stuff, and they've been throwing out these little clues that you got to pay attention to on television when you watch Monday Night Raw or Friday Night SmackDown and stuff like that. Sort of like they were doing in the past with WWE, and they've been cross promoting different feuds and stuff. So the promotion itself is actually getting more exciting because they're making everybody guessing. I did see about that.
I will say this. Um, yeah, he I guess he asked you about Solo Sikoa.
Solo Sikoa, that's Roman Reigns' cousin and the
I know
Usos
Roman
brother.
Reigns. I do know Roman
Yeah,
Reigns.
the
NXT,
Universal Champion for like 2 years.
American title. Okay, let me get to some comments real quick here.
Go ahead, bro.
Levant says, any chance Joe Garrard and Jesse Edwards lead Syracuse to the national NCAA tournament this upcoming college basketball season? I I'm gonna get into college basketball. I haven't dived into it quite yet, so I need to do some homework on these players. But we definitely gonna be covering Syracuse, Rutgers, and St. John's over here.
Oh, I got breaking news for you. I apologize to say that, but the Yankees just won 9-8 on a walk-off grand slam by your guy Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh wow!
9-8, New York Yankees win
Great
over the
job,
Pittsburgh Pirates.
Oof.
So there you
Yeah,
go.
you can't lose to the Pirates. That's embarrassing.
And Stanton was the guy that got it done too.
Yeah, they hate Stanton. Stanton is like the Yankees' Kenny Galladay. Maybe not as bad, but he gets a lot of hate though.
He's good. When he's healthy,
I
he's a
think he
good
is
player.
good.
It's just when he's healthy.
Um,
No, Stanton was good. Stanton was playing really well until he got hurt.
yeah, I don't the basketball, the Syracuse. I always think Syracuse got a shot. They are very well programmed, run program. The Orangemen. So, but I'm gonna get back with you on that one, Levance. Let me do some research because I'm not gonna be the type of person to think I know it all and give you some false information. But I will always say that Syracuse is always going to be fighting for a tournament appearance. They're usually a pretty solid program. Reezy says the Giants is the last team to win it all, right? Yeah, that is correct. It is the Giants. The Giants last one in 2011. Well, the year it was 2012, but the season was 2011. So, yep, that is correct.
Here's a question for you guys: what was the last New York team to make it to the finals, or World Series, or like any of those?
Oh, you asked this question already. I know the answer. I'll let Nimmer answer.
Nimmer, what was the last New York team to make it to the championship?
Guessing the Yankees or the Mets. One of the two.
Yep, the Mets. 2015. They lost to the Royals in the World Series. Rangers came close. The Rangers came close though, but they lost in the Eastern Conference Finals.
You asked that question before. I thought it was the Rangers.
Mm-hmm.
Braves won. Okay.
Shoot.
Thank you, Earl. Thank you, Earl, man. I appreciate you for joining the stream tonight, man. That's what's up, man.
Have a good time over there too at Grand Slam.
Yankees win. Yep. The Yankees win. All right. So let's talk a little basketball here. Show the
getting more and more wheelhouse now.
Knicks and Nets some love here. This is kind of my wheelhouse too, because I played basketball. You know, I played the game, so
me too.
I look at basketball sometimes as more of something I could really talk about. You know, as far as X's and O's and stuff like that. Now let's talk about the Nets. So I seen a article. Shout out to you, Jeffy. I think you made a video about this too. Markieff Morris. Joe Tsai was the driving force behind Markieff Morris signing. Markieff Morris is basically going to be the Nets version of Julian Love. He's going to be the glue guy, the one to step in and keep things in order, not only on the court but in that locker room with these diva-ish superstar players. I think
Yep.
that's you know, Markeith Morris can act kind of as a bridge between those guys and Steve Nash. Um, I think Markeith Morris is definitely great value to this team. You know what I'm saying? So um, now they were saying that Joe Tsai wanted him on the team. I mean, and so what? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like media just takes every little thing and just tries to twist it into a story. Look, here's the bottom line with the Nets. The Nets have got to get into the finals this year. I think they got to get to the finals. I think it's finals or bust, man.
I agree.
I don't think the Eastern Conference Championship is really going to satisfy not only this fan base but Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving. Um,
Hmm.
so um, they got to get to the finals, man. I think they can do it. I'm optimistic, um, and it's just interesting bringing up like as far as Markeith Morris is concerned because you need strong leadership in the locker room. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I don't know how much of a leader Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving are. You know what I'm saying? I'm not questioning their leadership, but I don't know how. I don't know, man. I don't know if these guys are really that invested like that to want to try to be that leader to keep a team together, man. When shit hits the fan. So um, I think that's it's signings like this that's very underrated. You know, you need a Horace Grant on your team. You need a Charles Oakley on your team. You need
Hmm.
a Charles Barkley on your squad.
And
You
Anthony
need a
Mason,
Dennis Rodman on your squad, a Anthony Mason on your squad. You need
Xavier
those bullies,
McDaniel.
Xavier McDaniel. We could go on and on. The Davis brothers over there in Indiana. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? You need those type of guys to be those glue guys, those gritty guys, those tough guys. Um,
Enforcer.
right. But not only that, a guy that'll get in your face if you a superstar.
Exactly.
A guy that'll get in
Exactly.
Jordan's face. A guy that'll get in Patrick Ewing's face or Reggie Miller's face or somebody like that. And you need guys that's that tough enough to go at a Kyrie Irving and a KD when they fucking up. Excuse my language.
Exactly.
But that's what you need, man. You know what I'm saying? That's
I'm
what
glad you
you
said
need.
that.
So I like Markeith Morris and I like Joe Tsai. I had the to recognize, hey, I need somebody to keep these guys, you know, in in in, in line. Not in line, but just check them when they need to be checked, man. You got to
Hmm.
understand, some of these guys on this team, they know they fringe players. They know their career, their play parts on this, their place on this team rests on Kyrie and KD. You know what I'm saying? A
Did you
lot of
say
a
Ben
lot of these
Simmons
guys know
too?
this. Ben Simmons as well. I think Ben Simmons is one of the ones on that needs Kyrie, that his spot on the team relies on Kyrie and KD.
Yep.
I think he's one of the ones. I don't really think he's up there with those guys. You know what I'm saying? Because we haven't seen Ben Simmons on the court for a while.
Yeah.
So he could go out there and stink. I don't think he will, but he could. So, but we got to see. Um, we need those. But put to my point, we need those guys like Markeith Morris um, to hold those other guys in check. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to them for recognizing that and signing a guy like Markeith Morris, underrated signing. He's not gonna go out there and put up a bunch of points and dunk on your head and do bust a bunch of 3 pointers in your face and stuff like that. He's just gonna go out there, do the little things, the dirty work, as they say,
Yep.
and he's gonna be strong in the locker room, able to get in guys' face when they need to be checked. Because you got to understand, a guy that's scared, you know what I'm saying, to check a guy like KD or Kyrie because he don't know the KD and Kyrie might say, hey, go trade this guy or something. The guy might be off the team. So you
Hmm.
definitely need a guy like Marquise Morris to check somebody like a KD or Kyrie when needed. You know what I'm saying? Because this team has got to keep focused long enough to get to the playoffs
Mm.
and turn it up when they get to the playoffs. And maybe you just need one of those tough guys to say, "Look, man, come here, yo, let me holler at you, Katie, man. Tough your ass
NYG,
up, man."
NYG,
Yeah,
you're one smart son of a bitch, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you brought up the
well,
guy that is probably the best signing that this team made. And it's the reason why I turned my stance against Joe Tsai, because I have been vitriol to Joe Tsai this entire offseason for his handling of the Kevin Durant and the Kyrie Irving situation with this Nets organization. Now, obviously, you've seen my videos. I have been so against this owner for the entire time, but he turned me around because he had the balls to go out there and get a guy like Markieff Morris, knowing that Markieff Morris is going to go out there and he's going to pretty much stand up to guys like Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Ben Simmons. If these guys try to play the little diva roles and try to bully themselves around this organization, Markieff Morris is going to be like, sit your ass over there down, go back on
right.
the court and go play. That's what Markieff Morris is going to go out there to do. And that's why I love the Markieff Morris signing, because like you said, he's not going to be a guy that you're going to have to go out there and hope he's going to score 20 points per game,
Nah,
grab 20 rebounds, get like 4 shot blocks a game. He's just going to go out there. He's going to get in your face. He's going to be that enforcer in the locker room, be that enforcer out there on the court. He's going to be a guy that's going to play tough defense. He's going to provide leadership in the locker room, on the court. That's what a guy like Markieff Morris is going to provide for this organization right now. And that was easily one of the most important signings this Nets team made, and one of the most important signings this Nets team needed, because NYG, as you being a longtime Nets fan, obviously like Adam Costas, shout out to our guy Adam Costas, as well as Hit Squad and Breezy, big time Nets fans as well. We know that this Nets team lacked in two big things on this team: leadership and toughness. And that's
right.
exactly what a guy like Markieff Morris is bringing to this team by just signing on and coming into that locker room. He's going to bring leadership, and he's going to bring toughness that this team is so sorely needed. And I agree with you 1,000% on your statement about this team needing to go to the finals. I'll ask you a question right now, NYG, and Nimmer, you could chime in if you want to. Is this the most talented team the Nets have had since Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving have come into the team? I'll let you guys answer that, and then I'll continue my point after that.
You could say the team they had before the Harden trade. That team, I like that team. Uh, with Levert, um, and Allen and those guys. But yeah, outside of that, yeah, I do. And the main reason is because I think the team fits a little bit better. James Harden did not fit whatsoever on this Brooklyn Nets team, and that was a stupid trade. We know that.
Mm,
But this team actually fits because I think they have the right mix of young talent,
mm-hmm.
Cam Thomas, um,
Duron Sharp,
Claxton, Sharp. You know what I'm saying?
Kessler Edwards, David
Kessler
Duke
Edwards.
Jr.
So they got the right mix of young talent.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have shooters, Patty Mills, Harris, um,
Seth
Curry.
Curry.
You know what I'm saying? Durant can shoot, Kyrie can shoot.
Mm-hmm.
They have what we just mentioned now, toughness. Toughness from a Marquise Morris. You know what I'm saying? Uh, from a guy like what's homeboy they O'Neal, Royce O'Neal. You know what I'm
I
saying?
love that signing too. That
They
trade, that was a great trade.
Yeah, so and of course you got Claxton. You know what I'm saying? They have they're a well
Edmund
rounded team
Sumner is
now.
another guy I'm going to bring up. Edmund Sumner, who they signed from the
Mhm.
Pacers, that's another guy that's going to bring that gritty toughness to this team.
I see you, Blue City, but um, you know what I'm saying? One man's trash is another man's treasure. You
Yeah.
know what I'm
Talk
saying?
to us when James Harden starts choking in the playoffs or starts giving up again, like he always does.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So y'all might have not liked Ben Simmons, but if Ben Simmons comes over here and busts ass and y'all lose with Harden, which is probably what's going to happen because he's just not a winner, um, then I want you to come back and post these same comments. But
Yeah.
we just picking with you, man. I appreciate you though, bro. But yeah, screw the Sixers. Breezy, man. You could hop on if you want. We are talking next. Let me post a link in the chat.
hmm
Uh,
But I'm glad you brought that up, MYG, because that was another good point you made. Fit. This team
yeah,
fits a lot better than what they. I even think they fit better than that team that they had before the James Harden trade because of the fact it's a mix of good young talent. Cam Thomas, I think Cam Thomas is one of those keys on this team. As the Mets defeated the Brewers, so the Mets won their game tonight too, 7-5. Quick score update on that. But
mm,
the Nets have a good mix of talent on this team. With obviously Durant, Irving. What's going on, Breezy?
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up, Breezy?
what's
Not
good,
much,
bro?
bro. They have a good mix of obviously the superstars with Durant, Irving, and Ben Simmons. They have shooters on the outside with Seth Curry, Joe Harris, and Patty Mills.
Yep.
Now they got some enforcers down low with I like Yuta Wannabe. He's a solid player they brought in from Toronto. Obviously Markieff Morris, and then we all think that Nick Claxton is going to take a step forward because he was showing it in the playoffs last year. Because I think he just need to put a little bit more size and become a better offensive player. But Claxton, another guy that's going to be that defensive stopper. And they
Yeah.
got good young talent. And Cam Thomas, who, if he could get the rest of his game going, Cam Thomas is going to be a player in this league. Deron Sharp needs to develop the rest of his offensive and rebounding game. I love David Duke Jr. He's got good intangibles on this team. I just wonder if he's going to start the season in the G League because of how deep this team is. And Kessler Edwards, because of the fact he's a good 3-and-D guy, and he could be another guy that they could throw out there as a guy to guard on the outside. And then obviously Royce O'Neal, I love the trade now. I did not like the trade when Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving were talking about getting traded. But now that you have Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving here, the Royce O'Neal trade fits perfectly. Another 3-and-D guy. And then another underrated player that we're all forgetting about, T.J. Warren. T.J. Warren, if he's anything like the guy, and I'm going to keep saying, I even made a video about T.J. Warren not that long ago. If this guy is right, that's just six man off the bench that could provide that scoring for this offense that the Nets have not had since Spencer Dinwiddie was traded away. That's the guy you
Yep.
got to think about too. Is T.J. Warren is a damn good player before he got hurt. He was scoring at least 18 to 20 points per game. And if you could have that guy anywhere anywhere near what he was in Indiana
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, T.J. Warren is a player on this team, and this Nets team is deep. And I'm glad you said that, NYG. And then Breezy, you can go ahead. I think that this team has to make it to the finals. There's no more excuses. No more drama. We're sick and tired of the drama off the court with these players. We are sick and tired of the injuries happening and the excuses. This is your third year or fourth year with this team right now. Kevin Durant is in his mid-30s. Kyrie Irving's now in his 30s and gets hurt a lot. Ben Simmons, we don't know what this team is. This team is deep. Steve Nash hopefully can coach himself better than he did the past couple of years. This Nets team has got to get it done. It's now or never that this team has got to go out there and they got to get to the finals. And I would even go as far as this team's got to win a championship because this window is not going to be open for much longer. And the Nets have got to take advantage of it while they have this team together right now. This is the most talented team the Nets have had since Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving have brought here in 2019. So this is their chance right now to get it done. And the Nets have just got to stay healthy, put the dramas to the side, and go out there and just perform on the basketball court. And they have the talent to go all the way. It's just a question of will they actually get it done?
Right. Let me let Big Fan Breezy get in there, man. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you joining, bro. You know how we do, man.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
nah, always, man. I'm a
Get your
fan.
unpopular opinion.
Y'all got me interested in football now, man. Shout out to you and Jeff. Those were
Thank you.
some dope. Those were some dope points that Jeff made about the Brooklyn Nets. I agree with almost everything, but what I will say is I believe that I don't think free agents should come to the team and take minutes from guys that was there the season prior.
Hmm.
So I don't want to see TJ Warren to be the sixth man. Essentially, I would like to see him be in the rotation, yeah, but not the sixth man. Cam Thomas played 67 games out of 82 last season. And only reason why that happened is because he didn't start. He only had two starts out of those 67 games, but that was strategic, like Ginobili or Lemon Pepper Lou. But I said that to say he had a little injury that he had got when he was playing versus the Celtics, and that's why he didn't play more than 67 games. And I think he should be the sixth man, or just try to build on the cohesiveness and chemistry of the players that were there a season before, opposed to just implementing the new players and making them, kind of, I don't know, as vital as like as much as I like Royce O'Neal in the lineup. I don't know if he should take Joe Harris' spot. You feel what I'm saying? I want to see Nash be a fourth year coach and not have no excuses on why he can't fit everybody in the rotation. He should have enough experience from his tenure, which is only 3 years. It's going to the fourth year, but that's enough experience for him to say, okay, I know who to start and I know who to sub, and I need Nash also to keep the same starting lineup. Stop changing the starting lineups. If these guys are playing well, let them play well.
Hmm.
Davon Sharp deserved more minutes. He got his minutes and time cut because of James Johnson last season.
Hmm.
Davon Sharp deserved more minutes than did James Johnson. You see, we cut James Johnson. Kessler Edwards, he's another one who deserved minutes in the playoffs that didn't get it. So again, I feel like the whole thing with KD and asking Nash and Marks to get fired was because him and Nash wasn't on the same page communicating about how to win. It was just, I'm obligated to do this, you obligated to do that. You do your job, I do my job. That don't win championships. You got to be cohesive. The superstar has to be cohesive with the coach, the head coach, the same way Phil Jack was with a Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Pat Riley with the Lakers and et cetera and so on. I'm saying a lot. I'm just trying to say a lot before I go. But what I wanted to add to that is what people don't realize is that Joe Tsai sought out Markieff Morris. Joe Tsai sought out Markieff Morris for one vital reason, and that's for toughness, mental toughness, and a sense of we can do this, and just that veteran presence. And I think it's vital that we got that because KD asked for the trade. So yeah, I imagine KD back and everything is going to get back to normal. But I imagine it didn't go over well with the young guys or a lot of people on the team. You know what I mean? It's kind of like,
Hmm.
damn. You know what I mean? So with adding a Markieff Morris, who again Joe Tsai sought out, Joe Tsai made it important for Markieff Morris to be on the Brooklyn Nets, and I think Morris brings that don't give up, that kind of, if y'all remember Jared Dudley, he's kind of going to be like a vocal leader, and I
Yeah.
think that's
We
the
remember Jared Dudley, all right, when he got into Joel Embiid's face and Ben Simmons. Oh, that was a beautiful thing.
Right, right. But the whole vocal leader part of it, I think that's what the Brooklyn Nets, when KD asked for that trade request, that kind of helped, that hurt KD's vocal leadership. And with Markieff Morris coming on board, I think that puts us right back to where we were as far as leadership. But again, it's going to take games. It's going to take time spent
Right.
together, practices, extra workouts, perhaps, and just winning and losing together and playing together and saying, all right, well, we lost together, we're going to go back at it next game and we're going to win. Or we won together, let's keep up the good work. Case in point is that whole sense of togetherness, and I'm not giving up on y'all. I'm not. And again, the winning championship teams have teammates for more than 1 or 2 years.
You're
you
right.
we can't break up this group because we lost. Look at, if that's the case, we were in the had Golden State doing what they did. They didn't win soon as Clay, Trey, and Steph was together. Same thing. But look at Giannis. That's a great example. Look at Giannis and Middleton.
Hmm.
They didn't win until they added Drew Holiday. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? But my
And
point
Brooke
is they
Lopez.
Yeah, and to add to that, they didn't break them up. Like, okay, Middleton and Giannis don't work. Let's break them up. No, you add another piece to that. You
Yep.
feel what I'm saying? So I think that's what the Brooklyn Nets need to take a page out of these championship team book to say, don't break up our players. I'm glad Cam Thomas did not get traded. I heard him I heard others him getting traded, but I'm saying, and this is my unpopular opinion, when KD and Kyrie, and I think everybody should come on this show and have their own unpopular opinion out of respect for the show. Unpopular opinion. My unpopular opinion is Cam Thomas, they're going to sign him in that rookie extension. Look for him to have a contract like a Garland or something like that. Because KD and his latter part of his career and Kyrie, and this is stuff that I have logged the other day because I read articles about Cam Thomas explaining his relationship with Kyrie Irving and KD and how he felt blessed and special because they took time
Yeah,
out to work with him and teach him and kind of like,
Hmm.
throw him under the wing.
yeah. I
And he
seen
was
that post you put on Twitter. Yeah, about Cam Thomas and Kevin Durant. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, and I just think that part, which is not happening on the basketball court, goes a long way with young guys coming into the league. He's a 27 pick. Let's call Cam Thomas what he is. He's he'll be 21 in October. I know his
Yeah.
birthday. His birthday like October 13th or some shit. Like
People forget that he's only 21 years old. He's still got a
no,
lot of room to grow in
right?
this league.
No, he's 20. He'll be 21.
That's scary. You got to think about that. And the kid has got so much talent. I'm glad you brought up that point too. I really am. That was an excellent point that you made about Cam Thomas. That I do believe he's going to be a guy that the Nets are going. And when I made the point about T.J. Warren being the
Yeah,
sixth man, I said he could be a sixth man. Can't because I got to see what Cam Thomas can do, not just because of his scoring, but for the
mm,
rest of his game. He's got to improve in the rest of his game if he also is going to get
absolutely.
consistent minutes on the floor because he can go out there and light it up on the scoreboard. But when it comes to it, he got to be able to play better defense because he got exposed on defense. Let's be real. Cam Thomas
Yeah,
was
no,
not good on the defensive side of the court. He got beaten a
no.
lot, and teams would look at him to exploit him. If he can improve that part of his game, Cam
Mhm.
Thomas will be a guy that, like you said, he's going to be a guy that the Nets are going to put out there on the court a lot more. And I could see him getting extended when Kevin Durant gets a little bit older and he needs to have some of that workload taken off his shoulder, and you can put it on a guy like Cam Thomas as he grows. So I fully love that point that you said about Cam Thomas, and you're right about that relationship that he has with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and that those two guys are pretty much taking Cam Thomas under the wing because they see how talented this young kid from LSU is, and they want to try to do everything they can to help get every single little drop of talent out of this kid because they know how vital he could be to the Nets' success going into the season.
Yeah, this
Um,
last part I'll say that
real quick,
so
shout out to Cougar, Tamer, Zach Wilson. I appreciate you arriving and joining. If you could take the time to hit the like and subscribe button, man, I really appreciate that, man. Thanks for joining into the stream. Go ahead, Breezy.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
Nets
I
won
was just saying two
75.
two things. Another article I read, he in the same article actually, it's just another part of it. He explained that he just want to keep working on, and this is to Jeff's point. He want to keep working on what the coach asked him to work on, and that's his defense and him being a playmaker. So he is coachable. You know what I mean? And they also explained that, and this is when I say they, I mean Sean Marks. This is his quote. He said, "Yo, I like his work ethic. He's always at the gym. You know what I mean?" And I think that's the pedigree of being a great player in the NBA in this league is putting in the work because everybody talented. These are the best basketball players in the world. And this is what Kobe. I'm getting this quote from Kobe Bryant. He said the reason why I was so much better is because I work harder. And he just talked about his regimen and how he woke up and what he did from waking up before practice started with the NBA. He had his own practice, and he always felt like we could be equally talented, but I'm an outwork, and I see that in the Cam Thomas. And I hope and hopefully the Brooklyn Nets organization develop him and the other three rookies or second year guys because I like the coach. I like them as teammates. And and that's what I'm learning about basketball as too. It's not so much always about who's the best player. It's about how well do teammates play alongside one another. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly,
Absolutely,
bro. And that's why I
1000%.
was saying earlier, this Brooklyn Nets team has the right mix of players. You have
Hmm.
your shooters, you have solid, tough guys. You know what I'm saying? You have a glue guy like Markieff Morris, somebody's gonna get in the guy's face and check some of these players. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
You you have, you know, you have Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. You have scoring. You have wing defense with Ben Simmons out there. You know what I'm saying? He can also rebound and score the ball. So I think you have the best mix of players that this Brooklyn Nets team has had, since I would say Dinwiddie in them. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So um, that's going to elevate, or not elevate, but take the pressure off guys like KD, Kyrie, Ben Simmons, Joe Harris. They both coming back from injury. Um, so you got to understand that it's not just about Kyrie and KD. You know what I'm saying? That's a casual basketball fan's take. We all
Hmm.
know it's the glue guys that carry you to championships. You know what I'm saying?
A
LeBron
Marcus
James
Smart.
wouldn't have won in Miami had not been for Udonis Haslem and Ray Allen. Them guys wouldn't have won. So you got to look at the role players as, look at like San Antonio, like you were saying earlier, Breezy, Ginobili. You know what I'm saying? They
A
had, I
Marcus
remember
Smart. We need a Marcus Smart on our
Marcus
team.
Smart, guys like
Marcus
that.
Smart is
Bob
the guy that
Lenore,
I
you remember
want on
Bob
this
Lenore
team.
back in the day? Like that type, those type of players. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess he dropped off. He might pop
Yeah.
back on later. But we need those type of players on this Brooklyn Nets team to hold us down. You know what
A
I'm
Kyle
saying?
Lowry, a gritty SOB that will
Right.
go out there and he will get you your points occasionally. He'll play stellar defense. He will get you your shots. He will provide leadership. That's why I love a guy like Marcus Smart so far. And I mean, as much as I hate him on the basketball court, as we know when we played him against in the series, where actually I want to take a quote out of what Kyrie Irving said in a recent podcast. Kyrie Irving even went out there and said that this team was humbled, that this team was humbled after they got swept against the Celtics, and maybe that's something that this organization and some of these players needed, is they need to go out there and know that their shit stinks. Not to quote out from that famous Outkast song, their shit didn't stink on that. They sucked against the Celtics, and they needed somebody like a Marcus Smart and that Celtics team to go out there and humble them and let them know that talent alone is not going to win you championships. You need to be able to play like a team. You need to be able to go out there and help out your teammates. You need to play gritty. You need to do all the little things out there to be a championship team. And that's why it's not ironic, NYG and Nimmer, why teams like the Golden State Warriors, like the Boston Celtics, like the Phoenix Suns, and some of these teams that put together good young cores that they developed, like Breezy was saying, they played together for more than 1 year. They drafted a lot of these guys too. You put together these guys that you draft, you develop them, you see, and you try to get the most out of them, and you have different types of intangible players on these teams, and you start to see the success start to come as it goes. And that's what I want this Brooklyn Nets team to be. And that's what I believe they're starting to finally put together now. Because like you said, like Breezy said, this team is now a balanced team. They were
Right.
not feeling off balance like they were before. Now they have balance on this lineup. And it's just a question of, can these guys stay healthy? And can the balance show out during the games? And I'm really curious to see how Steve Nash is going to put together this team in terms of the minutes. Like how he's going to divide the minutes between these guys and who's going to play more, who's not going to play, how they're going to divide, the rotation going into the season. That's why I made that video not that long ago about how Steve Nash has to find a way to put this rotation together and divide up the minutes evenly, because I'm really curious to see what guys are going to play more, what guys aren't going to play, depending on the matchups of each games during the season, and how he's going to divide up those minutes between the role players. Not necessarily, I think Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, Ben Simmons, and probably Joe Harris and maybe Claxton. They'll get their minutes. I think Seth Curry's going to play a lot, but I'm curious to see about the young guys like Cam Thomas, like a Deron Sharp, Kessler Edwards, if they're going to have some significant minutes certain nights, T.J. Warren and Edmund Sumner, as well as a Yuta Wannabe, of course, Markieff Morris, Patty Mills. I'm curious to see how he's going to divide up the minutes and put out this rotation during the season because Steve Nash, as we know, he sucked in the season putting together his rotation,
Right.
especially against that Boston series. NYG, I want to ask you a question. How many times did you scream and get pissed off at the television at what Steve Nash did last year with his rotation and the fact that we played too much small ball against a team that had size advantage against us the entire time against that Celtics team, and he refused to play guys like Blake Griffin and LaMarcus Aldridge enough in that game. He was too busy playing the small guys, and we got bullied that entire series. I was screaming at my television the entire time he was doing that.
The NBA is much like the NFL, man. Like, look, let me tell you something. Just like in the NFL, when you get into the playoffs, what wins? The gritty defenses, the tough running games, the basically ugly football.
Exactly.
Ugly basketball is what wins in the NBA in championship time. You know what I'm saying? Even a team like the Warriors know how to play ugly basketball with guys like Draymond Green down there. You know what I'm saying?
Klay Thompson too.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's a gritty player, tough defender. So you got to know how to play playoff basketball. You know, you can't come in there getting all cute with your little small lineups and your little little skinny guys out there trying to make something happen. You need tough guys that can rebound, play defense. You know what I'm saying?
And the Boston Celtics. We need the Boston Celtics type formula. That team is gritty, and they're a team.
That team is gritty, but they still lost in the finals. So
because they played against another gritty team with more talent.
Right, they're missing something too. You know what I'm saying? But the Brooklyn Nets can be that team with this team that they got now.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And I think Markieff Morris is definitely going to add to that because that's how you get beat up in the playoffs. When you come in there and you ain't tough and you got little guys that's afraid of contact, that don't want to get pushed around in the paint, you know what I'm saying? That's afraid to get physical because they don't have no toughness.
Phoenix Suns.
Right. That's why you lose in the playoffs. You need toughness. I don't care. You can walk your way through the regular season and win 60-something games and get whopped in the first round.
The Phoenix
you got a
Suns.
bunch of softies. You know what I'm saying? You need guys that are tough, man. And the Brooklyn Nets have toughness on this team now. You know, and anybody that disagrees, hey, you just disagree. We'll see when they get on the court. But I know I've been watching basketball long enough to know what wins in the playoffs. And you ain't going to come in the playoffs with no soft team, think you're going to chuck up a bunch of three-pointers and win basketball games like that. It ain't happening, man.
That's why the Phoenix Suns didn't win. Everybody was saying the Phoenix Suns, they were the most talented team coming to the playoffs, 60-plus wins, dominating in the West. Why did they get bounced out in the first round by the Dallas Mavericks? Because they weren't tough. They were a finesse basketball team, like you just said, that would just chuck up threes, but they would get bullied by some of these other teams that play tough-nosed playoff basketball. And that's why I brought up the Boston Celtics and the Golden State Warriors, because they have toughness on their team, grittiness, and they know how to play team basketball. And that's why Boston and Golden State were in the finals, because they had a good young core players that they put together. They had toughness on those teams, rebounding, good defense, and there's no coincidence why both of them were representing their conferences in the NBA Finals this past season.
Yo, Jeff, to add to that, this is a dope conversation, man. I see y'all been up here, damn it, 3 hours, man. Y'all, you rocking tonight, man. This shit fire.
Right. We could talk New York sports for like 10 hours if we could. I love this.
So much to cover, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why these streams be long. That's why I can only do one a week. Like, this is the equivalent of like 4 streams. You know
I love this stuff. It's one of my favorite streams to cop on because I love talking all New York sports. It gets me pumped up.
Yeah, nah, that's fine. I just wanted to add and say, to what Jeff said, is they took away the comfort zone with Grand Theft, what's his name from New Orleans? He was guarding Chris Paul. Every time Chris Paul wanted to walk up and set up a half court offense, you got Grand Theft, whatever Alvarado, all in his face, playing defense on him in full court press. They took away what the Suns wanted to do. The same
Yep.
thing with the Celtics, respectfully. We wanted to play a half court offense and let KD find his spot, let Kevin Durant find his spots. They took that away from us. Before Kevin Durant could get to his spot, he had to go through like 5 Celtics. They was bumping him and pushing him and all type of stuff. So case in point is the playoffs. I feel like the refs, they let you play tougher. They let you be more
Right.
physical. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? And if you can't adjust to that, you're gonna lose. Period. You gotta,
Right.
you gotta have some sort of grit. Some sort of grit.
Facts. Facts. And that's
Marquis
why. And that.
Morris.
And that's exact. I was going to say, and that's why you got guys like Markeith Morris here. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah.
To give you that grit and that toughness. You
Is
know
his
what I'm
twin
saying?
brother a free agent, or is he signed with somebody? Marcus. 'Cause I would
Um,
bring him in too. Bring in both the Morris twins if he's a free agent.
yeah,
Right.
right. That would be interesting. That'd be like the. I know they wasn't brothers, but remember the Davis boys and the Pacers.
Yep,
Yeah,
Antonio and Dale Davis.
Dale Davis. Yeah, yeah. They that
Oh
would be
yeah, from
something
the
like that.
Pacers. I remember them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That
yeah.
Pacers
Oh,
team
they
was a
was
pain in
bangers,
the
man. You
ass.
know what I'm
They
saying?
were a pain in the ass back in the day.
Right, right. Those are only ones that could deal with Mason and Oakley down low and
That let
Grant, Horace
Shred,
Grant and all
Rick
them for the
Smits,
Bulls.
Yeah.
Mark
Yeah,
Jackson was on that team. Reggie Miller. That team was a pain in the ass to play
tough
against. That
teams,
that,
man.
that Pacers team.
Tough teams. Because people think the league changes, but the more the league changes, the more it stays the same. Like you
Yeah.
just said, Breezy, and that's how it's been going in the playoffs for years. That's why
Yep.
teams like the Pistons were able to win. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they were allowed to play their brand of basketball in the playoffs.
Right.
You know,
Everybody had a role. Ben Wallace, he was tough, grabbing balls, playing defense. Tayshaun Prince, he was the wing perimeter defender. You had
Hmm.
Big Shot Bob or Chauncey Billups. He
yeah,
was that. He was the guy that's going to take the big shot. And then you had Rip Hamilton, who's going to keep you in the game all game because that fucking pick and roll he used to do, like he come around the
Oh
screen
my
and stop
God,
and
spot
yeah.
pop.
up, yeah,
Oh
follow.
That
my
shit was
God, yeah.
yeah.
And then
He
you
used
had
to
Rasheed Wallace at that power forward position that can give you the
Yep,
defense, shot blocking, and that 3-point shooting at
yep.
times.
That was another
They had a
dynamic
perfect
duo, the Wallace
balance.
brothers, Rashid and Ben,
yeah.
down low. They was some tough SOBs. You know what I'm saying?
So
They were.
to add to what I was saying earlier, I don't know the stats specifically, but that group didn't win together as soon as they got together. You know, they won and lost together for maybe 2, 3 seasons, and I think they won maybe their fourth season. I'm not
Mhm.
sure, but my point is that just because we lose, and I heard Jeff say this, and we've been getting a lot of this, yeah, to an extent, it is going to have to break up if we don't win it. And the only success for the Brooklyn Nets this season is going to the finals and winning the championship. If they go to the finals and don't win, then I can respect that. But they
Mhm.
have to make it. They have to go to the
That's
finals.
where I'm at. They
No,
have
if they
it.
lose in the first or second round, I'm gonna lose my shit. I've had
Right,
enough of this. Go to the finals now. It's enough is enough. You have
Right.
Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and Ben Simmons with a talented roster. Enough with the bullshit. Go to the finals. Get to the championship already. No more of this getting out of the first round. The
Hey
Nets team
y'all.
of 20
Hey
years
y'all.
ago did this.
Hold me down for a couple minutes, man. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Y'all keep talking.
No, it's all good,
I,
man. But this Nets
yeah,
team did it 20 years ago with the team where they made it to the NBA Finals back-to-back years because they
right,
had that gritty toughness with a guy like Kenyon Martin and a guy
right,
like Jason Kidd who would be able to dish out the ball to all his guys and make sure they can get his guys the ball in space on the court. You had those shooters like Kerry Kittles and Lucius Harris that can go out there and make those shots, as well as a guy like Richard Jefferson who was a good wing player on the defensive side, and obviously we know what he can do shooting. This Nets team has no excuses.
nah,
No excuses why they cannot get to the NBA Finals this year. I know the East is tough, I know, Breezy, you've been probably watching the East. Like this Eastern Conference is stacked. I mean,
Yeah.
Boston's a good team. Toronto's got a good young squad. We know what Miami can do. Obviously, you got Milwaukee coming back. Atlanta got better when they got Murray. I mean, you got if I'm blanking on a team right now, I apologize. But like, you have a stacked Eastern Conference right now, where the Philadelphia Sixers, 76ers still have a good team. This is stacked Eastern Conference right now. But the Nets have talent where they could win this conference, and they should be able to win this conference because you have two of the best players in the NBA, and Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Ben Simmons is one of the best defensive players. Everybody forgets because we want all shit on Ben Simmons because he's a we don't know where he is mentally right now because of what happened with him in Philadelphia and last year. Ben
Right.
Simmons is a damn good defensive player when he's on the court. He will
Right.
disrupt you, and he will be a pain in the ass for people to get past. And in terms of the depth, this is the strongest depth they've had in a very long time. I think it's actually even better than the depth they had before with Dinwiddie and with
No, it
D'Angelo
is.
Russell and LeVert and Jared Allen. This team is strong all around. You got 3 or 4 guys that can shoot the basketball consistently. You have good young players, especially Cam Thomas, who if he could get himself together in terms of his all-around game, this kid can be lights out on the court. I love T.J. Warren, and if T.J. Warren can get back to anything like he was before, you got yourself a diamond in free agency. I like Edmund Sumner, another underrated pickup they got. Is a gritty player that they got from Indiana. Hopefully he can stay healthy. Royce O'Neal is a perfect pickup for this team, a 3-and-D wing guy that they have badly needed in this organization. Nick Claxton, I think, is ready to become one of the better centers in the NBA. In terms of his defense, is already getting there. He just needs to continue to get better on offense, as well as he needs to continue to get better at his foul shooting, because we're all scared to death when he shoots foul shots. And I mean, Joe Harris, if he gets his open looks, he'll knock him down most of the time. And same thing with Seth Curry and Patty Mills. We have sharpshooters on the outside that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving can drive to the basket, get the defense to come down on them, and then you have all the double and triple teams coming down on those guys when they go to the basket. And then you have Joe Harris, Seth Curry, Patty Mills sitting on the outside, getting ready for those spot-up three-point shots to knock them down, and it's just going to make this Nets offense flow so much better and become more dangerous now. This Nets team has no excuses. The excuses came the past few seasons. No more excuses. Get to the NBA Finals and win a championship.
Nah, absolutely.
The Eastern
Absolutely.
Conference right now? How would y'all rank the East?
Huh?
The Eastern Conference as a whole, I got to give respect to Boston.
Just rank the top. We'll just say the top 6 teams because those are going to be the guaranteed playoff teams.
Boston, I'd probably say, is first because I got to give respect to them. They are the Eastern Conference
Boston.
champs.
Okay, so they're first.
I'm actually gonna put the Nets second because I think talent-wise they're up there. Milwaukee, I think, is third. I think Miami is fourth. I think Philadelphia 76ers are fifth. And I'm actually going to say Atlanta. I think the Hawks getting Dejounte Murray is a big pickup for them. I'm going to put them sixth. But the East is so stacked. I mean, it's tough.
Yeah. To add to what you said, last year, which is important to say, there wasn't a lot of separation. 2, 3, and 4 pretty much had the same schedule. The same record. Like it was really close, and the only separation was the Brooklyn Nets when we were in the first seed, and then KD got hurt, and you see how long it took for us to get out of playoff contention into a playing team. It took us a while.
Look at it like this, Breezy. Look at it like a power ranking, not necessarily record, but who.
I'm sorry, no disrespect to Toronto too. I think Toronto's a good young team as well.
Yeah,
right.
Who you think are the top 6 teams?
All right. Well, yeah, no, I got you. Well, to add to that, I feel like we got all of those wins to match with Toronto and Boston because they were a bigger team, and trust me, we didn't want to see them in the play-in. We didn't. We rather play Cleveland, even though they're a big team too. But just power rankings, like you said, I would say, because I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan, I'm putting this at 1, and I say that because of Ben Simmons, and our rank on defense last season was ranked 20. And I think Ben Simmons and Royce O'Neal, those 2 players, those pieces, help us dramatically on the defensive side of the ball. And that's why I put us at number 1, not just because I'm a fan. but I think it's going to be. I don't think Miami's going to come out blazing. You know what I mean? I think they need more. I think it's the Nets. I think it's Milwaukee or Boston for 2 and 3 or 3 and 2, however you see fit. Then I got Philly at 4. I got Toronto at 5, and it's a toss up for 6 maybe. And I'll go with Cleveland. You know, I like what they're doing. So I got Brooklyn at 1. I got Boston at 2, respectively, because they went to the finals. I got Milwaukee at 3. I got Philly at 4. I got Toronto at 5, and I got Cleveland at 6.
Mm, got you. So now I'm gonna give him. Oh wait, Nimmer. Nimmer, go ahead, Nimmer.
So
Nimmer.
yeah, I got Boston at 1, Nets at 2, Milwaukee at 3. I'm gonna put the Knicks at 4, but I don't think they're there yet.
You
Toronto
putting
at 5.
hold on.
The Knicks.
You putting the Knicks at 4.
Donovan Mitchell's
Wait
not
up,
on your
wait up, wait up.
squad.
I'm gonna switch that around. So Milwaukee, probably it might be the Bucks at 4.
Hold up. First you said Boston, then you said the
Yeah,
Nets, then who you got? Number
I got the
3,
Milwaukee Bucks
the
because
Bucks. Okay.
think of Giannis and everything. Um, Toronto at 4 or 5. I don't know if I said 5 yet. And
Which one do you think is? Do you have more convinced they're going to be 4 or 5? If you had to pick,
I think it'll be 5.
okay.
Yeah,
Who's be your 4?
4. I don't know. I really want to put the Knicks, but I don't think they're there yet. So
They're not.
Okay. Say the Knicks.
Put the Knicks there. I don't think. I don't think they are. But go
This is
for it.
unpopular opinion sports. So Nimmer's got the Knicks at 4.
Right. That's an
That's an
unpopular
unpopular
opinion right
opinion.
there.
Right.
That is a
yeah,
real unpopular opinion. The Knicks
The
fourth
rap,
best in the
yeah,
East.
we don't shy away from unpopular opinions.
Say it.
Nah,
all right,
facts.
yeah,
All
Knicks
facts.
4.
Say it with conviction. The Knicks at 4.
Yeah. Did I say Milwaukee? I said was or yeah, Bucks.
Third,
I said
then you
was
got the
5.
Knicks. Then you got the Raptors. You need one more.
That's a hard one. I can't. I'm not putting the 76ers in that for definite. I've really tough one. I can't think of another one.
Okay, well, we'll come
Probably the
back to
76ers.
Sixers. All right, we'll put. The
I got
76ers.
one out, guys. What about Big Pat's team and AK's team, the Chicago Bulls? Nobody picked the Bulls in that top 6. You think the Bulls could be in
Yeah,
that top 6? They're talented too.
I was about to get to
That's a
that.
good pick.
Oh, my bad.
My top 6. I'm gonna go with the Nets. Um, for a lot of the reasons Breezy said, I think this is a different team. We didn't see Simmons and what he could have done in a series against a team like Boston. Also, we just talked about Markieff Morris and a lot of the other reasons why this could be a much better team. As
And we
long
didn't
as
have
they
Joe
can keep it
Harris all
together.
season. He was out
Right, we
early in the
missed a lot,
season.
man. We basically had KD and Kyrie, basically. No
Yeah.
disrespect to the other guys.
Joe Harris
So
was a
we
big
didn't
loss to
have
that squad.
Kyrie until we didn't have KD.
Yeah. And
Right.
Joe Harris was a massive loss to this team. Like, people don't understand. Joe Harris was a big
Right.
loss to this squad
That's
last
why I
year.
did that piece last week about how they said Joe Harris was 100% healthy now, and I think that's huge. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah.
Right. So I got the Nets at 1. I'm gonna go Boston. I don't like them, but I can't disrespect them. I gotta put Milwaukee there. Um, Miami probably. Um, I don't trust the Sixers, man. I really don't trust the Sixers. But given the other teams, I go Sixers and I go Bulls. I go to Bulls at number 6. Um, you could have them flip flopping with a team like the Hawks or the Raptors, but I do think the Bulls have some talent, man. Um, and they're going to be a scrappy team in the Eastern Conference. As you guys both pointed out, the East, when you breaking it down, it is really very competitive. It's because
I
the
love
most
it.
competitive it's been in a very long time.
Mhm.
So shout out to those teams, man.
Hey,
I'm going.
NYG.
Yeah.
Yo,
What's up,
I
man?
actually flipped. I actually flipped them around. I'm gonna put the Spurs at 4 and then the Knicks
The
at 6.
who?
Spurs are in the Western Conference.
Right.
Okay.
Who you looking? The Spurs.
Yeah, the Spurs are Western Conference.
I got you locked in here, Nimmer. I got you Boston, the Nets, the Bucks, the Knicks, the Raptors, the Sixers.
I
Stand
mean,
your,
who knows? Maybe the Knicks do. Maybe the
stand
Knicks is young
your
players put it
ground.
together.
No, but
Don't.
the problem, Jeffy. I feel like I agree with you. The problem is the freaking Tibbs doesn't agree. Tibbs doesn't agree to play the young
Nimmer,
players.
You
Nimmer,
never
I'm gonna
know.
be real with you, bro. The Knicks have nice young players on that team, but there's at least about 7 or 8 teams that are just more
The
talented than the
Knicks
Knicks.
wouldn't be in this conversation with Donovan Mitchell. That's
Yeah,
what Coach was trying to tell you. That's what I was trying to tell you.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah,
all on the
but
phone trying to tell
Tibbs
you.
could have brought Donovan Mitchell. We all were like, I was
yeah.
on some Knicks. I was
That
on some
wasn't
Knicks
going to work,
face
All
man.
right,
shades.
That Donovan Mitchell trade was never going to work for the Knicks. He would have came here, probably wouldn't have got along with Thibodeau. Probably would have had to
Hmm.
get rid of Thibodeau. Probably would have had to bring in another coach. Now you with a team with no coach that's in
mm,
disarray, and you still not competitive in the Eastern Conference. They're
Nimmer.
doing it the right way. You got to be patient, man. But build around R.J.
Yeah.
Barrett. Keep your draft picks, man, and eventually, superstar might shake loose.
Nimmer, would you take your team? Would you take the Knicks right now over the Nets,
I don't think so. Definitely
the
not.
Bucks? Would you take them over the Bucks?
Oh no.
Definitely not.
Would you take them over the Celtics,
Nope.
the Raptors,
Definitely not.
the Bulls,
The Bulls? I don't think so.
the Hawks,
The Hawks? No.
the
Definitely.
Heat?
I don't know about that one. I don't think so though.
The Heat are better. I'm sorry, the Heat are a better team.
Yeah.
There's about
How
7
about
or
the
8 teams that are
Cavs?
clearly better than them, and the Cavs too. I think would you take them over the
Yeah.
Cavs? No,
No.
no, 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 no. The Cavs are better. I'm sorry. The Donovan Mitchell. The Cavs already had a good young core to begin with. Now that they add Donovan Mitchell to Darius Garland and Evan Mobley, and of course our 2 guys, Karis LeVert and Jared Allen, that team's better. The Cavs are a good young team.
Yeah.
So the Knicks, they would probably be the 8th or 9th team in that conference right now. And it's not even, they have a good team. The Knicks have a nice young team, but the East is so stacked right now. The Knicks would probably do better in the West than they would do right now in the East, because I think the East is
Yeah.
actually the deeper conference right now in the West. The East
Yeah.
is really deep, and it
Yeah.
makes us feel like the old days back in the '90s. It feels like '90s basketball back in the day when the Eastern
Yeah,
Conference was
man.
so competitive.
Exactly. I was going to say that. That's dope, man. That's right.
That is dope. Yeah.
I love it. I would rather see the Nets go out there against a difficult Eastern Conference and play gritty basketball, and that's how they come out of it, because there would be no excuses and be like, oh, well, they played against a weak conference. There's no good
Yeah.
teams out there. There's no way they could win against the better conference. No, they're in the
Right.
better conference right now, because the West has some good teams too, but the East is loaded this year with very, very good teams. And if the Nets will prove something to their fan base, and they can get out of this conference and represent the Eastern Conference in the finals and win a championship.
Yup.
Yo,
That's
So
Jeffy.
I
Good.
just
Nice.
I just wanted to add to that real quick. Last season, the Atlantic Division is the only division that had 4 out of 5 teams go to the playoffs.
Yup.
And the Boston Celtics won the division, and they won. They won the conference. My theory is that if you win the Atlantic Division, you can win the conference, because 4 out of 5 playoff teams. So, what I'm saying is, the significance of me saying this is, your division team, you play them 4 times each, and in the playoffs, you play them a minimum of 4 times. So you're playing a lot of the competition that you might see in the playoffs
Yup.
in the Atlantic Division. The only team that didn't make the playoffs in our division is the Knicks. You know what I'm saying? So
What else is new?
right. So I'm saying that to say, with the way the play-in tournament situation is, shit, that's 4 out of 6 teams in the playoffs in our division. You know what I'm saying? So the other 2 teams was what? Chicago and Milwaukee, right?
Yup.
And no, Chicago. It was. I'm sorry. It was Milwaukee and Miami.
So the playoffs was Miami, Boston, and you had Milwaukee, Philly, Toronto, Chicago, Brooklyn, Atlanta.
Yeah.
That doesn't include the play in. That's just the top eight.
Hmm.
Um,
That's exactly why I attack Tibbs, and I always tell Tibbs play the younger players. But yeah, Tibbs, because I
Limmer,
feel
you
like
want me to be honest? For your Knicks, you gotta hope that some of these teams that are above you right now have some injury issues, or they just take steps back, or your young players just like play out of their minds and like they put it together this year. And multiple young guys, and RJ Barrett becomes an all star, like a big time player this year because the best you guys are doing. I'm not even trying to disrespect you or the Knicks. The
yeah,
Knicks are a play-in team right now. They'll probably go for that play-in spot like a 9, 11, 10, 11, 12 seed, but they're going to be in for a very very rude awakening when they have to play some of those teams
yeah,
that are probably going to be locked into the playoffs because we've already named about 7 or 8 teams that are clearly
yeah,
better than the Knicks right now. The Knicks
but
need to get themselves some more good young talent. They need to keep using those draft picks, bring more talent on that team. Like Breezy was saying before, you build on the talent that you have currently, you build on more, and then
yeah,
eventually, you'll be at a position like a Boston's at, or a Golden State's at, or Milwaukee's at, etc., or Brooklyn's at. That's what you need to do. Is you need to continue to do what you guys are doing and not go out there and go star hunting. Because you already
yeah,
tried that with Carmelo Anthony years ago, and what did it get you?
you'll
Nothing.
definitely
You need
nothing.
to just do the way you guys are doing right now. That's what Coach said, and that's what we all said. The Knicks
here's
right
the
now need to keep doing what they're doing.
here's what I'll say about the Knicks.
Go ahead.
You have R.J. Barrett. All right. You have
Yeah,
Robinson. I like Mitch Robinson. I think he's a good big man for the future. Um, now the thing is Julius Randle and Evan Fournier.
Mm.
Um, what are they going to do with those two players? Are
I've
you
been
going
I've and with
are
you
you going
before
to roll
you.
with those? Are you going to roll with those players? But
Yes,
hold up, real quick though. You're going to roll with them. You're going to trade them, or what are you going to do with them? Because if you want to build a team, you got to look at players that are here
yeah,
for the future. Are these two guys here for the future? So if they're not here for the future, it would be in a GM's best interest to move a guy while he still has value before he gets an
yeah,
injury or before his play just falls off a cliff. So that's if I was the Knicks, that would be the stop worrying about the playoffs, the playing game. The team ain't that dang on good. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? Try to get assets for the future and try to build the team the right way and build around RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett can be a superstar player in this league if he's
You'll.
developed now. But you got to ask yourself, is Thibodeau the proper coach to develop a guy like RJ Barrett?
I
Or
don't
is
think
he
so.
too stubborn in his ways? You know what I'm saying? We see a lot of coaches that's stubborn in their ways and they don't last long. I like
Mhm.
Thibodeau as a coach. I do. But stubbornness can get in the way sometimes of developing younger players. We've seen it with Tom Coughlin in the Giants before he
Yup.
had to make an adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Even in his later years, he still went back to the same Tom Coughlin and wouldn't play some of these guys. And that's the team never developed talent. I'm not saying this on Coughlin or even on Thibodeau, but you do have coaches that stay stubborn and stuck in their ways, and thus it hurts the younger players from developing. On the contrast, I think a guy like Steve Nash is the perfect guy to develop young talent on the
Yeah.
team. He's not good with the dang on veterans. So if you could mesh Thibodeau with Nash, you had a perfect freaking coach. But go ahead.
I was gonna say that trading Julius Randle is the whole thing that I've been screaming for, but I don't think the Knicks listen. But I don't think Julius
Who
Randle.
the
I
hell
don't.
wants him? It's
What's
like
up?
with Kenny Galladay with the Giants. Who the hell wants Julius Randle? That's the problem. Nobody wants him,
Nobody.
and nobody
I
wants that
understand that
contract.
nobody wants him, but I've been screaming to the Knicks like not like streaming, like real streaming, but I've been like, I've been thinking, like, why can't you just do it? Just do it, like, bring it over. But I agree with you, Jeffy. Like, nobody wants him, also, so it's probably difficult. But I do think a lot of the stuff with the Knicks, if they don't play the young players, I want Tibbs out of there. I want the GM out of there because I've been on spaces where they want like free agents from like for example, like I don't think Donovan Mitchell would have fit here, but other free agents that have been out there that we could have brought in, which they have not done that good. They were looking into Utah again to bring in some other player, but I don't think that's going to happen. I would like the GM gone. I would like the coach gone. I don't because
Bojan Bogdanovic, the former Brooklyn Net.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, they was
yeah,
trying to bring him in. Yeah, we talked about that last week. Yeah, it don't make no sense.
No,
Yeah,
it
you're
may, I
not gonna give
understand
up
it
that
makes no
for that guy,
sense, but
it's another Evan Fournier.
that
right?
is true. That is true. But
Trying to
I
get
don't
rid
think
of Evan Fournier and Randall apparently, because um, you want assets, man. I will agree with you though, Nimmer. I do not know if Coach Thibodeau is the right proper coach to build. I think the Knicks and Nets should swap coaches. That's an unpopular take. Hit that
no,
dang
but
on like button.
yeah,
I
but
think the
MSG,
Knicks and the Nets should swap coaches, and I think you now you cooking. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? Because I think Steve Nash is the type of coach that'll have the type of cachet to get the younger players to buy in. Um,
yeah,
he does not have that with the veterans. Um, I think a coach like Tibbs is basically the contrast, the opposite of Nash, and he values the veterans more than. And this Nets team is
yeah,
laden with a lot of veterans. We talk about a couple young guys, but the main guys are mostly veterans. So
yeah.
um, I think Coach Tibbs would be perfect for a team and he likes defense, and that's what the Nets need. Somebody that's going to preach defense and toughen up on because we know they got the scorers. You know what I'm saying? So that's not going to ever be an issue. It's the defense, as
I don't,
Jeffy and Breezy pointed out. But go ahead.
yeah, I don't know if you agree with me, but I think the GM should be gone. Also, he doesn't fit this team. He's not doing the proper stuff that we want him to do. Like I think the GM should be on the
What
hot
has
seat.
the GM done though that you haven't liked?
There are a lot of stuff. Like
Well,
I think,
name
Yeah,
them.
you have to give examples though. So
like I think, like the free agent stuff. Like he could have done a better job. Yeah, probably Don and Mitchell. Some people wanted him. Some people thought he didn't fit here. But there are a lot of stuff that's one. There's some other free agents that are out there that I think that could come in here that he's not touching at all.
Are you mad about the Walker signing?
The Walker signing, not that much actually.
You didn't think he was over the hill after he was dealing with injury issues over in Boston?
Could be a little bit.
What about the
um,
Fournier signing?
but he also got you Derrick Rose. I mean, I think Derrick Rose has been a pretty good signing.
Mm.
Um, also, I mean,
Yeah, but look at Julius Randle. Look
Julius
at Jul-
Randle. I mean, yeah, he had a bad season last year. But think about the season before, though. I mean, he basically carried them to the playoffs.
Everybody was like
Julius
throwing
Randle,
roses at Julius Randle the year before.
huh?
yeah.
They were throwing roses at Julius
Right,
Randle the year
right.
before after everything he was
So,
doing.
like now they can't stand the guy, and I'm here to say that I don't know if Julius Randle is really the problem with the Knicks. Every New York sports fans always need a scapegoat. It's with every team. We can go around the city. Let's do it real quick, man. All
Sure,
right,
let's go for it.
we on the basketball. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Knicks. Who's the scapegoat? Julius Randle. Who's the scapegoat for the Nets?
Ben Simmons? Probably say Ben Simmons right now. Seems to be the guy that they target the most.
Ben Simmons. You could say Steve Nash. You
That
know what I'm
too.
saying?
Good point.
Yeah.
The Giants. We all know that one.
Yeah.
Uh,
Going all day.
on all day, can't get right, whatever you want to call them.
Use Kenny
Uh,
Galladay.
The Jets. Who's the scapegoat for the Jets?
believe it's Robert Sala.
I think it's
Probably
solid
Robert Saleh.
at this point. You know what
Mm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now those teams don't get a lot of pub, but still, now, okay, Yankees. We all know that one. And boom. You know what I'm saying? And various other players. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It seemed like anybody outside of Aaron Judge is a scapegoat for the Yankees.
The Mets is tough. I can't really think of a
The
scapegoat right now for the
Mets,
Mets.
mm, yeah,
Maybe they're bullpen guys. Like
that
some of the
that's
bullpen
yeah,
players are could be
that's more
scapegoats.
your speed because I don't really hear a lot of complaining from Mets fans.
Oh no, they're
Particular
complaining.
player,
They're all the Mets fans are complaining still. The Mets fans
right?
always
But
are
I
complaining.
don't see it from a particular player. The Mets fans
No.
complain more about the team rather the Yankees fans, Giants fans. It's this guy. And that's this Daniel
Yeah,
Jones.
and you're right
It's
about that.
Aaron Boone. It's
That is true.
Stanton. It's always a guy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? The Mets fans, I think, complain more about the team. You know what I'm
Well, the
saying?
Mets it was the owner for years before Stevie Cohen got in
Yeah,
here.
it
It was
was.
always Jeff Wilpon, Fred
Well,
Wilpon, Jeff
yeah,
Wilpon, Fred Wilpon. Like they suck. Get them the hell out of here. That was always the people that the Mets fans would complain about, or like Luis Rojas or Sandy Alderson. I'm really honestly thinking about it. I can't think of somebody on the Mets right now, and you're right. It's more about the team than it is about an individual player on the Mets at the moment. But yeah, everybody else, it's like that same player. It's like Steve Nash or Ben Simmons or Julius Randle or Can't Get Right, Gone All Day, or Robert
yeah,
Sala, like every other, or John Carlos Stanton or Aaron Boone. Like you're right, uh, Brian Cashman.
Yeah.
yep.
The Mets are that one team right now. I can't say as a player or a coach or anything. It's just a team. Every other team in New York. Maybe the Rangers too. I don't really follow hockey as much as I did. I don't know.
The
You're a
Rangers
Rangers
don't
fan.
have a
Who's the
lot of
scapegoat?
yeah. The Rangers don't for a while. They talked about the goalie.
Oh, Shesterkin.
Yeah, but it hasn't been like you said. It hasn't been that intense. You know what I'm saying?
They've been good for a long time.
Because I do have my ear plugged into the hockey a little bit. I'm
Mm.
still learning, but um, yeah, it's always a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? With these New
I
York
think
teams.
it's good. My bad. I
Nah,
think
go ahead.
it's I think it's Julius Randle, but I've heard on Knicks spaces that I go on that there are Knicks fans that are attacking RJ Barrett. I don't
Because
think
they
it's
want him to be what the other superstar players are, like they want him to be the John Moran, because those other
They're gonna
guys in
mess
that
around and
draft,
run RJ Barrett out of town, man. They need to
which was
leave that dude
stupid.
alone and let him develop into
Yeah.
where he's gonna be. You know what I'm saying? He's your best shot right now.
Yes, and I
You
will
know what
say
I'm
one
saying?
thing too. I think the Knicks eventually have to come down to a decision: is it going to be Julius Randle or is it going to be Obi Toppin? Because I think Obi Toppin is a very talented player. The problem is he plays the same exact position as Julius Randle, and it's hard to get to see. It's hard to gauge with both players unless you can find a way to play them both on the court. But I don't think they're a good match with one another. You're going to have to eventually decide who stays and who goes. Are you going to keep Randle long term, or are you going to keep Toppin long term? That's, I think, the biggest decision with the Knicks right now, because I like Obi Toppin. It's just he's blocked right now by Julius Randle
Here's
when they
the
give him that
here's the thing
contract.
I'm gonna say about the Knicks real quick, and I'll let Breezy chime in. Um, I think, as I said, I think they got the wrong type of coach to develop this team. And I have to give Nimmer some credit here, um, because it seems to me that you have a lot of young talent that a lot of other teams in the league value, but they're not having the opportunity to be developed because they're not getting the playing time because you have veterans like Fournier and Randall in the way. So I think if you're truly in rebuild mode and you stop faking jacks and thinking you're going to be some type of team that's going to do some damage in the Eastern Conference and just strip this thing down and get the right young talent in there and let it develop and get a coach that can get the most out of these younger players, then I think that's what that's what the Knicks need to do here. Um, I like Thibodeau. I think he's a good coach. I think he's a sound coach, but he's more built for a veteran team. He's the type of coach that the Lakers need, somebody like that. You know what I'm saying?
We're talking about
He
dysfunctional out there. Go to the Los Angeles Lakers last year. They was more as
but he could
dysfunctional as
straighten
the
them out
Knicks.
though. He could straighten them out if they let him coach, man. But we all know LeBron James ain't gonna let nobody coach. So that's the
No,
problem the Lakers got right now. Man, I follow the Lakers too. I'm sort of kind of a Lakers fan as well. It's just it's a garbage, man. It's like
you hurt me when you said that,
it,
NYG.
it's more like the Dallas Cowboys is what the Lakers are. I mean, you got talent and you got all this flash and cachet, but you don't got no substance behind it, man. Y'all are weak. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? Y'all are weak, man. And to me, it takes a tough coach, man. You need a Phil Jackson. Um, you know, you need a Larry Brown. You know, a type of coach like that to check these veterans, man. Steve Nash ain't it. That's why they had to bring in. That's why the owner brought in Markeith Morris. Cause
Hmm.
Steve Nash don't got no say so
Focal
in the
leadership.
right.
Yep.
Word.
He don't got the leadership should come from your coach, but it ain't coming from the coach.
No, absolutely,
Oh,
absolutely.
Steve Nash doesn't know how to lead anything. Let's just be
Yeah.
No.
real about it.
But no, I think it's again, this is me listening to y'all before I jumped on the panel. It's the mindset. You know what I mean? This it's the you know again, Westbrook is a great example, and Nash is in the same boat as Westbrook. I'm gonna tell you how. Nash is one of the highest paid coaches, and he just got here. You know who he's in a company with? Budenhauser and fucking Coach Pop. They the
Yeah.
only coaches that make more money than Steve Nash. Why does Steve Nash get paid top dollar to be a head coach? Because he's friends with Joe Tsai and he's business partners with Joe Tsai. Steve Nash gets he's the third highest paid coach in the NBA right now, bro.
Hit that
So
like
he
button. That's exclusive, man. I did not know that, man. Shout out
yeah,
to you,
man.
bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So
Wow.
that's so he doesn't lose sleep at night. We if the Brooklyn Nets lose a game, me and other Nets fans will be vlogging for hours, blaming Steve Nash. If you was to be a fly on the wall and see where he at, he doing TikTok dances and then he going to bed, sleep in pajamas,
TikTok dances.
Oh my god.
Give me a
Word.
in
fucking break.
pajamas. Like he's orchestrating TikTok dances with his daughter. Like respectfully, you could have just stayed home and did that. You ain't got to coach grown men that won a championship. Lamarcus Aldridge went to his doctor and said, "Yo, I cannot play." He said, "Yes, Lamarcus, you can play," and then he didn't even play him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know. The urgency to win now, I didn't see that in Steve Nash these first 3 years, and I think that's
Right.
the major disconnect between KD and Steve Nash and why KD did what he did. I don't necessarily agree on how he did it, but I'm glad he did something.
Hmm.
And it goes to show that I think it's the whole what I'm talking about is just the vocal part of it. Like nobody gonna say nothing to Nash. Sean Marks ain't gonna say nothing to Nash. Joe Tsai not gonna say nothing to Nash. I fucking fire both of them. You know what I'm saying? Just that whole energy of like, what did Nash do to prove that he deserves to be a head coach? He did nada.
Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
You know,
He was
so
a
I think
player's
somebody had to
coach.
do it,
A
and it was because he
player's
did.
coach because they brought in Steve Nash because they knew Kenny Atkinson, who was actually a very good coach, who knows
Yep,
how to coach good young players. He
yep.
was not he was not the type of guy that Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving wanted. They wanted a guy that they could control, and that was not Kenny
That's
Atkinson
gonna
who he
let them
was.
do
They
what they
wanted
want to
a
do.
guy that they could still run the team, and that's what Steve Nash is. He's a puppet for Kevin Durant
Yeah,
and Kyrie Irving.
they wanted somebody that that was gonna let
That's what they wanted. They wanted a puppet for Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving to control that entire time. That's why Steve Nash was brought in. Let's just be real about it.
Yeah, no, he was.
Kenny
They was.
Atkinson
They
should have
was
been the
wrong
head
for that.
coach.
Stop. They was wrong. They was wrong for that though. And you know, as a fan, I push back on them doing that, and I think they learned their lesson the hard way. You know,
You're exactly
they
right. They did.
they asked for Jordan to come. They got everything they want, and then I think when we didn't win it, that's where the pushback came from Sean Marks and Joe Tsai. Like, hold on, you asked us to put Jordan. Y'all took pay cuts to put Jordan, and we cut Jared Allen's minutes to give to DeAndre Jordan, and then we didn't even pay fucking Jared Allen. We let him go, and the
No, we
only reason why.
traded him for fucking James Harden. That's what we did.
Right. So I'm saying that to say Jared Allen didn't want to leave. They did not want to pay him. They said on the offer table, from what I heard, it was 4 years, 80 mil. Jared Allen and his he must have had Ari with him or some shit. He said,
Yeah.
nah, we don't want that. We want 5 years, 100 mil. And if you don't do it, somebody gonna do it. And somebody else did do it. And he became an
Breezy
all-star
and
the very next
NYG,
year.
I want to ask you that. I want to ask you guys this, Breezy and NYG, because I know. How did you guys feel about all the rumors that you heard about James Harden when they made that trade a couple of years ago? And what did you guys react when they actually made the James Harden trade? Because I was saying the entire time, don't do it. Don't trade for James Harden. He's not a good fit. You don't need
Never
him.
been
You have a good young core. I was praying that they wouldn't do it, and I thought the Nets, that's what killed this team until this year. That's what destroyed this team, is when they pretty much decided they had to go out there and get James Harden, and we all saw what happened after that. James Harden pulled the James Harden that he did before. I thought that was the worst move they could have done, and it just gave us nightmares of what happened about 10 years ago when they made that trade for Kevin Garnett, for Paul Pierce, and for Jason Terry. I'm like, don't do it. You have a good young core of players with two superstars. You don't need James Harden. And I was flipping a shit when they made that trade. I knew this team
I
was not going to be
definitely
as good.
did not like that trade, and I will say this: I don't like James Harden's game.
I don't either.
I don't like his game, man. You know what I'm
I think he's
saying? Now,
overrated as hell.
I'm a basketball player at heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Breezy can attest to this, man. You know what I'm saying? We played in many leagues, man, in Brooklyn, man, growing up, and I don't like um I don't like a chuck, man. I don't like a nut, man. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like the type of player that's just going to dribble, 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 then
Right.
pick and shoot. You know what I'm saying? I never liked his game. I don't like that chuck and duck shit, man. Like, so
Yeah,
James
I
Harden
agree. I agree with you,
definitely.
MIG, and Jeff too. I agree. I totally agree. And when it did happen, the whole time leading up to whether they was going to say yes or no, I vlogged against it. I vlogged, so I vlogged against it, and it was for the very reasons that we said. I know he was going. They were saying shit like it's only 24 seconds on the shot clock between him and Kyrie. It's going to be a lot of dribbling. But case in point is we didn't even see them play a lot of games together. But it's back to what Jeff said about building a core. The teams, the winning teams, the championship teams, they built a core.
Right.
The only anomaly is the Lakers, but that being said, they're out of, in my opinion, they're out of championship contention because of them winning the championship in 22. The irony, because if they had the same surrounding pieces now that they had with Jordan Clarkson, Julius Randle, I'm
Brandon
forgetting how,
Ingram,
yeah, oh my fucking
Hart,
god, Brandon fucking Ingram, bro. Like if they
Man,
had this,
LeBron James destroyed that
bruh.
team when he got greedy
LeBron
and wanted to
James
bring his
destroyed
guys
a lot
in.
of teams, man.
He
The only
destroyed
team
that
LeBron
Lakers team,
James
and they had
wasn't able to
talent.
destroy was the Miami Heat. That's because they got Pat Riley. But every other team this dude went to, and I'm not a LeBron James fan. Um, but you know, he has basically taken over teams and ruined them. And he's doing it again here with the Lakers. And um, we all know, man, that this Lakers team, as currently constructed, is not going to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? They do
but
not
they
have the right mix of players. And this is going back to what we're talking about with the Nets.
right,
You need the right mix of players. You need
Yep.
a good core. You need a good bench. You need solid young players that can play long minutes when your superstars aren't available or when you just need to give them a break. You need a solid all around team. You need 3-point shooting.
Mm-hmm.
You need guys that can defend the wing. You need guys that can defend the post.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you need a complete team.
Yeah,
Teams like Golden State and Boston are complete teams. I
Yep.
think the Nets are becoming a complete team. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna take time, and please don't go wigging out Nets fans if the team gets off to a slow start. A lot of these guys
that's a
are
fact.
coming off injuries. You know what I'm saying? Ben
Right.
Simmons, Joe Harris.
Right now, the first 20 games for the Brooklyn Nets, we got 5 back-to-backs.
Yep.
So it's rightfully so, NYG. Shit, it might be tough for us in the first 20 games because of the back-to-backs and the chemistry and just them playing alongside one another. I will always say that any team that got teammates that been on the same team for maybe 2-3 seasons, they have the advantage of new
Right.
teams. New assembled teams. Even with the Kawhi Leonard going to Toronto, that whole core was the same. The only thing they did different was Kawhi and DeRozan. That was the only difference. You
Pretty
know what I'm
much,
saying?
yeah.
So I'm saying that to say the teams that have teammates that play together for a long amount of time have the advantage because of chemistry and cohesiveness. When you watch Steph Curry and Clay, you could tell they know what they gonna do. Like Steph know what
Mhm.
Clay gonna do, and Clay know what Steph gonna do. You know what I mean?
And they
Right.
That
both know
type
what
of
Draymond's gonna do because they played
right,
together for
right.
so long.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. That's the advantage that teams have over the Nets because we may have the edge talent wise, but because they've been teammates longer, they might have the edge. But you get players like KD and Kyrie. I feel like Kyrie, he's more of a scorer, second passer. KD, I would say, just watching game after game, he's become a better passer.
Yeah.
But he got exposed on with the Boston Celtics because he had nobody to pass to. What people don't understand was that a lot of the respect that KD got and not doubling him was LaMarcus Aldridge. You put him right there in the key area where his paint at right there by the foul line over
Oh
there.
no! Don't even get me started with that decision not to play Aldridge in the
Right.
Celtics
No, no,
series. Oh
no.
my God!
But no. I'm saying, Jeff. I'm saying this to say that uh coach wise, strategically, this is how you keep the double off of Kevin Durant.
You're right.
They have to respect LA. They have to respect automatic. They have to. But
That's
case
what you
in
hope a
point
guy
is
like
the coach
Claxton's
makes
gonna
that
do.
call, huh?
That's what you hope a guy like Nicholas Claxton is going to be able to do. Is he's going to be that guy down low that they're going to have to respect, and it's going to help take away the double team from Kevin Durant. And also, you need those 3-point shooters that are going to strike fear into the other team. That if you leave them open even for a little bit, they're going to knock down those shots most of the time. AKA Joe Harris. And
Yo,
that's why
hold on.
Joe Harris was a monster blow not being on this team last year because they did not have that consistent guy on the outside that they know that if he gets the ball and he even has a little bit of time to
Right.
shoot that three, he's most likely going to make it because Joe Harris has been one of the best 3-point shooters in the league for a while,
Yeah.
and he's a perfect fit for this offense, and he was missed last year. As bad as he was the year before, shooting behind the line in the playoffs, Joe Harris is still a guy that when he's out there, most likely he's going to hit that three. And they missed him so much on the outside. They missed
Yeah,
that legit 3-point consistent threat.
yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you. I feel like Joe Harris, him and Nick Claxton are the only players that still here from everything that happened. And
Yep.
we always ran the offense through Joe Harris. But what I'm getting at or getting to is who can have. I seen on LaMarcus Aldridge. I don't know if y'all heard this, and it was last season. They was talking spicy about the mid-range game, and LaMarcus Aldridge said, "Man, I scored 18,000 points from the mid-range game. Man, I don't know what they talking about. The mid-range game is still alive." Because of Curry and how he made the 3-pointer so relevant,
Mm-hmm.
but the mid range is still masterful. You know, you got KD and great players who made a living off of the mid range. So, respect to that. And I'm only saying that to say, now that LaMarcus Aldridge is not there, who can give us that? Who can give us that mid range from right there? Because that was the whole, in my opinion, reason why we lost the Celtics series is because we didn't put Aldridge there. Because I'm saying this for coaching reasons. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like coaching wise. Ime Udoka knew that if you can't put Drum there, you put Drum there, Drum is not making that.
No.
You take your chances in the playoffs that he's not going to make that shot. And I'm saying that to say, because they took their chances, they double team KD because they knew KD could, if he threw it to LaMarcus Aldridge, they could get back on defense fast on the Drum, but not with a LaMarcus Aldridge. So I'm saying that to say, again, people think it's such a mess that KD put Nash on a hot seat. I think the opposite. I think it was necessary that somebody put Nash on a hot seat, not necessarily Sean Marks. I think he did a better job as a GM than Nash did as a coach, but definitely Nash to let him know I'm in the prime of my career. It's okay for you to lose. You your first 1, 2, 3 years being a coach. You can live after this. You get another job. This is it. This my last woo. With the woo high, the last woo high. You know what I'm saying? It's my last go. It's my last go at it. I need this. You know what I'm saying? And you acting like it's fine to lose. I listen to and not to be long-winded, I'm gonna land the plane. But I used to listen to Nash's post-game interviews after the game and just his energy on how he discussed the game. And as a coach, you want more as from a fan. A fan want more from his coach. You show more passion, show more leadership, show more aggressiveness, show more, you can come to me and guess what? I'll take it on the chin and say, I should have did this or I should have did that. It was always
like a robot.
He ain't take no accountability.
He sounded like a robot in his press conferences. Oh, we didn't do well in the defense. We need to do a lot better when it comes to the offensive side of the game. Show some damn passion, Steve Nash. Like he didn't show any passion, and he was horrible with adjustments over there. Well, I'm hoping actually to answer your question that you said about who could be that mid-range guy, Markieff Morris. Maybe Markieff Morris is that guy.
Right.
He can hit that mid-range shot.
Right.
Maybe Nicholas Claxton. He has been shooting a little bit better. He's been trying to practice on that shot in the mid-range. Maybe he's that guy. Right. I don't think he's going to be, but maybe he is. Maybe a T.J. Warren could be that guy and do the mid-range shot.
So we need a big man to do it. But I think you cooking with grease when it comes to Morris though. Morris definitely could. I won't say be as good as a Aldridge, but he going to make the defense react. Like the defense has to respect the fact that he got the ball. You're not just going to leave him open because he's not going to shoot the ball if you leave him open. He's going to take it to the basket. And he's going to draw the foul. In case he's a player that makes the defense react. You know what I mean?
He'll beat you cerebrally when it comes to being on the basketball court. He'll know what the best plays to do on the court for being a veteran in the league for so long. If he knows that jump shot's not there and he can drive to the basket and draw that foul, he'll do it. He won't hesitate and throw up a bad shot in the mid-range. And that's what a guy like Markieff Morris is going to do on the court. And that's why like we've reiterated multiple times during the stream, how important that signing of Markieff Morris has been in so many aspects. And it's just amazing that we were able to pick him up this late in the offseason. Like, that was such a huge signing for this team in so many ways. And I think he is one of those guys that's going to transform this team into, like, what MYG was saying, as a complete team. And like you were saying, Breezy, he's going to bring that toughness. He's going to bring that grit. He's going to bring that enforcer, that leadership that this team needs. Markieff Morris, I think, is that guy that could do it. Maybe not as good as Aldridge, but he can do it.
This team is going to add pieces along the way. So
yes, I agree.
This ain't the same team they're gonna be going with, come playoff time.
Unless the young players on this team develop, and they don't have to, unless you have guys like Thomas and Sharp and David Duke Jr., as well as Kessler Edwards, show something enough where they believe in them to put them in the rotation. They don't have to add some more pieces if they believe these young guys can get it done.
Yeah, but no, I agree. I got pushed back with that too, NYG. I feel like, again, reliability-wise, Cam Thomas, 67 out of 82 with an injury. they say the best ability is availability.
Uh,
And they were there. They have experience playing alongside of Kevin Durant and a Kyrie Irving. That teammate part of it is important too. So these young guys, I think they do get more minutes. Kessler Edwards had 44 games, I believe. I think he gets 60 plus games this season. I don't think that injury prone player, coming off an injury like an Ed Sumner, which I'm hearing good things about, which honestly I shied away from because I don't want him to take Cam Thomas minutes. But I said that to say, far as the minutes and who's going to get them, you can't expect TJ Warren to get 82 games and play 25 minutes for 82 games. That's not going to happen. So case in point, even if if TJ Warren and all these players get minutes over Cam Thomas and players, basically Cam Thomas, he's going to still get minutes because he's giving rest to a Patty Mills, rest to a Seth Curry, rest to a TJ Warren. These rest to Kevin Durant, rest to Seth Curry. When those guys who all can score, when they're but they're all veterans. When they get to sit and you need a basket, you can go to Cam Thomas. This is why he's going to get the rookie extension with the Brooklyn Nets. That's my unpopular opinion.
Let's go.
I agree with them. That's a damn good unpopular
like
opinion.
that,
I'm right on
'cause
board
I like
with you on that one.
Stand on your square. Because
I like that.
I'm saying Cam Thomas is that dude, and you got me convinced. You know what I'm saying? So we rolling with Cam Thomas, David. You know what I'm saying? Unpopular opinions, sports. Big fan Breezy with the Brooklyn Nets vlog. NYG Jeffy, 85. You know what I'm saying?
It's gonna take a little time for you to get used to that
I'll
number. I
just say
know.
32. Like, NYG Jeffy 85.
No, I
And,
kicked that 32 out of there just like I hope the Giants can kick Kenny Galladay the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I hope it happens too. But much like Julius Randle, much like guys like Stanton for the Yankees, you stuck with these guys, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Not so much Stanton, but a lot of Yankees fans complain about him the way Knicks fans complain about Julius Randle. The way
Galladay's the worst.
Giants
Out of all
fans
those guys,
complain
Galladay's the
about
worst.
Kenny Galladay. That's what I'm
Galladay's
saying.
the worst because at least those other guys have done something. Galladay's done jack snap with this Giants team. At least Randall had a good season with the Knicks, and Stanton has had decent numbers with the Yankees. What the hell has Kenny Galladay done? I mean, that's by far the worst out of all these guys. Not even close.
True that. And just getting back to the basketball, like, I do think this Nets team now, Steve Nash can develop this young talent on his team. So we gotta.
It's Brian Keefe, bro.
Yeah.
It's something that's going to they're gonna have to overcome with Nash. Okay, so if you saying Brian Keefe, let me just pose this question to you real quick, Breezy. If you saying Brian Keefe is the head coach in waiting, okay. So if that's the case, why not let Brian Keefe handle the veterans, Kevin Durant, and if you a smart coach, okay, these cats ain't listening to me. So Brian, Markeith, maybe those are going to have to be KD and Kyrie's. I hate to say handlers. I don't like to use a word like that. But maybe they just gonna have to be the ones in those guys' ears to keep them on pace and focused. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not so much worried about Steve Nash and let Steve Nash work with Cam Thomas, Kessler Edwards, and some of these other younger guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the question you asked me, you answered it. That's exactly what it is. And I think, again, KD didn't get his whole narrative the way he would probably say verbatim, the way the media explained it. He didn't just. I think they made it nasty. I don't think it was just about the fire and the people. That's what I'm saying. It's Brooklyn, man. Like they ain't even sweating that, man. That happened the other day, man. They gonna be all right. And I'm only saying that to say that, it was about Brian Keefe. they didn't say his name in the media because, Steve Nash kept his job. There's no reason to cause a fuss inside of the Brooklyn Nets organization by making it versus Steve Nash and Brian Keefe. Because
Right.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be Steve Nash and Brian Keefe. But Kevin Durant, he took it a step further, and my unpopular opinion is that he went up there and was like, "Yo, I want to hire Brian Keefe." You look at because again, he was first year as an assistant coach with the Brooklyn Nets was last season, right?
Mhm.
So Kevin Durant was there before that, right? But Brian Keefe, again, the relationship he has with Kevin Durant is from OKC.
Yep.
Sam Presti, the GM from OKC, saw it out. You know what I'm saying? Called him up like, "Yo, I need your help." Brian Keefe pulled up. He was the player development coach. He was the assistant coach. He was like, and again, the significance of that again is him having a player development coach experience. That's gonna go well over with the young guys. You know what I'm saying, with the second year guys.
Mhm.
And him being a defensive coordinator, I think he is part of the reason why we gave up the draft pick for Royce O'Neal. Because the players that we're going to develop are the second year guys with Kessler Evans, DDJ, Dayron Sharp, and Cam Thomas. Those are the players that's going to be our core and we're going to develop. We made a mistake by trading Jared Allen, and the significance of Jared Allen in this conversation is he was the first draft pick that Sean Marks picked. Sean
Yep.
Marks came here and he got looked at like he was doing the right thing because he drafted Jared Allen. So when it get looked at in a good light, is because of his draft picks, not necessarily the free agents. And he does well, and he did well, and I think that's why they're going forward with giving away the pick and getting a Royce O'Neal. He's a developed player, and he's almost an Iron Man. I think he played like 82 games. But
Yeah.
starting for Utah, bro,
Yeah,
like
he's out there on the court almost all the
He's out
time.
there. Yeah.
right. So think about what that part means for the Brooklyn Nets on having a player that's available all the time. You know what I
We
mean?
haven't had in a while.
Right. Right. We always, get hit with the injury bug. So, that changes our offense. Again, we used to run our offense through Joe Harris. He played 14 games last season. We had to switch things up. Patty Mills had to take what he did and do what he did. Like Patty Mills played the most games with 81. Then
Yep.
after that was Bruce Brown with 72. And then after that was Cam Thomas with 67.
Yep.
Cam Thomas is the third, and he's a rookie. He played the third most games for the Brooklyn Nets. So now you got guys that you could build around because they're going to be the most consistent there because health-wise, they're the most available. So you got Royce O'Neal, you got Cam. This is why I bring attention to him too. It's not just the how you say me liking him as a player, it's the availability. 67 out of 82 is nice for a rookie. You know what
It
I'm
is.
saying? And
Big
like,
fact, yo.
And that's one of the
and
things that hurt that team too is the fact that they had so many guys in and out of the lineup that when they finally got most of them back at the end of the season, they still needed time to develop that chemistry and gel together. And by the time they got to the playoffs, it was too late. They were still
Wake
trying
up,
to
Nimmer.
they're still trying to find their ways to learn how to play together. And it was too late. And the Boston Celtics already were a team that gelled. So that's what really hurt that Nets team too. Is the players were they were too in and out of the lineup. And hopefully that doesn't happen this year. So go ahead, Breezy. Say what you were saying before.
Appreciate you,
no, no,
LeGrand.
I'm
Still rocking
talking
with
to
us.
you. I'm talking
Yeah.
to y'all. I'm kicking it with y'all. I'm saying shit for y'all to say shit. You know what I
I would
mean?
put Claxton in there too. I would put Claxton in there as another guy that they're going to, because I think they finally got that one right. After they knew they effed up with Jared Allen, they made sure they didn't do the same thing with Nicholas Claxton, and they kept him because that kid's got a lot of talent too. Not maybe as talented as Jared Allen is, because I think Jared Allen's game offensively is better than what Nick Claxton can provide. But I mean,
Yeah,
he's still a very good young player in terms of center position. So I would throw Claxton in there with the DGJ, with the Kessler Edwards, with the Cam Thomas, Deron Sharp, and I even like this kid that they signed as an undrafted free agent, Alondis Williams out of Wake Forest. I think
yeah,
he's another
nah,
guy they could try to develop a little bit, maybe in the G League, and maybe he can
yeah,
become a player as it goes along, sort of like what they have with David Duke.
yeah,
Like an
no,
undrafted guy that can come out of nowhere and maybe be a contributor for the team, and maybe not this season, but maybe next year.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what you said. I vlogged on it on Alondas Williams, and I pulled up his highlights. He's a 6'5" point guard that know how to pass and he'll bang it on you. He's an athletic guard that's going to take it to the paint, take it to the basket, and his vision is fucking phenomenal. And you know what I mean? And I said that from college highlights. Yeah, he's going to be developed in the G League. He has a 2-way contract. Long story short, listen, somebody he's definitely gonna get minutes with the Brooklyn Nets, and I think if you're gonna build a team, you always pay attention to the players that you put in the G League. If they doing too well, you're like, wow, you might as well play for the Brooklyn Nets. If you're gonna do that for the Long Island Nets, play for the Brooklyn Nets. We had, I think there's some talent that we sent Cam Thomas his first game. He had like 48. He was like, all right, come back to the Brooklyn.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Jordan Poole was with the G League for the Golden State Warriors for most of the year last year. He comes over to the real team, and he all of a sudden becomes that sixth man off the bench. You never know what you can get out of that G League. I think, was it Spencer Dinwiddie? Was a G League player for a little bit too? And then he came out of nowhere, and he became the player that he is right now, and he got a big deal from the Dallas Mavericks. So you never know what you can get out of those guys in the G League. Somebody could be the next Spencer Dinwiddie or Jordan Poole.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think COVID put a light on the G League, but when you vlog about it and this and that, and you see why they not getting minutes, you find out it's because of the G League, and you just learn about it. Just being a fan of it, it's like, oh, all right, you know what I mean? You understand now the contracts. When I was growing up, I didn't know nothing about no contracts. I knew Jermichael played for the Bulls, and this player played for that team, that type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't know nothing about no contracts and all of that, but. Yeah. I think that Alondas Williams, with his 2-way contract, you're going to see him play for the Brooklyn Nets, especially having veterans. And not to say like I want injuries, but the way this, just realistically looking at any NBA team, right, without any injuries, 10 out of all of the players in the NBA do not play 82 games. That's just the facts of it.
Yeah, so in the league nowadays.
Yeah, even if I'm not calculating the injuries, let's just say I'm minusing the injuries. 9 times out of 10, there's still going to be situations that these players are not going to play 82 games, and then there's going to be players when that player don't play, it's going to be their chance or opportunity to take the start, or you know what I mean? Like a lot can happen. You know what I'm saying? If they get minutes, a lot can happen. I don't know. Absolutely. I think Cam Thomas got 2. He got 2 game winners in his rookie season. What more you want from a rookie? He played 67 games. What more you want from a rookie? He was a 27th pick, and he only played 1 year in college and came out and got here in the first round. Kessler Edwards played 3 years in college, and he was a 2nd-round pick. Nick Claxton is a 2nd-round pick. Day'Ron Sharp, he's nice. He's a 1st-round pick, 29th pick, but he's
I like Day'Ron Sharp. I hope he gets minutes at that backup center position behind Nick Claxton.
He's another one that's only 1 year in college. They late in the 1st round because they played 1 year in college. Had they stayed 3 years, you can't tell me Cam Thomas in college plays 3 years and he's a 27th pick. He's definitely a top 10 pick. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because they come out so early, like you said, Breezy. They come out so early now. Mm-hmm. They're not allowed it to touch, much like the NFL. The quarterbacks, how they come out real early, and they're not giving the time to develop because they're still young. So when you have players that come into the league that are young, think about how you felt, man. Look, man, we talk about athletes, man, but these are humans. These are people, man. Think about how you felt when you was 18, 19 years old. You know what I'm saying? Did you feel like you could take the pressure of being a professional athlete? And for a lot of these guys, it's not as easy as you think. It's not as easy as a transition. And these guys it takes time for these guys to develop, and you need the right coaches that are there that can allow the transition to be as smooth as possible so these guys don't get rattled and lose confidence and flame out.
Exactly. You're 1,000% right on that. Coaching does matter so much in a lot of sports. You can have all the talent in the world, But if you're put in a situation where the coaching is not good enough to get the most out of your talent, then you'll end up like some of the busts that happen in the NBA or the NFL or such like that. If you're put, and maybe you're not, there could be a scenario where there's one more, like there's a player A and player B, where player A is the more talented player coming out of college. I'll just say the NFL for an example. Player A is the more talented wide receiver coming out. Player B, not as talented. But player A goes to a situation, there's an absolute train wreck where the coach is not good, the scheme is not good, and they can't get the most of his skills at the wide receiver position. The quarterback's not good, etc. Where player B, who might not be as talented, is in the good scheme with a solid quarterback. They're going to get the most out of his talent. Who's more likely getting to succeed? Player B, because he's in a better situation. Maybe player A is just as the talent outweighs, how bad the situation he's in, but most times the player that might not be as talented is going to succeed in a system that fits his skill set or fits him like overall, like getting the most out of his talent compared to with the other scheme. Like, so coaching matters so much for these young players coming out of college, no matter if it's the NBA, the NFL, even Major League Baseball, etc. If you have the good coaching over there to get the most out of your players, keep them on the right path, get them to make sure that they're going to be in the playbook, learning the plays in the NFL, learning some of the concepts with the NBA, all that kind of stuff, there's a better chance your player's going to be going out there to succeed. Plain and simple. Coaching means so much in every single sport. It's not even funny. And scheme, too.
Yeah, shout out to Levance, man. He gave us a shout out. You see that, NYG? I mean, yeah,
Thank
he
you,
put it there.
Vance. Thank you, Levance. You're a real one always, bro.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Lawrence.
feel him though, because before I jump on the stream, I'll be watching y'all, I'll be listening. I told you I was like listening to y'all talk about the football. I'm like, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I stopped watching football, but just like listening to y'all, like I'm a fan again. You know what I mean? So shout out to y'all.
Football's always been my number one passion when it comes to sports. I love basketball. It's a very close second, but football has just always been my number one for me. I mean, whenever you can get to a football Sunday or a Monday, whatever time your team is playing, like it just brings out a different energy to you because it's not like basketball where you pretty much get a basketball game most of the time like every other day, or obviously with baseball where you get it like pretty much every day for months and months and months. Football is different because of the fact that it's only here for like 4 or 5 months, and it's the longest off season by far. You only have it really one day in a week where you prepare, you coach everything up, you get all your stuff together for that one game every week, and it's like a holiday for us football fans because we're not like thinking about like multiple weeks during that unless you have like a Monday night, like a Sunday night game, and then you play again on Thursday. Most of the time, you get about a week or so off. And that's what makes football so special and why, like myself, NYG, and a lot of us love the sport is because it's the X's and O's things about it. It's like the different plays, the concepts, and the fact it's not there all the time. It makes us miss it more because of the fact that it's once a week. And it's like every time that day comes, it's like a celebration that we can get ready for. Whereas compared to the other sports, you get it more on your plate and the off seasons aren't as long. So it's like your hunger for football gets bigger because it's pretty much gone from February all the way until August, and some people would say September. That's what makes football so much different than the other sports. That's why football, and also because gambling also has to help with it and like fantasy football and stuff. But it's just different when it comes to football compared to everything else. I don't know how MWG feels about it, but I just think it's different.
Yeah, they got fantasy basketball too. I actually played fantasy basketball one year. It's a little different. Not as good as football from a fantasy standpoint. But here's what I love about basketball. It's a player's game. You know what I'm saying? It's about the players more so I think than the coaching. I think the coaching matters in the aspect of managing the players more so than X's and O's. You know what I'm saying?
That I'll agree with you. You're absolutely right about
Football, it's more about the X's and O's. I think in basketball, it's more about the talent and the personalities and getting the personalities and the chemistry all in accord. I think that's the biggest job of the coach. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got players that just ain't buying in, to what you're selling, then your team's gonna be off. No matter how much talent you got. I think in the NFL, it's more about the X's and O's. You know what I'm saying? But fellas, it's been 4 hours, man. We've been doing this thing real quick. Um, not real quick, real long, but you know what it is, man.
That's
It's
right.
unpopular opinion sports, man, and this is what I do, man, for you guys, man. I let you air out all your opinions,
Mm-hmm.
popular or unpopular, on all your teams around the New York City area, or even not the New York City area. You know, um, you're always welcome to any sports conversation here, and I appreciate everybody for tuning in tonight. Um, this is a regular show, Tuesdays, 8:30 p.m. We're
Yeah.
gonna be rocking out here with Heart of the City. And definitely gotta appreciate. I miss my co-host tonight, Coach Ed. Man, shout out to Coach Ed. You know, hope everything's good with him, but I'm sure
Mm.
he'll be back soon. But thanks Jeffy for holding me down. Breezy,
Anytime, bro.
Emmer, you know
Yeah,
what I'm
nah,
saying?
man. You know I love it, man.
Yeah.
When I see you, I know when I know it's every Tuesday at 8:30.
I love
I
Yeah,
this
like
show.
soon as you post it like
Yeah, I
it's
love it
like you about
also.
to do it, I share it on Twitter, I share it everywhere, bro.
The reason why I love this show so much is because it reminds me so much of like when I do my premium take show with Adam, Mac, and Zion. That it's just like not just one sport
right. And
specifically because
shout out
there's
to
so
them
many
guys
football.
too, man.
Oh,
Mac the
no
Giant
doubt, no
fan,
doubt about it.
Adam,
Shout out to
man.
Zion Zayneth, as well
Yeah,
as Mac the
Zion,
Giants fan and Adam Costas, three great
all
other
great
Giants
content
content
creators.
creators out there. If you haven't already, sub up to them. But
That's
it's
how we
not
do,
just
man.
one sport we
Support each other.
concentrate on, it's everything. Like we do everything out there, and that's what makes it so fun, is that you really get like, that different perspective when it comes to football, basketball, baseball, hockey. If you really want to go college football, college basketball, hell, we can maybe even one day talk about golf or tennis or that kind of stuff if we ever want to go in depth about it.
I
Like
got you
that's what
Yeah.
covered,
makes it fun, and that's
man.
what I
You know
love
what
about
I'm
it.
saying?
And
What I
especially
would
now, I want to
yeah,
say this real quick. New York sports is starting to make a turnaround that we have not seen in a while. You could tell things are
talk
turning
about it.
around with New York sports. The Giants and the Jets are actually winning right now. The Giants are 2-0. It feels good to keep saying that. I'm going to keep saying it as NYG is going to keep saying it too, and Nimmer as well. The
Yo,
Giants are 2-0,
We're gonna
and
be
we're going to be
3-0 on
3-0 after
Monday.
we beat Dallas. I don't give a shit about saying it right now. We're kicking Dallas's ass on Monday. I think the Jets are a team on the rise. I think the Jets are going to get better eventually too. The Nets are a championship team. The Knicks are
Talk
just
about it.
the Knicks are a disaster. I'm sorry, Nimmer. I don't know when the Knicks are going to get out of their rut.
I don't agree with that. I think the Knicks
I I
are at
think
least a
I
play.
think
I think they're at least a play-in team, and that's 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 a low bar, but it's a bar that I think Knicks
Eventually, they got
fans
to raise
take.
the bar. They got to raise the bar
Right.
for more
They're
than a
not
playing
ready though,
team.
but hey, at least you're in a conversation for being a
That's
playoff team.
true. And then you got
That's
the
a
Yankees and the Mets. Yankees and the
Mm.
Mets right now are both playoff teams, and it's arguable. I know the
fact.
Yankees have struggled a little bit, but they're both playoff teams and World Series contenders. Your
Fact.
Rangers, NYG, you've been the best team
They're
in New
good.
York for the past 10 years. The New York
Yeah.
Rangers have represented the New York tri state area very well. They've been good. The Islanders have been up and down in terms of they played hockey. They've been all over the place. The Devils have been probably the
They've been
worst
playoff
franchise in the
teams
New
though.
York
The
area.
Islanders got in the playoffs last year too.
They did, yes.
Yeah,
They
they're not
struggled.
bad.
They struggled to get to the where they want to be, but they've been a solid team. The Devils have like their down times, even though they were good
Yeah,
years
they're low,
ago.
man.
They've had their down times, and even the college Rutgers is 3-0. Rutgers
Rutgers,
football is 3-0. I know they
Syracuse.
played like cupcake teams, but they're 3-0. Syracuse is playing better. New
Yep.
York sports is making the turnaround, and that's what we've been wanting to see for how bad the New York sports scene has been for so long. We can actually
Yo,
say, as a New York sports, in its appropriate way to close out the stream in the heart of the city. A little shout out and promotion there for Unpopular Opinion Sports NYG's channel, but the New
nah,
York
this
sports scene is starting to
that's
turn.
fitting.
It's
That's a
turning now.
fitting.
That's a fitting name, man. I really like the name, man. You should do merch. Heart of the City,
You
man.
should.
That's fire, man. The
Yeah,
the name of this show is I like it. You know what I'm
Because we're a
saying?
passionate city when it comes to our sports, like Philadelphia, like Boston, and like some of these other markets. And
You gotta get you
we've been the
gotta get
city
a
that got
closeout
shat on
song.
for years.
You gotta
Philadelphia's
get a
had good teams.
closeout song. You gotta
I
get
think
a
he's
like
going to.
a heart of the
NYG, get that ready.
yeah.
get a
But
song for when your show close out like an intro outro joint. Like
Yeah, I'm working on that, man.
yeah,
Definitely.
nah, this show fire. Like what I have bars on it. You
I
know what I'm
love
saying
it,
if
bro.
I could.
I
But
love
yo,
this
Me
man.
because I
too.
love talking about it.
Yeah, Heart of the City, man. It's a dope. This one of my favorite shows, man. I ain't gonna
But
hold you, man. Every
but just to
Tuesday.
close out my point,
Yeah, so is
The New York
real
Giants.
quick though for Breezy, man. Go check out his show.
Yes.
You do a couple shows, Nets at Night. That's one of my favorite ones. And
Hmm.
also Who Run the City. Um Knicks versus Nets, man.
Oh, you
It was
know who runs the
time.
city. We already know
That
who runs the city.
oh, I'm always on that show too, man. He know, man.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
always
yeah,
giving time hell, man. Who about the Knicks?
yeah. Nah, and yeah, that's if y'all want to hear NYG giving tea time hell, you could go to my page and look at call ups. I record the call ups and anybody that call up. And yeah, NYG he called a few times, man. And he be in the
Mm.
comments cooking too. So yeah, man. Shout to NYG, man. It's always good talking to you, man. Kicking it
No
with you, man.
doubt,
This shit is
brother.
fire.
You already know, man. But yeah, I'll let y'all get y'all last words on, and we gonna close out. Go ahead, Breezy.
Well, again, this one of my favorite shows. Like, share, and subscribe to my page too.
Yeah,
Shout
and
to
tell the
the
people where they can find you, man. Tell the people they
Yeah.
can find you at on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
yeah, I'm on Twitter. I'm on at BK Nights 555, and on YouTube, I'm a big fan Breezy with the Brooklyn Nets vlog. You could probably just type in Big Fan Breezy. It's an easy pull up, and I'll be here, man, in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and my other show, Knicks vs. Nets, Who Run the City, the podcast. That's me and my guy T Time. He's a Knicks fan, and I'm a Nets fan. So we debate who run the city. But that's Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. at 8 o'clock. You could call up. Yeah, NYG been on the show. He called up here, let you know it's fire. Y'all
That
can
show
call
is
up.
fire.
Y'all, you know what I'm saying? This show is fire. Heart of the City. You know what I'm saying? Who run the city? Heart of the City, man. It only makes sense we work together. You know
The
what I'm
Knicks
saying?
run nothing. The Knicks
Eh,
run nothing in this city. This is Net City. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm not gonna hold you though. T Time, he tries to make a
no,
decent
no,
argument,
he
but
do.
it yeah, it
It's
falls
very
He
hard
apart.
for
nice.
him to argue.
Not
I
yo.
mean, he probably puts out
Hard.
good points.
He
Yeah, no,
does
nah.
have
He's
some points though.
he's he. What you say? A formidable opponent. He's good at what he do. He knows his stuff.
Yeah,
He got a show called Nixon Ish, but it's hibachi time when I'm there. You know what I'm saying? So I get the cooking. I wear the chef hat around here. But I said that to say that since we started the podcast, we swept them 2 seasons in a row. That's why I talk like that.
Oh, I
We
love
beat them
it.
7 times straight since the pod started. So, I'll be having something to say. So yeah, man,
I
check us
love it.
out. But again, man, that's Fridays. But trust me, on Tuesdays I'm gonna be here at 8:30, Heart of the City. Shout out to my guy NYG, the whole panel. Like I said, I'm a fan of the panel too as well. So yeah, it's
We are a
always
fan of you,
it's
bro. I
always great
love
to
your
be on the
knowledge about
show.
the Nets. I love your knowledge about the Nets and everything about the Nets, and I appreciate that. It's good to see some other Nets fans out there like this because we're a very, very small bunch, but we
Yeah,
make our noise when it's necessary. So I'm
yeah,
glad to
man.
hear. Like, I love the stuff that you're bringing to the table, and you're an incredibly knowledgeable Brooklyn Nets fan. So I'll
smallest
make sure I
cats
check
hit the
out your
hardest.
content.
Remember that.
Nah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I appreciate having you on too, Breezy, man. And you already know how we do, bro. And hang out for just a second. I want to talk to you and Jeffy when we end the stream. But go ahead, Jeffy. Tell the people where they can find you at.
Catch me over at NYG Jeffy T 85, not to be confused with Jeffy T 3285. I kicked 32 over to the side like I hope the New York Giants can kick Kenny Galladay the hell off this team. I'm going to keep saying that until number 19 can actually show us something on Sundays. But otherwise, you can catch me over there doing some New York Giants content. I'm going to probably have some more stuff coming out about what happened with Brian Daboll and his meeting that he had with some of the wide receivers, as well as the news about them possibly bringing in Joe Schobert, the linebacker that's a free agent right now. I'm thinking about starting up do some Nets training camp stuff, like some of the battles that can be going on in terms of who might get what minutes, etc. Obviously, I'll do some Mets stuff with the New York Mets about getting ready for the playoffs, and of course, I dabble in some wrestling as well. I'm a big WWE fan, so I'm always following up on what's going on Monday Night Raw as well as Friday Night SmackDown. I even dabble a little bit in the AEW stuff. So you guys can catch me over there at NYG Jeffy T 85, and I want to thank my guy NYG 22, one of the most underrated New York Giants, New York Yankees, Brooklyn Nets content creators out there, and I always love what he does. And please sub up to this guy and get this guy into the position that he's at. And I'm going to say the same thing about Coach Ed. Get these two guys to where they belong as one of the two of the best, most underrated content creators out there, and they deserve more subs and more respect than they're getting right now. That's coming from just somebody that appreciates what they do. And I'll say the same thing about YouTube Breezy. YouTube Breezy, same thing.
Nah, likewise, man. Likewise, bro.
Appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? And Jeffy is our version of Adam Scheffler. The sideline reporter bringing you all the updates. I don't have to turn on ESPN because I just sub to Jeffy and I get all the updates that I need, all the injury news on whether it's Nets, Giants, Mets, WWE, or other. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That's what's up.
Jeffy.
NYG, I want you if Darius Slayton gets cut, I want you to come out there and I want you to tell why it was one of the worst moves the Giants can make. You go out there and defend your boy Darius Slayton if they cut him for another wide receiver they bring in.
I think I've been pretty on point with Darius.
You have been.
I know ain't nobody going to give me credit for it, but
No. I
know what I said about Darius Slayton, and I know I gave the hottest take in the community about Darius Slayton, and a lot of people tried to defer me, but I stood my ground, and guess what? Darius Slayton's still on this team, and that's all I was saying was that Darius Slayton should make the squad over guys like Sills and Alec Bachman.
Oh, God. Don't even get me started. Alec Bachman,
you know what I'm saying? And he did. Now, if he gets cut and ends up off the team, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure I've established my points are not stupid, but they may be unpopular.
Unpopular.
Right. That's it. Unpopular.
Yeah. That's why this show perfect, man. I mean, not perfect, right? But this is a dope show, man. Unpopular. Yo, man, I feel home, man. I feel at home here, man. I be saying some off the wall stuff, man, but it's embraced, man. Just because it's unpopular, it don't mean it don't make sense, man.
It's good because we can broaden our range and not just focus on one thing. Like we always talk about Giants football all the time. I love talking basketball. I love talking baseball. I like hearing about the knowledge. You got to be diverse if you want to do well on YouTube. You got to be able to go and do different directions when it comes to sports. You can't just be singled down to one thing.
Creators making Giants content.
Oh God, it's too flooded.
It's just too many in one particular market. You know, so this is where we get our niche at with unpopular opinions. You know what I'm saying? And some of the most unpopular takes I've ever had on my show is this guy right here, Mr. Nimar, who says the Knicks are going to be the 4th seed in the Eastern Conference. So, tell him.
That was as bad as when I said Kenny Galladay would score 2 touchdowns in that first game. Boy, I looked smart after that. Yeah. That was very stupid. That was stupid.
Follow me at NimmerCon5 on Twitter. My unpopular opinion thing is right now that Tibbs is going to be fired mid-season. Let's go.
You really think he's going to be fired mid-season? Okay.
Mid-season, Tom Thibodeau gone out the door for the New York Knicks.
NYT, that's how angry I am right now. That's why. Because
Hey
I
man,
think he would.
I think you made a valid point, man. With him not playing the younger players, man, that could be
Yeah.
what could be holding the Knicks back, man. But you know, I respect Thibodeau, and I think he's a veteran coach, man. And if I was a Knicks fan, which I'm not, I would be willing to let him ride out the season and see what he could do with this squad. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
But Nimmer says get rid of him mid-season, so we shall see, man. We shall see, man. You heard it here first, man. But
Facts.
appreciate all you fellas for joining, man. You know what I'm saying? We did a 4.5 hour stream, man. So that salute, man. Salute to you guys. Salute to my chat, man. The
Facts.
fans, man, been holding us down all night long. That's my brother, man, as he put it, man. You know what I'm
Shout out to
saying?
the fans.
Vance is
For
a
real,
real
man. Shout
Vance
out to
is a
Blue
real
City.
one.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Earl Cole. He was holding us down tonight.
Mm.
That's Jeffy's boy. Shout out to Wells, always chiming in. Shout out to Nisi, my wife. Shout out to Hit Squad. Um, shout out to let's see, is that all we got? Levance, Wells, Hit. Yeah, I think that's it, man. Anybody else that watched and didn't comment, man. Anybody else that's watching this on the replay, you know what I'm saying? We do long streams, but I need to get in my studio and start cutting these up, man. We're gonna do some crazy cut ups, man, because we be dropping some fire content, man. Not just
Yeah, I
myself,
was.
all you guys, man. All you
Yeah,
guys, man. It probably gets drowned out, you know, because people only tune in to parts of the stream. So that's
Yeah.
something I got to
Oh,
work
they're
on.
talking about baseball? No, I don't want to hear that. I just want to hear
Right,
football and
they'll tune
basketball
out, but
talk.
then they'll miss the fire shit I said about the Giants earlier and how I think Daniel Jones could get um another year in the thing, but they'll probably just take that tape,
You
post it
can't
on
say
Twitter.
that. That's against
Right.
Giants Twitter. Don't say
You
that,
already know.
NYG.
You
It is
already
You're gonna
against
know.
set
Giants
off a
Twitter.
bomb if you say Daniel Jones might be
Unpopular.
back. Don't
Unpopular.
say that,
Look,
Giant. Don't say that on Giants Twitter. It might cause like the entire place to explode.
unpopular, man. I'm gonna cut it up tonight and post it in the morning, man.
Do it.
You
yeah,
guys all
yeah.
riled up,
You
man.
do it.
Do
Yeah,
it.
you know what I mean? Because they don't know how to really pay attention to the game, man. All they do is watch Stephen A. Smith. So, um,
Oh God, yeah.
yeah, that's a bad move. But anyway, thank you
Wait,
guys for joining, man. Y'all stick around for 2 minutes in the back chat, man. Then I'm gonna let y'all go, man, because I got to get up and go to work tomorrow. But
Yeah.
shout out to everybody that tuned in, man. Once again, man. Um, Unpopular Opinion Sports, man. Please like, share, subscribe. Not only to myself, but all these great content creators, man. Until next week, man. Y'all have a good one and peace.
Peace.
Deuces.